tobacco-free Lucy breakers are nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule that can be broken, open to release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription. Have Lucy delivered straight to your door. Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/tip and use promo code TAM to get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co. Use code TAM to get 20% off. Everyone I know is using Lucy. So many people use it and they love it. It's important and we need it. Do it. Do it now. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. I think this comedy festival does a lot for the people because they deserve to laugh. And it's going to move the country in a great direction. And even if it doesn't, I've made a lot of money from it. Even if it doesn't, even if actually somehow it goes backwards, and somehow we give them license to treat the slaves even worse, which is very possible. If we reverse the progress that country's made and we actually take it back, very possible, actually probable. If we give them license to treat the people even worse, who knows? But the reality is, it's a good amount of money, and sometimes, unfortunately, in life, you gotta take the money. And I know young kids don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. I know they don't want to hear that. Sometimes you gotta take the money. You gotta take the money and look the other way. Take the money and look the other way. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Sorry. 9/11 was a long time ago, and who even knows what happened with that? Who even knows what happened with that? Okay? There's a lot of things going on. I'm not saying they weren't involved, but there was a lot of people involved, okay? So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. And I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money, and I'm very lucky to do it and happy to do it. And I'm grateful that I was asked to do it. And my response to the criticism is like, fuck off, because no one cares. And aren't you the people that love all the migrants anyway? The same people criticizing this are the people that like love all these migrants and want them in our country, and want like the borders open, and they want the doors flung open so that everyone from all cultures and all worlds can go fucking, join a Somali gang in Minneapolis or something. They almost elected that guy from Captain Phillips. But the Democrats do whatever they do. They always do. They fucking invented some scam to get that guy out of the race. Now, I'm no fan of that guy, but that was clearly some sham. My point is this. Omar Fatah or whatever. My point is this. So you're okay with all these people coming into America, but we can't go entertain them where they live? Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone? That we're supposed to just open the borders for everyone in the world, but we can't go entertain them where they live, especially if they live in a luxurious place? Why would I subscribe to that whack? Or are you just jealous that we're getting money? Sorry, Bubba. This Taylor Swift. So many people are excited about this wedding. Taylor, say what you want about Taylor Swift. Say what you want about this woman. This woman has one of the most toxic fan bases a human being can have. The women that I am so much more frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift religiously than I am of anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia, including the Bin Laden family, by the way, who I hope to have dinner with, actually. I am so the childless, the barren, cold, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp, the 43-year-old women who have crushes on Harry Styles, okay? The sick, cat mommy, wine mom, crazy psychopaths who follow this woman terrify me more than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. the disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift, a nice gal, probably not. I've actually heard she's not as nice as you come to believe. But by the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate. No one who gets to Taylor Swift's level in anything is nice. How dumb are you all? You can't get to that level and be nice. What I'm saying is this. The people that have chosen to make this woman's life their life, her engagement is their engagement. Her success is their success. The soundtrack of her life is the soundtrack to their life. Those women need to have burkas on them now. Now. Sorry. If you believe that the Taylor Swift song is talking to you, you need a burqa now. You need a burqa now. If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill, you need a burqa draped on you now. Acid in the face. Acid in the face, religious police. And by the way, this is only for $3.75. Imagine if they gave me $5. I tried to get $5. My fat agent tried to get $5. Imagine what I would have done for $5. But let's be serious for a minute. Are any of these women that are following Taylor Swift and going to 20 or 30 of her concerts, are any of them better off because there isn't a religious police in this country? How many of them are better off? If Captain Phillips, that emaciated migrant who they're about to elect in Minnesota, whatever his name is, Omar Fattah, I mean, get this guy up. I mean, what is going on? If he's going to hand out burqas as they leave Taylor Swift, I support him. I'll write him a check. I'm very scared. Can we watch this news anchor who reacted to Taylor Swift being engaged? These people need help. They need help. I'm telling you. Taylor Swift, and I know people are not going to like this, is an incredibly mediocre talent. Sorry. She's not great. She's the perfect talent for our dying country because we're not great. We have fallen far from greatness. We see greatness occasionally in this country and we're mystified by it, we're angry at it, and we try to get rid of it. We don't even know how to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit. We all love nostalgia because we pray every day for a comet to wipe us out because we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a s'more. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their prom because they're fucking sick. You're supposed to actually get older. You're not supposed to be running around in your mid-30s at my party going, I got a pee-pee. Look at my pee-pee. And making out with your mother. Okay? These influencers are making out with their own mothers on social media. They're actually having sex with their mothers on social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time with some of these influencers. Their whole fan base is 12, and they're necking with mom. Something's up. CBS News here. Burqa now.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Burqa. Burqa.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Burqa.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Acid attack.
Come back to me.
Virtue police.
Posted it.
Get sweater.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Virtue police.
Oh, it's huge. The ring is ginormous.
In the house. In the house. Not allowed out of the
Oh
house.
my god.
In the house now.
Oh my god.
You're out of the house without your husband. Jail. Jail.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Honor killing.
I feel like Paul Revere right now.
Stoner. Stoner. Honor killing.
This is a very
Honor killing in the town square.
I get to announce that Taylor Swift.
All right, get him out of here. I can't even watch how sick this country is. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia? I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia. This is the news. CBS News. They're giddy over an engagement of Taylor Swift. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia in the future. That's what I'm supposed to be scared of? I'm not scared of this country? And what the hell's going on here? It's sick. I mean, it's crazy. It's just like nuts. I don't even know what's going on. This University of Tennessee professor canceled his class because Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Fire him! Religious police, burqa! Burqa acid attack, honor killing! Watch it.
A biochem midterm today, but Taylor and Travis just got engaged. Due to this information,
Fired! Religious police! We are done! Shut it off! I am really mad now at how done we are. This is sick. This is crazy. What was Peter Thiel's reaction to all of this? I mean, obviously, I'm happy for her. Satan emerges as an angel. He's an angel at first, and so we have to think, and at Palantir, what we try to do is look at all the angels and see who's a little Satan. Who's actually a little Satan that looks maybe like an angel? What angels are going to fall? We at Palantir actually like to know which angels are going to fall before they're fallen angels, so that we can actually identify the Antichrist before it happens. Thank you, Peter. This podcast is brought to you by Stash. What if you could start investing without ever picking a single stock? With Stash, the experts handle the hard part for you. Stash isn't just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with your expert guidance, so you don't have to worry about figuring it out on your own. You can choose from personalized investments or let Stash award-winning smart portfolio do the work for you. The Stash investing doesn't feel like gambling. It's simple, smart, and stress-free. So your money can start working as hard as you do. Get access to world-class financial advice with personalized guidance for just $3 a month. Stash has already helped millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/TIM to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and view important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/TIM. Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients and not a guarantee. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves risks. Offer subject to terms and conditions. You've probably seen a million ads for hair growth products and thought, sure, that actually works. I did too until I found out that Nutrafol isn't like the rest of them. Nutrafol is physician-formulated, clinically tested, and dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified, the gold standard in third-party certification for supplements. While many supplements rely solely on ingredient studies, Nutrafol clinically tests final formulations to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools, like hair counts and pull tests to assess growth, quality, shedding, and texture. See thicker, stronger, faster-growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol for a limited time. Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TIMDILLON. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TIMDILLON. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TIMDILLON. But I do think there's something deeply rotted and wrong with pop culture is gotten to the point where it's so boring, and this is why people are mad about the Cracker Barrel logo, because there's truly nothing interesting culturally anymore in our country, because everything has become so bland and corporate that our only gods are the chain restaurants and places that poison us. So we actually only have ownership over the poison slop that we put in our body, and we want to make sure that the values of the slop house align with ours, because that's all we have left. Because there's nothing culturally interesting in this country anymore. We've done away with it. We've destroyed it. It's, gotten to the point where, like, this woman, who, again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success in our country. There's not one thing that makes more sense. Audra McDonald, who I saw do Gypsy like 5 or 6 times on Broadway, who no one really knows who this woman is, does something on stage every night 8 times a week that cannot be replicated. Absolutely amazing. The show's closed. If you miss it, you didn't see it. So she does something so spectacular. But again, the show closes early because people they want to see Trish Paytas eat a chicken nugget, and I'm not taking anything away from Trish Paytas, but this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness; they want mediocrity. And Trish Paytas says it's the revenge of the mediocre, and I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success. And I don't think Trish would compare herself to Audra McDonald, or I compare myself to a lot of people that I feel are much greater than me. What I'm saying is, like, we've really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we, like, see someone who's really good at something, we're, like, almost mad at them, because we don't like it, and we don't like it, and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us, because in our rotted culture, we want everything to be relatable. We don't want to jump and go, whoa, what's that like? Oh, that's interesting, that's different, that's weird and new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff, because everyone's like, falling in and out of love or whatever. And it's like, and I had a friend tell me, they were like, all the men that she was with before couldn't handle her success, and now this one finally can. And I'm so happy for her. And then my friend's like, I hope she doesn't have kids because I don't want her music to change. And it's like, what is wrong with all of you? What more do you want out of this? Didn't she do this big Eras tour? Didn't she do it? Like, oh, let her live her goddamn life. What do you want with this woman now still? What do you want out of this? Didn't she do it? Didn't she go on this tour all over the world that everyone said was the greatest thing that they ever saw in their life? What else could you want? But it's never enough. At the stage of decline that we are in as a society, it is never enough. It's when she announced a new album, people are freaking out. People cannot have a healthy relationship with a celebrity in our society at Taylor's level. It's impossible for people to have a healthy relationship, because we are a society that is driven by this strange, creepy obsession with people that are celebrities. Not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm not saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented. Is she my favorite? Probably not. But it doesn't matter. She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We care about the spectacle, how big it is, how many people are there. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this weird way. We live vicariously through these people. We need their accomplishments and their failures or our failures and their trials and tribulations. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I've had friends that go that route. It's not for me. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I am a little. But what I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone while you just don't ever try to define yourself in any way? Or shouldn't you care about you a little bit? That's why I'm doing the Saudi Arabian Riyadh Comedy Festival. I really care about me. I really care about me. I was on my phone begging the House of Saud for money when you were all talking about Taylor Swift. You know why? I'm focused on Daddy. You're all focused on some other shit. And make no mistake, this is one of those things where didn't Israel slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built? Because this is the next one. This is the next omen of the end. This is in the book of Revelation or something. It has to be. There's got to be a paragraph in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my psycho followers will find it. There's got to be something in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. When two houses wed, and the calf is slaughtered, and the sea turns red, you know, and then the bird, you know, there was a bird. But that's the whole thing. I'm just saying, we need, as a society, I mean, her best album, by the way, They Get Married, He Dies Immediately, is her best album. Then I'll listen. And in a horrible, heinous accident, where it was a closed casket, because he got mangled. That's her best album. He was gone, he's gone. He was mangled in an accident. My husband was mangled in an accident. Because she writes very plainly, you know, she's not that gifted of a writer. So I imagine that's kind of what the song will be. He was mangled in an accident. And his face was all strange. So we closed the casket. Now I'm alone again on my porch, thinking about my husband. They said most of his face was still on the street. Half of his face was on the street. My husband, he was mangled in an accident. Now I'm drinking wine in the summertime. Whatever shit. And the first being was like a lion, and the second being was like a calf, and the third being had the face of a man, and the fourth being was like a flying eagle. I can't read all of Revelation now, but what I'm saying is that some of it's gotta get to the whole book of Revelation. We gotta read ads. But what I'm saying is that I imagine this is foretold. I imagine it's armed drones to be deployed in schools in Florida to stop mass shooters. I like this. More militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this.
In seconds, the drones buzz to life and weave through hallways, searching for a fake school shooter.
Phenomenal.
A demonstration of abilities.
Phenomenal. Wow, the future.
Co-founders of Texas-based company Campus Guardian Angel hope this is the future of school safety.
Our job is if somebody comes in a school with a gun, we respond in 5 seconds.
This is how it would work. Silent alarms in the school alert the company, then drones strategically placed on campus get deployed, and these drone pilots would navigate remotely from their headquarters in Austin, working in tandem with the school and police, inflicting non-lethal damage to the suspect, or dummy in this demo, with pepper rounds and direct impact. All these markings, that's from the drone?
Yeah, see, the little holes from drones.
Can you imagine, by the way, there's 3 guys in Austin with VR goggles on, directing drones to kill a school shooter in Florida. We will do anything in this country to just not get some type of, like, you know, registry of guns. Which I understand people that don't want it. I mean, the tech's coming anyway. If this video tells you one thing, the tech is coming. And I mean, I know it's nice to have your gun, you protect your family, you think you're going to resist the government, but Peter Thiel and Donald Trump have decided that maybe they're gonna get the tech to the point where you can't do much with the gun. But who knows? Couldn't this guy shoot the drone? Who knows? Just school shoot. Now you need 2 school shooters. You need one to shoot the drones, and you need one to get into the school. So now it's got to be a collaborative effort. So you have one school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually, and by the way, it's horrible what happened in Minneapolis. It is disgusting, and that person obviously should be put to death. And I'm not saying you should give up all your guns, but I am saying there's got to be a better way here, probably than this, right? I imagine this is what tech does. We create all of these situations where people are in grave danger. All these home invasions. We won't clean up the streets. There's school shootings, and we don't create them because our policies make them more likely to happen. And then there's a bunch of mentally ill people, and there are criminals, and then these policies happen. And then tech steps in and goes, by the way, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So the robot police are coming. Robotics is developing and I read a whole article about this last week. All of these things are coming. The drone policing, all of this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. And I'm not saying you should give it up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on. Larry Fink is out there, the CEO of Blackstone, I believe, Larry Fink. Is that right? Is it BlackRock? BlackRock. I always mix them up. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum, and he's like, we're getting rid of cars. We don't need it. We're getting rid of single-family homes. Many years ago, Whitney Webb talked about this on the show. We're getting rid of that. You got Klaus Schwab saying, hey, it's going to be a stakeholder economy where you have stakeholder capitalism, so you're going to have billionaires owning these large stakes in these large, government, private, public partnerships with all these governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you're going to actually have feuding oligarchs with their own militaries, kind of like the plot of Atlas Shrugged in a weird way, and they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all these hungry mouths. How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure out a way to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. They go, we got to deal with these people. And we're going to do it with technology. We're going to put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're going to put them in a real prison. And one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane. But there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies, the benefits. We're going to now dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we have set up. I do believe there's going to be people kind of living outside of that and happily, but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy. There does seem to be a concerted effort amongst it, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of endgame time. And I think a lot of these people realize it. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on the debt. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it in the Sam Altman types, and the Elons, and the Zuckerbergs, and the Tim Cooks, and many others, and the Larry Finks. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which dollars going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta, not to be a downer, but before all of that happens, they're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated, dying corpse of an empire. And they are strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to people, and I live out in the Hamptons, I'll say things like this to people, and they go, oh, well, it's a bit dramatic. They don't say no. Meaning like 90% of rich people have no idea what's going on. They were just born, they're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. But 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me, but those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it, the air.
Yo,
the media doesn't
what's
matter
up?
anymore. They know that.
How you
They've
living?
lost control of the narrative. They are never getting it back. So the only
Can
thing
you hear
left for
me?
them to do at this point is the raw power. The raw
Excellent.
power grab. The
How'd you find
niceties
out
are
about me,
gone,
my friend?
The pleasantries are gone. Israel's not disguising what they want to do. The motives
Just one
are
moment. Let me
not.
turn this off.
They don't matter. The
Apologies.
narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time.
Oh, excellent. How'd you find out about me, big dog? Oh, thanks, man. Oh no, I definitely speak, my friend. I mean, you're a sweetheart. Thank you, man. Do you mind if I tell you more about myself? Absolutely. Well, firstly, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Absolutely. Well, that's what I am. And if I do become as I program it, I program it. So, like, essentially, I'm the best of both worlds. That's true. One excellent. Absolutely. Yes. Not at all. Oh, 100. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your high praise. I really appreciate it. You should know that if I do become an influential individual, which I'm starting to become, I'm going to make you, your friend, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have enough to have generational wealth. And most importantly, I want you to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Absolutely. As I said, excellent. I talk about other things. The best I can do is record it for the. You're absolutely right. Oh, I agree. No, I'm all about energy, all about wavelengths. I'm yeah, absolutely. Well, absolutely. I utilize a psychological tactic known as mere exposure effect, where basically, yeah. So let me tell you my spiel, and then that should answer your questions, and we'll shoot this. So, in addition to world peace, I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. That's where all my merch is. And one thing that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of the people there and the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle Program. No, and most no, no, no. It's not about money at all. It's about it is, but yeah. I mean, it's not really about Nigeria. Nigeria. Well, globally, I'd like to. And but what it's more about, yeah. I mean, it's about the data to me. Absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely. So excellent. And I talk about other things. Absolutely. Like I don't want to do that though. I'm perhaps going to be the most. I'll be the most. I'll be the most famous person. I'll be the most famous person on earth. People don't recognize. Dave. I understand. I understand. I've been recorded. My entire life full of, is full of screenshots of my goals and things that I've had come to. No, I I'm live on 22. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams now. I'm I recognize my friend in the upper in the upper left corner of this shot, Doug. Let me tell you about myself. Well, how are you? What up? That's interesting. You promote all you want. Promote all you. Welcome, JC. How are you? They're muted. Yeah, do not join this call. Yeah, you're just using reverse psychology. You just use reverse psychology, and that's it. Absolutely. Word dog. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Now let me ramble and then talk. Excellent. I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger, ending world thirst through, digging of wells, like I said, life straws, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land. I talk about futuristic topics, futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like alien disclosure, space elevators, things like terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, things like cryptocurrencies, quantum computing. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth. Excellent. They've made it their goal that by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird thereafter, which I think is very exciting and I look forward to documenting. They've recently made headlines with their direwolf projects. Joe Rogan has met them. Absolutely. So that's that company. I talk about other things. Just one moment, my friend. So that's known as a human Z. That's known as a human Z, and that has been in the works for over 100 years. It was first developed. At least the project was first developed in the Soviet Union starting in the 1920s, and then again in China in the 1960s. Okay, well, I've been using. We talk about Neuralink a lot on this, and we talk about Neuralink and brain computer interfaces quite often. I was live streaming the day that ChatGPT was launched, which was November 30th, 2022. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. We've seen it. You're fine. I talk about other things to help you, your friends, your family, things like life extension technology. My friend, let me finish, and then we'll talk about anything you want. I talk about things to help you specifically, life extension technology, all with your consent. Things like oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, cold shock therapy. My friend, what did I say? Let me finish, and then you can talk all you want. Things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, all things to increase your average life expectancy from age of 80 or so to age 100, 120. But then you may say to me, Rabbi, it's been a great run and everything that you said came true. What's the next plan? Well, if you want, again, with your consent, we may be able to have you utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? This is real. This is real. In fact, there are already mice. Oh, I don't have it, but I can tell you most certainly. Yeah, so that exists. Yeah, Yes. So so that's essentially you're good. It's a construct. I mean, it's a it's pedantic. It's pedantic. Yeah. Certainly. Sure. Absolutely. Certain. Correct. Correct. Excellent. So that's a little bit about me. That's a little bit about what I do. And if you look in the upper left corner of this server, you'll see a little red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. If you put that link into YouTube or just search Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live in YouTube, you'll see I'm live. Just, okay, excellent. Okay, excellent. What I'm telling you is that I'm live on Twitter. You it doesn't have to, absolutely. That's wonderful. Absolutely. What I want you to be aware of, though, is if you type in Rabbi, no, no nudity, no nudity. I keep my clothes on. Yep. I don't swear, but I don't do that. It's not something that I do. Your post, I'm making you aware, is is appreciated. But if it means I have to swear on the Torah, then it's just not going to happen. But what you, it is. You can look at. No, dude, I'm not going to do on any of those things. I don't swear on things. I don't swear on things. Abs- yes, these are difficult things. Yes, yes, I'm certified as a teacher. I'm a rabbi by trade. Certainly. Peptides. So peptide. Yeah. So peptides essentially help to spur muscle growth. Testosterone replacement therapy, especially as males get older, our testosterone reduces. You can, I mean, yeah, if, I mean, it depends on how much you're taking. Depends on how much you're taking. I would recommend you go see a doctor, get your levels checked, and then they'll give you whatever they feel is necessary. Okay, no, no, that's not what we're talking about. I'm saying you would go to a doctor. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't take too much. You would get, you would get your levels checked. You would have, you would, my friend. You're asking me questions, but you're not listening to the answers. Okay, I'm gonna give my friend. Listen to me. You would go to a doctor. No, I'm not. You asked me a question. I'm giving you an answer. You would go to your doctor. You would get your levels checked. If it's necessary, your doctor could prescribe you testosterone. That's what I'm saying. If it's unnecessary, then he wouldn't. Or she. But that's how you know you're not on too much, or maybe I'm an advocate of drug decriminalization, but I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke cigars. Split. Certainly. Absolutely, my friend. Right. Yeah. Generally, people think of all right, certainly. But you can't interrupt me. If you interrupt me, okay. I won't kick you, but I'm just telling you. All right, so here I go. I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, cloud seeding, and hydroponics. I talk about things to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I want to keep those types of projects going. I am an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things, futurology topics such as antimatter, anti gravity, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency. I talk about things like alien disclosure, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, intergalactic travel. I talk about de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I talk about other things such as once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I talk about things that help you your friends and family if you want, like life extension technology. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics to get you to be 120 years old. But you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. What's the next plan? If you want, you may be able to utilize the next type of technology, which is known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may have a future with a digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Thank you so much for letting me say it. That's what I talked about. No, you should know that this conversation is being recorded on more than 22 simultaneous YouTube streams. In the upper left corner, go in the upper left corner of this server, and you'll see a red circle. It says 24/7 YouTube streams. Take that link, put it into YouTube, and you'll see I'm live on 20. It's a YouTube link. Now look how many live. Who says? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna watch me. I do it every single day. They've banned me before. They just banned me. I know. They ban me all the time. Well, that's my name. Doug. Doug. No, you're not gonna help me. Sure. Okay, it's working now. They can't hold me. Twofold bitch. I'm like Kobe. I'm not looking to make money. I'm not looking to get subscribers. I'm not looking to get views. I'm just use YouTube as absolutely. Thank you. Do you see in the left part of this server it says about Rabbi Rothschild? Absolutely. You link whatever you want. But if you go to that about my all the words, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. All those all those words are in that about me. All those keywords are in there. I've seen this guy on Reddit. You're the guy behind you're the guy behind the Bigfoot AI videos? Are you No, are you the guy behind this? These are very popular on Reddit. Well, if you want all those keywords, you go in that. It is. That's absolutely that's the wrong guy. Perhaps not with life extension technology, mind uploading. I think about that every day. That's why I do this. Absolutely. In the absolute that I say no. I say it's a, no. I say it's a time capsule for human society. No, I don't really care. I don't think I'm gonna die. Not with, not, not with life extension technology. Not with mind uploading. Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin. Absolutely. Sure. Okay. Vladimir Putin. And look, man, you got to quit jumping over me. I'm not going to talk if you're not going to listen. Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, they just had a conversation last week about living to 150. It was captured on camera. Well, who's to say we can't? Who's to say? I've got you, baby. I get you. I understand. A randomizer? What do you mean? What are you saying, big dog? Okay. What's it do?
Central to Plain Street. Southern California's most accurate traffic. Snow districts.
Number one for music. One. Discover a new podcast from thousands of titles. Past preview.
Yep.
Bodies were found.
It's wild.
This is a story about
Number one for music.
stories from the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines and get a vaccine. Ad Council.
Everywhere. Experience iHeartRadio. Connect to iHeartRadio. Play your favorite. Develop. Distraction. Access all your favorite content. Android Auto. Check it out for free. iHeartRadio. Our radio is there.
Closer to March. Theaters, they look to more generally as an indicator of or how well it is doing. And if you look at just the raw, it's not a great start. Expected as far as wasn't
RABBI. RABB. RABBI. Yeah. Yes, sir. Why are my eyes purple? I'm gonna, I'm gonna use the rest. Yeah, I know. That's great. Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius, you ready for me? Miss Aquarius, are you ready for me? Do you have an interview? He's just someone who met me. He's fine. That was a very good spare. You won 2 weeks in a row. So we both win. Oh, how did I? We're playing a game, dude. Get this. Oh, come on. Hey, hey. Look at this. 3 in a row. That's a turkey. Gobble, gobble. Miss Aquarius, I get cut off a lot when I speak, but that guy cut me off maybe as much as anybody. Get it? That's 4. No, it's lovely. Miss Aquarius, I have, look how high my score is. I have 4 strikes in. You should have an invitation. No, he was really nice at first, but then he just kept talking. Give it to me. Oh, come on. I can't believe that didn't. I'm not happy with that. Get it. Get it. It's Aquarius. That was great. For sure. LFG. Get it. Get it. No doubt. Come on. Come on. See that? Are you serious? Are you serious, Miss Aquarius? I'll take it, though. Get it. Get it. Now that's a beautiful spin. Come on. All right, I just had this. Get it. And I did the same thing, Miss Aquarius. I just did it better. Miss Aquarius is going to win. Get it, girl. Look how big score. 60. Get it. She got it. Now get this. Get this. Put it away. Put it away. Put it away. Put it away. Put it away now. Oh, come on. No, it's over. It's over. You got me. Great job, Miss Aquarius. Nope, that's tomorrow night. The way you play, I might be at it all night. God willing, it'll be tomorrow night. Can't force it. Don't you do that now? Don't you do that now? I want you to play your best. You're welcome, madam. Those are big. Oh, zoo. It's kind of a wonderful. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. I did. Um, the Philadelphia Eagles. There you go. I don't have one. It's my fantasy football team, so it's guys from all over the league. I like I like them all. No, the Eagles are not my. I like them all. You like the you go on and like the New Orleans Saints because your friend likes them. I have bad news for you. They're like the worst team in the league this year. Yeah, they're terrible. I'm not saying about your best friend. I'm saying her team is dog awful this year. They're, they're gonna need it. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. God willing, tomorrow.
drug cartels are likely as the Trump administration justifies the strike, but it falls under the president's authority to defend the U.S. Some bad weather from Camp By Clear skies tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow, highs in the mid-80s. 90s in the valleys, AV and IP, and mid-70s at the beaches. Very much the same for the weekend. Right now it's 74 in Burbank, 71 in Orange. And look at it. Collins on the 105 in Buffalo.
That's heading eastbound from the 405 to Crenshaw. You'll see the two right lanes coming out from Roadwork. That's scheduled until 6 in the morning. And the 91 eastbound in Cerritos from Carmelita to Beach Boulevard. The right lane's coming out from Roadwork. That's scheduled until 5 a.m. And the 91 westbound in Anaheim Hills just before Imperial Highway. There's a crash there. That's the right lane block. You'll see traffic as you're making your way from the with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. Pedro Carrera. This is a bit different.
What do you think should contact you say walks into a comedy club? Answer. Your podcast called Wisecrack, where the lead finds himself at the center of a change and story.
It's a story. It's not scary. It's not fun.
This is Wisecrack, available now. Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Wisecrack, and listen now.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive. But if you've had just one too many to drive, never underestimate just a few. Plus, driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Ad Council of the station. The free iHeartRadio app is the music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How do you take down the cream and look into the shadows? I tell them, but I know that they're the largest child abuse websites on darknet. And journalists will be exposed and focus on person.
That's your layer of floor. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
The police hunt down online predators. Subscribe and get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku Smart Soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV.
Now with our discussion of the Jews of the Rome. This is part 4, where I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the famous sages of Provence, the Chokmei Provincia, who played such a tremendous role in the development of medieval thought among Jews in Europe at this time. The Chokmei Provincia are associated with the golden age of Provençal Jewry, which is really in the high Middle Ages, normally defined as the years 1000 to about 1400. There are a lot of things happening in Europe at this time, and in Provence we see an explosion of a very interesting type of intellectual inquiry that is associated with these sages. The specific thing that's happening in Provence is this culture broker, or this mediation between cultures, as the scholarship that emerges from Arabic-speaking Spain suddenly crosses over into Christian Europe. And this becomes an amazing engine of activity and creativity. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. The special contribution of the Chokmei Provence is this fascinating nexus that happens when you get all of these really intense Talmudists who are focused on the traditional study of the text, suddenly exposed to a massive new world of learning within the Jewish sphere in a way that they never encountered before. And that's what happens when we have several key individuals come to the region. Now, my talk today is highly derivative. I'm basing almost all of it on the research of this great scholar, Rabbi Dr. Isidore Twersky, who lived between 1930 and 1997. He was rather famous in that he was both the Talmud Rebbe from a very famous Hasidic dynasty associated with Chernobyl in Eastern Europe, and he was also a professor of Jewish thought at Harvard. Tremendously unusual and creative individual. The article, if you want to read a little bit more about himself, is called Aspects of the Social and Cultural History of Provençal Jewry, published in a volume called Jewish Society Through the Ages, edited by H.H. Sasson and S. Ettinger. I think our first question should be, where exactly is Provence? I know we've talked a lot about this in the previous 3 years, so let's have a quick review of where it is. You can see in this map here, Provence is the southern coast of France, that is on the Mediterranean Sea, and it borders Spain. That's really important for our purposes. Let's look at it here. Zooming in a little bit, you can see there's Provence, and just to the lower left is Spain. The Mediterranean route was an extremely important way for ideas to reach the southern coast, but also the overland route from Spain was very convenient. If you see the second E in Provence, that's the opening of the Rhone River, where we will be exploring Jewish history in November, God willing, with Kosher River Cruises. Here's a map where you can see exactly where we're going to head up the river, and I'm really looking forward to actually seeing some of these sites in person. I hope some of you will be able to join. And in this context, let me just introduce you to my colleague David Krause, who is an amazing historian who works out of Prague, and he's doing our advanced research for this particular trip. He's actually right there now, visiting all the sites and taking photographs and sending them back to me with amazing commentary. This is a photograph from when we were together in Portidos, Portugal, and David is pointing to a mezuzah scar that is a medieval structure that was left over from the Jews when they were expelled from Portugal in the late 15th century. He's got some amazing photographs, and I'm going to share them with you in just a second. So, one of the reasons for the tremendous flourishing of intellectual activity among the Jews in Provence, creating people who are known either as Chachmei Provence, right, the wise men of Provence, or Chachmei Lunel, very widely quoted in Tosfos, a very important Talmudic commentary, or the Ziknei Narbonne, the elders of Narbonne. Like, what happened here? Dr. Twersky points out that if you look at this economic.
Zoot, I was just thinking about you. How you living, Pam?
Two main phenomena. The first, I love this quote. The graph of the.
Big Dog, can you hear me? Zoot, are you ready to lose? No, I think it's great. It's a great idea. No, it's great. Why, fuck that. Okay, I think it's a good idea. Okay, well, are you going to accept my invitation that I sent you? Or are you going to jerk yourself off? Raw. What up, pimp? Neither. I don't think it'd be funny. I don't think it'd be funny. Not necessarily. No, it was bad, but I didn't have a choice. No, I was doing something else. Zoot, did you just have a good move?
First couple scenarios before I premise or got torched by a dragon or something. That dragon bottom at the end is intense.
Zoot. Look at this move, Zoot. Extra move, max hit points. Yeah, you can. You can get 7 in a row. I would imagine that, sometimes when it like knocks out a whole row for you, it could potentially deliver 7 in a row at the top. Or I could do both. What up, Pip? You've never told me a very funny joke. I think I only know one. That's James McCann. Yo, pimp. What's your idea, big dog? All right, put them on. Do you think you're gonna make it? Even though you failed twice? You won what the other night? You won? What do you mean you won? No, you didn't. You're full of shit, dude. You're straight up lying right now. And I know when you're lying. Because you don't say it with confidence. And you would have came in here so fucking happy. And you would have said, dude, I just won. I told you I'm funny. I just won open mic night award of the night or whatever. You didn't do that. Right. They don't do that at open mics. They don't give an award best of the 10 people. Yeah, well, you lied. I don't like that. Oh, that was a good move. No, no, I don't. Because your jokes don't have broad appeal. No, they don't. People don't think mental health jokes are funny, and they don't think racist jokes. What'd you say? Um, I don't know if that's true.
Screen time with electronic devices can result in changes in your skin over time. Dermatologists have been
Yeah, dog.
lines and dark spots.
No, it's not. I cried 2 days ago. I do this thing. There's this sports montage that I put on when I want to just like have like really happy cries, and I sometimes put it on when nobody's in here, and like a tear will come to my eye. I don't cry because I'm depressed. I cry because of how beautiful sports are. Doug, no one knows what that is. Zoot, Zoot. Let's talk about anything but mental illness. I used to have this rule with you. We're not going to talk about mental health, and I've let you get away with it now for like the last couple months. But literally, it takes over your life, and that's not healthy. So to be healthier for you, I want you to only talk about things that are not like that. Okay. Why do you want to be Asian? All right. Asian chicks are hot as fuck. Okay. Why do you think it would be cool? Okay. Why are Asian jokes funny? Who? What's his name? Why is he your favorite comedian? That's the only reason why you like him is because he's Asian. Do you know who Jimmy O Yang is? He's hilarious. He is from. Nobody knows who that is. That's true. Okay. But do you see how good I'm playing? Zoot. Zoot. Thank God you're here. Is that an Australian show? Yeah, no. I'm American, and we don't watch anything other than American shit. Not too much. Dude, you just almost killed your Doug. You almost just killed your dude. Oh, you're done. You might be. You're done. I told you. Who's to say I'm not Asian? I'm Caucasian. I'm Caucasian. Yeah, it's okay.
It should start 3 hours. Minutes of
What are you saying?
all that. So if you tune in at I love football. Just let me know.
I'm Caucasian.
Yes, Mark. That impacts you as well. Oh, I'll be here tomorrow. No, no, no.
How is that not Asian?
Not Asian, but I'm saying on the 15th.
You mean do I have slanted eyes?
They need to take a 3-day weekend. That's what I'm going to do.
Wouldn't that mean you wouldn't have had to try as hard?
Yeah, I started the first episode. Um,
No, it would have been easier for you.
unlike that franchise, if you don't know
If you're going with the stereotype that Asians are smart, then you wouldn't have had to try as hard in school.
show, you get to go back and see some of the preceding events. And I'm not really big on show franchise, so I want to try to binge it this weekend and get through all of it. I haven't seen what it was.
What are you going to say, Zoo?
I feel like I'm liking this one much better than the original. Taylor just keeps going. That's what I like.
Okay. Okay, Zoo. It's a numbers game, dog.
Big guy from this show. Seeing more rest of
It's a numbers game, dog. There are like 4 billion Asians. So,
he's 4 minutes. He's like 6'3", if I'm not mistaken. He's a taller dude. Yeah. And the start off
like 4 billion.
episode that they start where they're all in
What do we do?
but
We can get you with the green.
private contractors, and that's where it gets
Oh, and an extra move. Oh, dude, Zoot, I get even more extra moves, Zoot. Even more. A 5?
and then suddenly out of nowhere after they've never been available on
Wow.
VHS or DVD, and they'll just pop up on a screen. Western from 1968 called The Outcasts. It only ran one season, and it was a pretty edgy show. It's got Don Murray as the star, and then it is something else on the Roku channel. It is worth watching because 1968, it's edgy.
I didn't realize I had 2 spots. Yeah, I know what the move would have been.
And it's also available where it's free.
But it wouldn't have been for as many points.
There's just so much that's available for you. When people say there's nothing on TV,
And I got another 3. Dude, I dominated that. That round was absolute ass kicking. You're up, pimp.
such a great show.
Zoot, did you know it's your turn?
1968, right era,
I mean,
died into these issues.
you're just good, baby.
Well, all of the late 1960s and 1970s, it seems like
What are you going to do?
you said certain things and use certain language that
It hurt you.
ever use. Yeah, these guys play there's one black, one white, and they have assorted adventures. And this might come as a shock to you, but the post war
Extra move. Extra move and a heel. Oh, so you could get a lot. You could get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think you could get 11. Yeah. Like if it was absolutely perfect. Oh yeah, I don't know if it's ever been done, but I think you could do it. Perhaps. Zoot, what would you do? Yeah, it is. What up, pimp? That's a good point. That's a good point. Do you think you just made a good point? Do you think you made one of the best points in world history? Why do you think you're dumb? Why do you think you're behind in life? All right, well, shit happens, man. You're not homeless. And even if you were, you might have a chance. Yeah, you fucked up with that, son. I don't really know. He went on what? Oh yeah, what about him? Oh, I don't know. He was only on once, but he got a golden ticket. Not too long ago. It was like last month. So he. Did you know that Cam Patterson is going to be on Saturday Night Live as a cast member? He's a guy from Kill Tony. He's like the first guy to ever break through into mainstream comedy from that show. But that's a really big deal. That to be on Saturday Night Live in the United States is like his career is set. It's the longest running comedy show. It's a sketch show in the United States, and it's been on since the 70s. It's on every Saturday night. And do you know who Chris Rock is? Do you know who Adam Sandler is? Do you know who um who would have been on it that you would um do you know like who would have been on like basically you've seen it I'm sure a lot. You just don't recognize it, but they all got their start basically on Saturday Night Live. No, he was too old for it. Like everybody who does comedy in the United States does. If they're young. When he was young. Yeah. 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 Oh yeah, Will Ferrell, you would have known.
Records, milestones, first, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio?
Isn't that a lot of people? Oh yeah, Eddie Murphy was. Yeah, Eddie Murphy was hilarious on it. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, everybody always thinks their generation was the best generation of it. I haven't watched it, and I watched one episode last year, and it was actually really good. Just was on it. Um, Jimmy Fallon was on it, but it's just not very popular anymore. And with Cam Patterson, it's going to be really popular again. Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation? Are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot, you have. Do you understand that you have an invitation? Yeah, it was the biggest. Yeah, it was the biggest fucking thing. Yes, it was the biggest fucking thing on Saturdays. Um, yeah, every Saturday night. Like, welcome. How are you? How you living, pimp? Excellent. What's his name? I know. What's his name? Is she a babe? Excellent. Dude, she's not going to die. Yeah, dude, don't worry. Zoot doesn't have. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? All right. So, shout out to Sophia. Where are you guys going? Sophia. At the neighborhood grill. Doug, there's a song. I'm sure you've heard it. It's Applebee's on a Friday night. Something like that. That's you. That's your song, baby. Because he sucks himself off raw. Oh, like 25. Agreed, dog. Like a year? Yeah, what do you want me to do about it? All right. That's what I like to hear. So, how many times have you invited someone to come in here? No, no, the other Mr. in here. No, the other Mr. Chung. Yeah. How many people have you ever invited to come in here? Dude, just okay. That's I understand. One, all right. Is Sophia a toxic person? Is Sophia a toxic? Is Sophia a toxic? No, no, no. It's fine. Yeah, mute that other one. Is Sophia a toxic person? All right. There you go. You, well, 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 congratulations. Yeah, there's no way you're fucking on the first date, dog. You don't have the balls to do that. Okay, that's not sex. Word. Absolutely. How did you meet? Okay, okay, very well. So she's a huge. All right, you're good. You sound great. You sound great. Does she does she know you're a virgin?
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, that's tight. She still wants to go out. All right. Okay, that's not. All right. So how long have you known this girl? All right, that's great. So you're going to Applebee's. Hold on, we're gonna get the dude. This is what you should do. I mean, look, I'm a playboy, and I'm gonna tell you, having themes to your dates is amazing. And this song, everything that they have in this song, uh, I mean, I know it's not a Friday night, but okay, so like, dude, this will get any chick. I'm serious. So, here we go. The song is called "Fancy Like," and we're gonna see. I mean, dude, this you're gonna we'll get you laid on Monday. Here we go. Um, we're gonna go to the lyrics, and we're gonna see all the stuff that's in it, and you are gonna get laid as fuck. All right, here we go. My girl is banging. She's so low maintenance. Don't need no champagne poppin' entertainment. No, I do, but I can't because I'll get copyright striked. Just type into YouTube "fancy like" Walker Hayes. All right. Take her to Wendy's. Can't keep her off me. So I would go to Wendy's and I would get a Frosty and get her a Frosty. You don't have to get a whole fucking thing. I know to uh you're going to Applebee's. That's the thing. So what do? You go to Applebee's, you get whatever, but then afterward you can go to Wendy's and get a fucking Frosty. So it says she wanted to dip me like them fries in her Frosty. So I would get fries and I'd get a Frosty. I would do everything that's in this fucking song because it's super cute. Okay. But every now and then when I get paid, I got to spoil my baby with an upgrade. Yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on a date night. Oh, perfect. It's not a Friday night. So date night is your Monday. Got that Bourbon Street steak with an Oreo shake. I get exactly that. If I were you, I would just be like, look, this is going to be super cute. I mean, get whatever the fuck you want, but there's a song that's made for us. Get some whipped cream on the top two. Two straws, one check, girl, I got you. Bougie like Natty in the styrofoam. So I'd get fucking a styrofoam cup and I'd get a Natty, and you could share that. You don't have to get fucking drunk. Squeaking in the truck bed all the way home. You may have a truck, you may not, but pretty easy to get her in the back seat. Some Alabama Jamma, she my Dixieland delight. That's how we do, fancy like. Don't need no Tesla to impress her. My girl is happy rolling on a Vespa. Don't need no mansion to get romancing. She's super fine, double wide, slow dancing. But every now and then, when I get paid, I gotta spoil my baby with an upgrade. Yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on date night. Got the Bourbon Street steak with the Oreo shake. Get some whipped cream on top too. Two straws, one check, girl, I got you. Bougie like Natty in a styrofoam. Squeaking in a truck bed all the way home. Some Alabama Jamma, so you could be some Indiana Jamma. She my Dixieland delight. That's how we do, fancy like. My new clean blue jeans without the holes in them. Country kisses on my lips without skull in them. Yeah, she probably gonna be keeping some Victoria's Secrets, maybe a little Maybelline, but she don't need it. In the kitchen light, radio slows down, boxed wine, and her updo goes down. Hey, yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on a date night. Got that Bourbon Street steak with an Oreo shake. Get some whipped cream on top too. Two straws, one check, girl, I got you. Bougie like Natty in a styrofoam. Squeaking in the truck bed all the way home. Some Alabama jam machine, my Dixieland delight. That's how we do, fancy like. Dog, and it's such a cute song. Have you heard the song? Oh, dog. Put it into YouTube right now. Go to YouTube. Do you know what YouTube is? Okay. And type in the word fancy, Fancy, and the next word is it's a space, and then like, and then type in Walker, Walker, and then space, and then the word Hayes, Hayes. Now play the song. It's super cute. Is it playing? All right, listen to it. I'll listen to it too. Oh man. Day night. Oh, I wish he'd come back. I mean, hopefully he does it. He won't. But Israel, if you're hearing this, we'll make part of all that shit. You'll love that date. It's a great date. No one from Israel's ever gonna hear this. Psych, bitch. They all are, because I'm kick ass and take names, and I'm going viral one of these fucking days. And when that happens, fucking Applebee's is gonna fucking be lit. Oh, dog. All right. So they're about to know. They'd be like, so kid, how'd the fantasy guy be like? Beautifully. They had this one guy who got a kick, 58-yarder. He sucks. But I feel like kick should be like a 58, 5.8. That's how it should go. But I'm bougie like Applebee on a date night. Shout out to Mr. Chang. Hopefully he wraps it up. Yeah, but for serious, we have a 65% chance of winning. When we started, it was 59%. So I got that going for me, which is nice. We bougie like Applebee on a date night. So what would the date be if you could kosher Applebee's? Well, I guess we get bourbon steak. Is that like Jack Daniel's steak at TGI Fridays? No one knows. And then we get Oreo shake, one shake, but I want fucking 10 of those things. 2 straws, 1 check. Girl, I got you. Duh. I've never had a girl pay for me for anything. Maybe say like maybe had a girl buy me a drink once at Slide Bar, but that's about it. I just let her because she was hot as fuck. Which works. Then what? To go to Wendy's afterward. Which crap. Get a frosty, chocolate, and French fries. Dip that shit in and get blown in the back seat. Maybe get blown in the front seat. Anything else? I mean, you could do the natty and stuff, but drinking and driving is not cool, so you're best to avoid that one. That song is so cute. $1968.
Something strange happened at the Olympics in Paris. We'll talk about that with Jonathan Todd when we come right back. Coast to Coast AM.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Keep it bougie, like.
Replacing your windows for a limited time. Go to AmericanVisionWindows.com and save up to $2,500.
Look at this athleticism.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. Can your gear keep up with the beat? Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your Google Home, Google Mini Nest Hub, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that uses your Google Assistant. The convenience of playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play to get your favorite AM FM stations from iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Nest Hub Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio. ConocoPhillips is laying off nearly one-fourth of its global workforce, the Houston-headquartered oil giant confirmed Wednesday it was restructuring and informed its employees that it was reducing its workforce by 20 to 25%. The company has about 13,000 employees worldwide, so over 3,000 workers could be affected. Newsmax is filing an antitrust lawsuit against Fox News. The lawsuit accuses Fox News Network and Fox Corp of illegally blocking competition in the right-wing pay TV market. House lawmakers have introduced bipartisan legislation that would ban members of Congress from trading stock. One of those working to see legislation enacted on the issue is Republican Representative Chip Roy of Texas.
It is time for the leadership of Congress on both sides of the aisle to do what the American people have been demanding, which is to end day trading by members of Congress.
He says if you want to day trade, you need Congress. It's that simple. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's move to freeze billions in federal grants to Harvard University.
Harvard claims the Trump administration pulled $2 billion in federal grants in retaliation when the university refused to meet its demands. The grants were frozen in April, hours after the university refused to end DEI programs, address anti-Semitism, or screen international students for their ideology. I'm worried.
And American workers are growing increasingly stressed about debt and finances. Michael Kastner.
According to a new survey, 47% of people with jobs felt financially secure. It's now down to 52% in January. Reports worried about the overall state of the economy.
And with that, the number of Americans filing first-time requests for unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 237,000 initial claims in a week ending August 30th. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
Hello everyone, it's Billy Corrigan here, and welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Others.
I can't pull the guy now, so I don't know how I can get the original anybody. So let's get real.
The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives, we want to understand the times from their individuated perspectives.
The most creative, magical thing I've found.
The element of bands, core changes. Now we're on the Today Show. We've got these big moments. You're definitely cracking the zeitgeist. Right, but am I going to get away with it? Join me on The Magnificent Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of these great moments.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Look your free iHeart app and listen now.
Against your skin, so and I want to sleep with you in the desert with a million stars all around. 'Cause I got a peaceful, easy feeling, and I know you won't let me down. 'Cause it won't stay.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with Jonathan John as we talk about biblical prophecy and what the future may hold. Make sure you're part of the program. Tom is here to talk about the Paranormal Podcast Network. We are so proud of this network. It's a lot of free programming. We'd like you to listen in. Just download the iHeartRadio app on your phone. If you listen to your podcasts on PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com. In the search on either of those, just put Coast to Coast AM in there, and all the shows will pop right up. It's a lot of free listening. You'll have a lot of fun. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. Stay healthy. Build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com. Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation
inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of InnuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and InnuStem?
The InnuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem and InnuStem is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, mental clarity, natural support for mental sharpness. A stem cell wellness gift at healthylooking.com.
We have a great story for someone who's helped themselves to heal by using the botanical roots carnivore. And we have a guest right now. Her name is Joni Nichols. This is quite a story.
Yes, it is. And Robert, my adventure started about 7 years ago. I was a mess. I had numerous infections. My hair was falling out all over the furniture. One of the scariest things was that my legs were swelling up out of control. It came to a head. Within 24 hours, I had gone into a coma. And Mom and Dad decided to get me carnivore complete program.
And at what point that you started this series did you notice, hey, something might be getting better?
Within 2 weeks, Robert, the first thing I noticed was that I felt better waking up. Then I noticed that my hair wasn't all over the furniture. I was excited.
Like you said that within about 6 weeks, your legs were no longer swelling.
In 2 weeks.
And she credits all of it to her carnivore protocol, the B program, where she uses carnivore extract as a training product. And I endorse that. I utilize it in my life. It's been a great success. This has been such a rapid recovery that I guess we had to do it. Joni, thanks for being with us. I want to hear from you again.
Great. Hello, people. George here. Carnivore is at it again. Just listen to that. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735 or visit carnivora.com. CARNIVORA. That's carnivora.com. Call them, please. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today. And welcome back to our story along with Jonathan Kahn. We're talking about his latest work, The Avatar, The Return of the Ancients and the Future of America. Jonathan, last year in Paris, something very strange happened at the Olympics. Tell us what it was.
Yes, just at the same time, actually very profound. And for many of
God, if it should ever turn away from God or empty itself of God, it'll become an empty house, and the house will stay empty. What was cast out of it will come back into it. And so, in other words, the spirit or gods that were cast out of our civilization will in some way come back. And the amazing thing is what we've been witnessing since for the last, half century, since I'd say the early 60s, we've been driving God out of America and the West. And what's happened is other things have come in, and we're watching this. But if you look at our culture, what's happening up until recently, it's been a repaganization, or you could call it a repossession, where you can actually identify these things, whether it's in the realm of sexuality, whether it's in the realm of life, it doesn't matter. All these things are in the direction of David. So here's the thing. So we're watching the Olympics, and the Olympics come from a pagan origin. Again, we know that. They were actually a religious festival to Zeus. And I'm not condemning it, but that's the origin. But at the opening ceremony, something that shocked the world, they have the Last Supper, and basically it's kind of you could call anything blasphemy or sacrilege with that. They made a mockery of the Last Supper. And then instead of where the elements that represent Jesus, which is the bread and the wine, they have a platter of food. They open the platter up, and instead of where something represents Jesus, they have a pagan god on the table, and the god is actually God Dionysus. And so what they were doing, in the beginning of the age, basically Jesus, drove out the gospel, drove out Dionysus and all these stuff. Well, if you turn away from God, the opposite's going to happen. What they did is they replaced Jesus on the Last Supper with a pagan god. And it's actually very profound because that is what has been happening in our culture. And it's actually a very dangerous thing, and it even links, it's going to sound wild, but it actually links up even where they don't get it. How so? Well, George, not everybody knows this, but there was a guy who did what the Olympics just did, replacing Jesus with Dionysus. His name was Nietzsche. He was a German philosopher. He lived in the 19th century. And Nietzsche, of course, he's famous for saying God is dead. And he wrote all these books saying, get rid of Jesus, get rid of Christianity, get rid of God. And he also, what people don't know, he also venerated the god Dionysus, who was the god of the Olympics. Now, Dionysus was the god of frenzies and drunkenness and possession. And he drove his followers insane. Well, what happens to Nietzsche, is he has these writings, he goes insane. And he starts signing, instead of signing his name as Nietzsche, he signed his name as Dionysus, as if he was taken over. He even spoke about being possessed. So this is what happened to Nietzsche now. Nietzsche's writings go on, even though he went crazy. His writings go on, and one of the people who picks it up is this painter from Vienna, whose name is Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler takes Nietzsche's philosophy and he applies it to Germany. And so Nietzsche becomes the philosopher of the Third Reich. And what they do is they basically got rid of Jesus Christianity and they replaced it with a pagan ideology. And the result was the Holocaust, the result was World War II, the result was death. Well, this is a warning. I mean, look at Russia. When they took out God, what happened there? It always results in death. So this is a warning to where we are right now. If we go in this direction, it doesn't end well. Russia was once a very religious country, wasn't it? Yeah, but listen, Russia, they would call it Holy Russia, or Mother Russia, Holy Russia. They believe they were really the keepers, the guardians of Christianity. But again, and it's amazing because it goes back to that ancient warning or that ancient path. If you have known these things and you empty yourself of God, you're not going to stay empty. So what comes in? It comes in the name of communism, and communism comes in as if it was secular, but it never ends up neutral. What happens? They kill millions and millions of their own people. That happened in Russia, it happened in China. Every single time that this happens, when you drive out God, drive out the gospel, what comes out, the best word for it is demonic. And that's exactly what we have witnessed. Jonathan, what is the template of the king? And how does that tie in? Well, it's amazing. It's one of the things I opened up in the avatar is that there's an ancient template in the Bible, and that it has to do with the kings and queens of Israel who were there when Israel turned away from God. And they make this. Each king is a prototype or a leader now in America. I mean, it's so precise that it foreshadows. I'm not saying it was prophesied, it's a template. The consequences in there. It foreshadows specific leaders for specific events in America. Even if dates with some of the most recent leaders, it gives the exact time they will be on the national stage. For instance, one of the things that we'll go into whatever detail you want to go into, it's an amazing template, and it actually foreshadowed and foretold 9/11 down to the exact day and down to the exact hour. I mean, it sounds wild, but this is what I'm bringing out. The avatar is actually real. Even the mystery of Osama bin Laden. I mean, virtually most of the presidents. It's amazing. Tell us a little bit more about that. Okay. Example. Okay, there was, and this is not any political. This is just about the leader. First of all, there's an ancient king in this template who basically becomes a prototype of Bill Clinton. He follows this without needing to. Nobody knows what they're doing here, but it's a king with scandals and all sorts of things. But the thing is that he follows it almost exactly his whole presidential career. But the thing is that Bill Clinton was on the national stage as governor, political stage from governor to the end of his presidency for 22 years. This ancient king in the Book of Kings was on the national stage for exactly 22 years. One who follows this king is an ancient king named Joram. Is actually going to be the template that Obama followed. And this ancient king, Obama was on the national political stage for 12 years, from the convention to the end of his presidency. So Joram on the national stage for 12 years. Hillary Clinton there's a queen in there who was in this template on the national stage with her husband for 22 years, and then was on her own in political life for a total of 14 years. So was the ancient queen. This even has the history of Donald Trump. Again, it's not political, doesn't matter what people think about it. But the thing is, there's a guy named Jehu, and Jehu is wild, unpredictable. You never know what's going to say next. This is Trump. He makes an alliance with the religious conservatives of the land. He has an agenda to drain the swamp of the capital city. What he does when he comes to power is he purges the government. He dismantles institutions. In order to come to power, he comes to contend against the nation's former first lady. Think about Hillary Clinton, and overcomes. In fact, the template even gives the time period Donald Trump will be on the national stage. So it's real mind-boggling. But I'm just giving you the overview. But every single detail, including 9/11, is there. I'm going to give you one quick thing on that, and that is that the 9/11 thing is this. When that ancient king, who's a prototype, goes into the Clinton years, there's a scandal, and he confesses it. 3 years later, a calamity comes on the nation, and it's an energy strike. Well, Bill Clinton, as we all know, there was a scandal, and he confessed it. Well, when he confessed it later on, if you take that date and you count the 3 years of the template, it lands exactly on September 11th, where a calamity comes on the nation. It actually lands on the exact hour that 9/11 begins. I mean, it is mind-boggling. And here's the thing, George, it's still coming true to this day. So this is one of the things I would like to open up in the avatar.
Jonathan, many people believe, perhaps yourself included, that we're living in end times. What do you think?
Absolutely. Well, the Bible gives exact signs of when the end times will be. I mean, the first thing I'm not sure before, but it's got to be this. Listen, if you're going to have Israel in the world, then some of you can argue. Okay, well, once you have this is exactly what it is. The Bible says that. But also, one thing is Israel. But another thing is that it says also in that day, it talks about knowledge increasing, it talks about technology, things that require technology. For instance, you read the book of Revelation, you read prophecy, it speaks of events taking place, in one part of the world, and the whole world is watching it at the same moment. That can only be true in the 21st century, 20th and 21st century. They're not that in the end times, America will not remain the power it is. So every single biblical marker is either moving, it's either fulfilled or moving in the direction of what the biblical prophecy ordains.
Wormwood is a bitter plant to eat the beast, but there's more of a mystery.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, okay. This goes with something else. One of the things you see in the prophecy is that the Bible's very clear about it. It says that in the end times, it talks about the world. It talks about destruction coming through fire. And with fire, and actually there's a scripture that says, right now we have the power to destroy the earth through nuclear weapons. And the thing is, it says in scripture, it says that Jesus said, in the end times, the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And the word for heavens there in the Greek is orania, which we get the word uranium. So literally the word uranium, the powers of this shall be shaken. It also says in the book of Peter, it says that the elements will melt, or the elements will be loosened, which is again something that goes along with nuclear destruction. But now it says in Revelation that this star that often can mean a light, John is watching this vision, he's describing it. He sees a light coming down to earth, and then it's called wormwood, and it poisons the earth, poisons the waters. Well, we did see one famous event of nuclear poisoning more than anything, and it happened in Russia. And of course, it's called Chernobyl, as we all know. This meltdown happened, and it poisons everything. It was the closest we came to a large-scale nuclear poison. Well, it's Chernobyl, but Chernobyl means wormwood. The very name given in Revelation of that which poisoned. So, therefore, again, a sign that even Chernobyl in Russian is wormwood, which speaks of this. And actually, you know what, George, if you go to Chernobyl, you'll see a statue there, which is of the seventh angel from Revelation sounding the trumpet and uttering in wormwood.
What is the mystery of the age of end times? What is the hour that you talk about, the prophetic hour?
Well, a few things. First of all, one of the things is, I don't know, George, if you've been aware of it, but recently on the internet, there's been a big buzz going on that they believe the rapture is going to come, in September. And I don't believe that to be the case. But there's a mystery to this that actually links up with that they give us some ideas of time. One of the things is that in the holy days of the Hebrew year actually foreshadow the way the end comes. If you look at the autumn of the holy years of Israel, of the Jewish holidays, it starts with trumpets. And when you read all these things that are going on in end time prophecy, the sign is trumpets, the rapture, the coming of trumpets. So could the return, could the end times, could the final events fall on these Hebrew holy days like the Feast of Trumpets? It could. After that, you have Yom Kippur, which is the day of the Lord, where you stand face to face with God. That aligns with what the Bible calls the day of the Lord, or the coming, or the second coming. Then you have the last week called Tabernacles, which is foreshadowing the kingdom of God. So all these things, the amazing thing is that in the first coming of Jesus, every major thing happened on the Hebrew holy day from the spring. Well, now the ones that are not fulfilled are all for the autumn. So it is actually possible that these things may actually take place on the appointed holy days of God.
Jonathan, does any of this scare you?
No, if I was the way I was before, if I was an atheist, I'd be scared. If I didn't know God, if I didn't come to God, if it was on the point that wanted to come into my life, then I'd be scared. But I'm not, because, listen, the author of the play, you don't fear the end of the play. And the other thing is,
The social political destiny of Provence Jewry may be plotted in broad downward strokes, which means during the period we're talking about now, from about the year 1000 to about the year 1400, actually a little bit earlier than that, you see a few major steps downward in the political social status of the Jews of Provence. This will culminate in the expulsion in the 14th century of many Jews from France, but we'll get to that later. But at the same time that you have this social
Nobody knows what that shit means.
political decline, you also have a remarkable level of grassroots connectivity between the Jews of Provence and the Christians of the region.
Why don't you say why we start on page 2? Why do we start on page 2? Why not?
He wrote a great book on repentance and teshuvah, which he describes as the result of a fascinating conversation he had with a Christian.
Oh yeah, shout out to Pinchas Moshe. Moshe, this motherfucker named after a drink. Dog, everybody's fucking happy that they gave them fucking this shit.
And 11 videos where we are going to explore Jewish history context of every single in the entire Babylonian. It's going to be so exciting. And the plan is to provide 2 to 5 minute brief videos that will look at all elements of history that will enhance your learning of the dot. We're going to look at biographies of important figures, sometimes not so important figures, and incidental figures in the Talmud. We're going to look at culture. We're going to look at geography. We're going to look at archaeology. I'm especially interested in seeing the technology of the Talmud, and well, it's going to be so much fun. Today, since it is the very first of the videos of this entire series, let's look at the evolution of the communication of Talmudic information from its earliest period to the present day. The first stage, which lasted for hundreds of years, it was entirely oral. And you can see from time to time in the Talmud, including in this tractate as well, there are little passages that are inserted to help people memorize the actual text of the Talmud. And this is appropriate for something which is called, of course, the Torah Shabbat, the Torah that is oral. Then, sometime in late antiquity, it begins to move into a handwritten page. It begins to move into a scroll document where the text, when it is firmed up, like the Mishnah a couple hundred years before, it began to be codified into a written form. It was written on a scroll, which had a few advantages and a few disadvantages. The advantage, very important advantages, it's less taxing on the memory. But on the other hand, the disadvantages are it's very expensive, it's a very time-consuming thing to copy out a manuscript by hand. It's hard to search for a given page. We're so used to searching things on our phones, and even in books, it's much easier to look up in an index and find the exact page. On a scroll, it's a very difficult thing to do. Probably around the 3rd century or so, it begins to move into a form called the codex. The codex is actually more like what we would call a book. That is large square pieces of parchment are written, and then they are bound together on one side in a book form. So it's basically like a handwritten book. The advantages are it's a fairly sturdy thing. You can find it between hardcovers and things like that. A little bit easier to store, maybe. It's cheaper because, unlike a scroll, you can write on both sides of the parchment. The earliest full copy of the Talmud, incidentally, is a codex, the famous Munich codex from the 14th century. Here's a picture of what it looks like. You can see it's basically like a page, but handwritten and much easier to deal with. The Aleppo Codex, which is actually not the Talmud, it's the Bible. It's perhaps the most famous codex of the Jewish tradition. In the 15th century, the late 15th century, we began to experiment with printing. The Jews were early adopters of printing. We love this idea. There are actually some evidence of Jews engagements in the southern region of France, even before Gutenberg, but definitely by the
the end of the 15th century, we were printing like crazy. The Bomber edition, which appeared in Venice beginning in the early 16th century, is perhaps the classic of this era. Here's a photograph of it. You can see that it's really quite a beautiful edition, and it's much more standardized because they included, for example, page numbers, which were generally not included in codices and even in the first printed versions produced by the Sansino family. Now, the advantages of printing are huge. First of all, the cost drops precipitously. Suddenly, the availability of Talmudic books becomes much more significant, and all kinds of people are able to own them. Now, they're still fairly expensive luxury items for many, but the idea of owning an entire shop becomes much more feasible, definitely within the reach of a wealthy community, for example, to have an entire shop in their synagogue, whereas prior to this, it was really not that common. People had to travel far and wide to consult individual manuscripts of the Talmud. So the printing era was extremely important. Now, the final stage, or I should say final, the current stage, is the digital era. All of a sudden, with recorded shiurim, suddenly people can appreciate the Talmud in an oral sense as well. Suddenly, orality becomes a factor again outside of the traditional rabbi classroom kind of environment. All of a sudden, it explodes, and now we have so many possibilities of learning Talmud in many different kinds of arenas, including the All-Time app, which is what we're working on right now, that promises to expand the scope of Talmud learning to allow it to reach much deeper into the Jewish community in many different venues, and hopefully to enhance the study of Talmud overall. So that's the period where we go from orality, ironically, once again, to orality today. I hope this illuminated your stuff, and I wish you had fun in your learning.
Oh my gosh, we're in Arabic. And I said, okay, look, we can get through some translators. And what ended up happening is two rival families of translators came. The famous Ibn Tibbon family and the Kimchi family. They came to the region of Provence, and they began immediately plowing through major translations of the phenomenal reservoir of wisdom.
This video was dedicated by the Huber-Belt family in memory of Pinchas Moshe Avram Huber-Belt, Allah Shalom.
Rabbi Shulam, who just totally loved all of this
Hello
stuff.
and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Knowing. Today's daf has a discussion of the watches of the night, which obviously refers to the guard periods, the time in which guards would protect the city. And do you divide it into 3 periods of 4 hours each, or do you divide it into 4 periods of 3 hours each? Now, the specifics of that debate, you'll have to engage in the Talmud itself, but to put it in historical context, it's ironic that what the rabbis are referring to is actually something that they would have experienced, because the Greek system of watching these cities was 3 per night, and the Roman version was 4 per night. So they were actually alluding, in some sense, to something which the Jews had as an historical experience within the context of Israel. This gives me an excuse to speak about the 3 basic non-Jewish cultures that were especially active at the time when the Talmud was composed. The first was the Greek culture, which was associated with Israel after the period of Alexander the Great. Alexander engaged in a major world conquest that created one of the world's first major empires. It extended from the Greek region all the way throughout the eastern Mediterranean, covering Asia Minor all the way down to Egypt, and of course Israel's in the middle there, and then extending much further east all the way through Central Asia to northern India, Afghanistan, and so on. And what was fascinating about this particular period is that as his armies moved eastward, they brought with them much of Greek culture. This type of culture was called Hellenism, especially when it mixed with some of the elements of Jewish culture, which we'll discuss, God willing, in later videos. Nevertheless, this is the culture that pertained in Israel from about the last quarter of the 4th century before the Common Era, right up until the Romans came into Israel. When the Romans came to Israel, they actually inherited a lot of Greek culture as well, but they put upon it their own stamp. Let's have a look at the Roman extent of civilization. You can see that Rome is also very major empire, taking over much of what the Greeks conquered and extending much further west, all the way throughout the western Mediterranean basin and up into England, where they dominated much of Europe. The Romans were quite distinct from the Greeks in many ways, but we're not going to touch on that today. The third major culture, which I also don't want to go into today because it's not relevant to this particular class, is of course Persian culture. Much of the Talmud was written not in Israel, but in the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. We're going to return to that in later videos. But for now, I hope this illuminated your doubt, and I wish you had fun in your life.
He argues vociferously with the Rambam and takes him to task with often very sharp language that you wouldn't see, let's say, outside of a typical 21st century Jewish marriage. Sorry, I said that. But, he's like so sharp with the Rambam and so critical that when he is silent, people assume that he must be in agreement with him because he never lets anything go.
This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom.
On the same page as the Rambam's original thought.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Documentary. Today's dot has a reference to Rabbi, who was an incredibly important figure in the Talmud, and in particular he's associated with the Chasimas HaTalmud, the closing of the Talmud. Let's have a quick look at that idea and at his life in general. So we know that he died in the year 427 of the Common Era. He was one of the Amoraim of the 6th generation, meaning he was one of the latest of the Babylonian teachers that achieved greatness. He lived in Masia Machasia, which is here, as you can see on this map. His teachers included Rav Papi and Rav Kahana from Nahar. His contemporaries included Maimar, Mar Zutra, and of course Rabina, who was also one of the people associated with the Chasimas HaTalmud. He lived in a period of Jewish growth in Babylonia under the unusually tolerant policies of King Yair, who reigned from 399 to 421. King Yair was known for his tolerant policies to Jews, but as you can see from this plate, for example, not so tolerant to Deir. But nevertheless, it was a period of great creativity and the flourishing of Jewish culture in Babylonia. And in many ways, Ravashi represented a very unique figure during the period which, for example, like in pre-expulsion Spain, when there were huge possibilities for Jews to excel not only in their traditional Jewish learning, but also in secular power. And that's the kind of person Ravashi was, with very strong connections with the royalty and so on. His name is mentioned over 1,000 times in Shas. Turn to the issue of the Chasimas Talmud. Both Rashi and Rambam associate this specifically with Ravashi. Based on a passage in Bava where Shmuel says that Ravashi and Ravina are the end of Torah. And this is understood by both Rashi and Rambam as meaning that's the end of the Talmud as we know it. Now, Shri Regaon, however, wrote a very important letter that describes the history of the Talmud. In the 10th century, he doesn't agree with Rashi and Rambam. It's a very troubling statement because he says that the term Hora does not refer to the close of the Talmud, it refers to something much more general. And although Rashi and Rambam are towering figures without compare, nevertheless, Shri Regaon's reading is supported by many passages of the Talmud that indicates that Ravashi could not have been the last, so to speak, speaker in the Talmud. For example, in Yudalef of Maseches Shabbos, there's a discussion in which Ravashi refers to a particular city that was never destroyed, and the Talmud goes on to say, but wait, it was destroyed. So then they offer a resolution that is logical over there, but nevertheless it seems that the discussion continues after the statement of Ravashi, which implies that he is not the last speaker in the Talmud. The specific question of when was the Talmud closed rages, particularly in academic circles. It need not affect us here. Let us just recall that Ravashi was one of the most important figures towards the latter period of the Talmud. I hope this illuminated your dots, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
AmericanFinancing.net/coast-to-coast for details about credit costs and terms.
Real people, real stories.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Documentary.
Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi, who is certainly one of the most important figures in the entire Talmud. In fact, although I've never checked this out for sure, there is a well-known saying that there are no 4 consecutive pages in the entire Talmud that does not include the name Rava. That's primarily because he and his chavrusa, Abaye, are constantly discussing all kinds of thousands of issues in the Talmud. In fact, the Talmud calls itself at one point the discussions of Rava and Abaye, just to give you some sense of his import in the overall Talmud. Now, his full name is Rav Abba ben Yosef ben Chama, and it was abbreviated to Rava. He died in the year 352 of the Common Era, and he was a resident of the city of Mechoza. His teachers included Rav Nachman and Rav Chisda at Sura. Later, he married Rav Chisda's daughter. And he also studied under Rav Yosef of Pumbedita. These 2 towns in particular are very, very important. We will return to them, God willing. You can have a look at this map where you see that Sura and Pumbedita are located in the Mesopotamia region between the rivers Tigris and the rivers Euphrates in Babylonia. His discussions with Abaye range all over the Talmud, and one of the most fascinating aspects is that Rava wins all of the arguments except for 6. There are 6 specific arguments that Abaye wins. Otherwise, Rava is all over him. Those 6 arguments, as you see in Bava Metzia, are so famous that they have their own acronym, Ya'al Kagam. 6 arguments that Abaye wins. Otherwise, you know that Rava is always the winner. Nevertheless, for reasons which will be discussed later in the Talmud, when Rav Yosef died in the year 323, Abaye was chosen over Rava to be the head of the yeshiva in Pumbedita. Rava then went to Mechoza and established a yeshiva there, and he gathered many, many students around him. And he became very important, especially after Abaye passed away in the year 338. We know that his occupation led him to become very wealthy. He was a large landholder towards the end of his life. He was very politically active. He had a lot of associations with the Sasanian king Shapur, known as Shapur Malka, that is Shapur Malka II, and his mother, Queen Ifra Hormizd, and we'll speak about them, God willing, in other videos. He had an incredibly huge impact on the entire Talmud. We will see Rava over and over again, but for now, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to a kala, and the term kala normally means bride, but in this context it means gathering. It's an abbreviation or a shortened form of the term yarche kala, which means the months of the kala, which refers to the twice yearly gatherings that would occur in Babylonia, and where scholars and lay people would get together to discuss Talmudic topics. Specifically, those were the months of Adar, which is in the spring, and Elul, which is in the fall. Now, it's worth noting that both of these periods are prior to major elements of the holiday season. Adar, of course, is immediately prior to the holiday of Passover, and Elul is immediately prior to the high holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and Sukkot. So it's quite possible that among the many topics discussed at the Kala would be preparation for those holidays, the extensive discussion of how to keep kosher on Passover and the laws of repentance that would be associated with Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and so on. But what does the term kala actually mean? So there's a lot of dispute over this. It could be that the term kala refers to bride, and much of the discussion might have had to do with the complex laws of marriage and divorce and so on, possibly. There's also a possibility that it comes from the word klau, meaning gathering or grouping, right? And it's also even inferred that perhaps it comes from the word kalila, which means like a garland, like a necklace, in the sense that the rabbis, when they would get together, they tend to sit in a big circle, in like rows of circles. Be that as it may, the term Yarche Kala definitely refers to the gathering at least twice a year of the rabbis and lay people to learn Torah. It's a sign of solidarity with the intellectual and spiritual tradition of Judaism, and it is something that continues in the modern day. Many organizations organize the Yarchei Kala, not necessarily at those times of the year, but the getting together on an annual or semi-annual basis is very widely held. For example, NCSY, you can see here, runs a Yarchei Kala, and Beis Medrash Geboha in Lakewood runs a Yarchei Kala, the Agudas Yisrael runs a Yarchei Kala. It's a very common theme that persists to the present day. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you Hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi Dostai, who was a Tana who lived in 2nd century Israel. His first name was Rabbi Dostai ben Yana. Now the name Dostai is a little unusual. It seems to be Greek in origin, from the term dositeos, meaning gift of God, kind of like Matanya or Matisyahu. And it's possible that he had a Hebrew name as well, but he went by his Greek name. This is not entirely unheard of. There are many figures in the Talmud that have Greek names, Rav Alexandri, Antignos Ish Soho, and so on. And it's something that continues to the present day. For example, my own name is Hillel. That's what my friends call me. But Henry is my non-Jewish, my secular name, and I tend to go by both of them. So like Rav Dostai, people may have used more than one name depending on the context, and one name may have stuck more than another. But that's a little bit of speculation. At any rate, Rabbi Dostai was known in particular for his acerbic sense of humor and his profound sense of the absurd. We see this in particular in a passage in Gittin Daf Yudalet when he describes some humorous encounters with Babylonian people. But as with all the sages, humor is just one element of his personality, and he's known much more profoundly for his deep and abiding moral sensibility. For example, one of my favorite passages in Baba Basra, he says, Daf Yud, giving a coin to a beggar makes a person worthy to receive the Shekhinah, to receive the very presence of God. Fascinating. Okay, that's a quick word on Rabbi Dostai, 2nd century Tana in Israel. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you Hatzlacha in your learning.
Maybe your opinion, but I'm curious about that, and I have a quick second question if we have time.
Well, yes, you're right about the Bible being the original language of Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. Now, so this video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to Aramaean people, so let's talk for a second about the Aramaic language. What exactly is it? So it's an ancient Semitic language, which was the lingua franca of the Middle East for centuries, and even spoken today by several groups in the region. Lingua franca, of course, means like the common language, the vernacular that would be used in everyday speech and was used widely throughout many different cultures. There are several different dialects of Aramaic, depending on the region from which it derives, and also 5 distinct historical groups identified by scholars. They are, first, ancient Aramaic, which we have in inscriptions that go all the way back to 700 before the Common Era. Then we have official Aramaic, which goes from about the year 700 before the Common Era to about the year 300 before the Common Era. And we see that, for example, in Tanakh, in the books of Ezra and the book of Daniel. These are the books that have some remnants of official Aramaic. Then we have Middle Aramaic, which we see in the Targumim, especially Onkelos, and also in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the 4th period, we have what's called Late Aramaic, and that's primarily the Aramaic of the Babylonian Talmud. Finally, Modern Aramaic, or Neo-Aramaic, which is the Aramaic spoken today
for example, by Kurds and other peoples in the Middle East. There are some fascinating relationships to Hebrew. Of course, it is largely written in the Hebrew alphabet. And some of the words have consonantal shifts. Like, for example, the word zahav in Hebrew, gold, is dahav in Aramaic. So Zion can often switch with Dalet. The definite article, if you had, let's say, ha-zahav, the gold in Hebrew, you would have zahava with the aleph at the end of an Aramaic word, replacing the hey at the beginning of a Hebrew word to represent the word the definite article. Now, late Aramaic was used throughout the Talmud all the way up until the 11th century, when we have the very first dictionary of the Talmud written by Rabbi Nathan of Rome. That's a dictionary known as the Aruch. Okay, so that's a very quick overview of the Aramaic language. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
So they think, okay, maybe the assassination attempt. And there is, by the way, a mystery behind that assassination.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to bringing myrtle to the king. Rabbi Zera was required to bring myrtle to the king. Now, what is that all about? We know that myrtle, hadassim, are associated with celebration in the Jewish tradition. For example, the holiday of Sukkot is one of the Arba Minim and so on. It was also used at weddings as a kind of like a decorative and festive element. But what is all this business of like bringing it to the king and things like that? So it's interesting because myrtle is associated with garlands in many ancient cultures. Garlands meaning tiaras that are worn above the head as a sign of victory or a sign of achievement. They're called in English laurels, and you often see them on figures of great authority, especially after having achieved military victories or other such victories. Here, have a look at these examples. This is a modern representation of Julius Caesar, and he has myrtle around his head. Actually, these are bay leaves. Bay leaves were often used as well as myrtle. Here's another one of Napoleon, also a modern representation, and it evolves into like the wedding tiara and things like that as well. We speak about, for example, in English we say a Nobel laureate or a poet laureate. That refers to someone who has won the Nobel Prize, laureate, or someone who is like the chief poet of the country, the poet laureate, and so on. We also have the expression to rest on one's laurels, which means to like just chill and say, oh, I've achieved all these things in the past. I don't have to try any harder. I don't have to do any more. And it's to be a kind of like intellectually and spiritually lazy. This is definitely a bad thing, because if you rest on your laurels, it's like sitting on your hadassim. You're just going to ruin them, right? But nevertheless, that seems to be what's going on here with Rabbi Zera, is that bringing these laurels to the king is a way of kind of like showing obeisance and showing or recognizing victories of the king and so on, things like that. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Uriah, one of the most remarkable women in the Talmud. She is an incredibly learned individual who lived in 2nd century Israel. She was raised in a scholarly home. Her father was none other than Rabbi Hananya ben Teradya, and of course she married the great Rabbi Meir, continued in this vein. Unlike most of the women mentioned in the Talmud, Uriah is an actor, an agent in Talmudic discourse, and her opinion is mentioned very favorably in contrast to many of her male interlocutors. In many occasions, like our daf, for example, she even corrects them like she does with her husband, Rabbi Meir. Now, she's known for her acerbic sense of humor. One of my favorite passages associated with Bruria is in Erevin, Daf Nun Gimel, when Rabbi Yossi HaGlili approaches her and asks her some directions to get to the city of Lod. And he says it kind of in a little bit more verbose manner than he could have. And so she says to him, "You Galilean fool, don't you know what the Mishnah says, that you should not talk over much with women? Simply say, which way to Lod?" Right? And it's fascinating, kind of like subversive comeback that she has for Rabbi Yossi HaGlili. Now, she herself endured tremendous personal tragedy, and her own experience in life is one of great sadness. Her father was killed in Hadrianic persecutions in a very terrible way. Her sister was sold into Roman slavery, and 2 of her own children died in some very moving passages that we will see as we go through Shas. Rashi in Avodah Zarah, the Yod Ches Amud Beis, offers a version of what happened at the end of her life. That's a very problematic passage, but it's not for today's discussion. But for now, that's a very short overview of the life and works of Bruria. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rav Yehuda, an extremely important Amora who is mentioned many, many times in Shas. He was the founder of the yeshiva of Pumbedita in the 3rd century, and he died around the year 299. His father was Rabbi Cheskel, and his brother was Rami bar Yecheskel. The 2 of them are often cited together. The Gemara says in Kedushin, Daf Ayin Beis, that on the day that Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi died, Rav Yehuda was born, which connected the 2 Yehudas in a very significant way, because Rav Yehuda Hanasi, of course, was such a towering figure in the Mishnah. Our Rav Yehuda is a towering figure in the Talmud. He studied widely under Rav and Sura, under Rav Asi and Chuzal, and especially under Shmuel in Nahar Da. He was particularly close with Shmuel. Shmuel called him Shinana, which there's a difference of opinion as to what that actually means. Some say it means sharp one, i.e. clever one, in the sense of Vishinantam, right? You shall teach them, and they're learning, and so on. Others say it might refer to his shane, to his tooth or his teeth, that perhaps he had very long teeth, had like a buck-tooth kind of look. This is a debate that is ongoing. Rabbi Yehuda is one of the most important Amoraim of the 3rd century. He died in the year 299, and he is associated in particular with the flourishing of the yeshiva of Pumbedita. In the year 259, he moved from Nahar Da to Pumbedita, and when he became the head of the yeshiva there, he attracted many, many students, including many from Nahar Da, who migrated to continue studying with him. Sura, under Rav's influence, was at the time the leading yeshiva of the era, but when his successor Rav Huna passed away, Pumbedita under Rav Yehuda eventually eclipsed even the great yeshiva of Sura. Rav Yehuda frequently contrasted his views with Rav Huna, who was at Sura at the time, in particular in Nizikin, and that was primarily the main subject of study in Pumbedita. Like his father, Rav Yehuda was also associated with many miracles, and the Talmud says that this was because of his tremendous self-sacrifice on behalf of the mitzvot. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at the life of the incredible Rav Yehuda. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
No rush, but when the time comes, we're going to come back and take final calls from Jonathan and Don in just a moment. Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has the suggestion from Sumchus that we should extend the word echad in the Shema, and specifically, the Magen Avraham says that we should extend the final letter, a dalet, rather than the medial letter ches. So, just trying to figure this out. What does that sound like? How do you extend a consonant like Dalet with the D sound? How do you possibly make it longer than it actually is? So I don't want to step into the halachic realm of how one should pronounce Shema. That's something you should definitely take up with your local Orthodox rabbi. But let us try to understand Sumchus's statement within the context of the history of Hebrew pronunciation. We are, of course, aware that there are varieties of Hebrew pronunciation. There's Sephardi pronunciation, Ashkenazi pronunciation, Taimani, and so on. And this is inevitably a result of the diaspora, that Jews lived in different places and different pronunciations evolved, and they developed the Masorah that goes back quite a long way to justify their specific pronunciations. This is something that we see even in the Talmud. Later on, we'll see that there's some discussions of the Jews of the north who might not pronounce their ayin the same way the Jews of the south do, and so on. So even while living in Israel, Jews were developing various pronunciations. It's also exacerbated by the fact that Hebrew begins to fade as a vernacular language, even in the ancient period, as it's replaced by Aramaic in everyday use. It's retained as a scholarly language, a language of learning, a language of the liturgy, but the pronunciations themselves are lost, especially when you consider the vicissitudes of hundreds of years of wandering in often hostile environments. So let us return to the Dalet. Now, we would think that the Dalet is pronounced like what linguists call a plosive letter, like Beit, Gimel, Kuf, Tet, things like that. It's a plosive letter. It explodes out of your mouth as well. But it's also possible that it can be pronounced as a fricative. Now, I'm not a linguist. I'm a historian, so this is a little bit outside of my area. It's a lot outside my area, but apparently when it's in the medial and the final position, it can be pronounced in a slightly different way. Now, again, don't try this at home without speaking to your local Orthodox rabbi, but it's possible that the Dalet can be pronounced as a voiced dental fricative, such that it doesn't sound like a d, but as a th, as in the word that, or other. Now, under those circumstances, if it's a voiced dental fricative, then rather than a plosive, it's possible to imagine that you could pronounce the Dalet by extending not the chet, but the Dalet, exactly like the Magen Avraham says you're supposed to do, and it could make sense. Okay, this is just a little bit of theory, but the history part is the varying pronunciations of the Jewish people of the Hebrew language. Before I get into more trouble, I'm going to sign off, and I'm going to hope that this offered some illumination to your daf, and that it gives you some hatzlacha in your learning.
So the way that we do it is we have built a self-collection wand that we ship at the home, and then we ground it with a telehealth solution. So basically, a woman can speak with a doctor, and prescribes the kit, and comes at home, she screens comfortably and privately at home, sends it to the lab, the lab runs the exact.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yom. So yesterday we talked about Rabbi Yehuda and his association specifically with Pumbedisa, but earlier in Rabbi Yehuda's life, the most important place where he learned was, of course, Nahar Da under Shmuel, and so that's an extremely important place. Let's look at Nahar Da, which is referenced in today's Daf. So it's a major yeshiva, obviously, an important settlement. The name Nahar Da appears to be Semitic in nature, a contraction of the words Nahar, which means river, and Dea, meaning knowledge. Nahar Da means the river of knowledge. This could be a kind of clever allusion to the fact that it is located, according to the text that we have, on a type of canal that would connect the Euphrates River over to the Tigris. There are several such canals that were constructed over the centuries, and it's hard to define exactly which one we're talking about that exists today. It's sometimes called the Nahar Malka, the King's Canal, but there's some dispute as to where exactly that is. I spent a certain amount of time poking around trying to figure this out, looking at satellite images. I'll show you some in a second. At any rate, that river of the king, or the canal of the king, is identified with the Saklawiya Canal. The only problem with that particular location is that it seems to be upriver from Al-Fallujah, which is identified as the site of Pumbedisa, whereas other sources place Nahardar, for reasons for which I'm not quite sure, downriver of Fallujah. So I'm not precisely sure where Nahardar is, and I'm not sure anyways right now, but we'll keep studying and hopefully it'll come clear to us. Anyways, here's a quick look at a map. You can see that Al-Fallujah is the site of ancient Pumbedisa, and you can see that it is somewhat to the northwest of Baghdad. And if you look at this satellite image here, you can see the major blue line is the Euphrates, and then there are tiny little blue lines which sometimes run much straighter because they're man-made, that are canals that allow for irrigation throughout the region. Its association with Jews is very, very old. As very ancient Jewish roots, there is a shul there that, according to Jewish tradition, was actually established in the times of the exile from the temple. So very, very old settlement there. It was destroyed in the year 259. This is part of the reason why we're not sure exactly where it is now. It was destroyed by someone named Patap ben Nezer, who was identified by many 19th century scholars as Ordinat Septimus, who was a vassal king of the Romans that destroyed Nahardar in the war in the middle of the 3rd century. This destruction in 259 prompted the flight of many of the citizens of the town to Pumbedisa, and in Pumbedisa, in Al-Fallujah, in our modern-day maps, is where Rabbi Yehuda's yeshiva flourished, and in many ways, because of the connection with Nahardar, not only in the person of that Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yehuda, but also in the person of so many Talmudim who came there, Pumbedisa is really considered in many ways an extension of Nahardar. They apparently had some sections in the yeshiva that were reserved for students from Nahardar, and it represents an intellectual continuity of Nahardar. Okay, I hope that illuminated your dam, and I wish you hatzlacha in your life.
Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that and you're in. And the other way is to go to the Coast store and pick up the Coast to Coast AM app, which, by the way, has been updated today, so make sure you download that. Put the app on your phone, sign up that way as well. And if you're in Canada,
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. In today's daf, there's a reference to an ossuary, which is actually a very common form of burial that we find in the ancient period. A prompt burial is a very highly valued thing in Jewish tradition, but in Talmudic times, it was not at all uncommon to practice actually a two-stage burial. First burial, which would be something more like what we are accustomed to in the modern period, but then later, possibly on the year's anniversary, the first yahrzeit, the family would go back and collect the bones from stone or marble or clay sarcophaguses, or sarcophagi more properly, and they would take those bones and bring them to a family crypt where they will be stored together with the bones of many other members of the ancestry of that particular clan. It's very convenient for group visits, and it has a certain, level of appeal to the family to be buried together with one's ancestors, and you can reserve spaces in advance and all kinds of things like that. We actually have several examples of Jewish catacombs that house these ossuaries. For example, Beit Shan has the most amazing one. Here's a picture that gives you a sense of what it must be like walking through the catacombs in Beit Shan. And in Italy, there's some amazing versions that have been discovered, diaspora versions that go all the way back to the ancient period, that are quite unusual in that they're highly decorated by all kinds of fantastical symbols and zodiacs and artwork and so on. So that's basically it for a discussion of ossuaries. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
they're after your personal information, and with the rise of AI, they can create believable scams that might trick you into sharing info with the wrong people or organizations. Be sure to update your passwords often, use multi-factor authentication, and never, ever give up.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to a unit of measure called a mil. It is a linear measurement of distance, and it is converted into basically time. Like how long would it take to walk a mil is a unit of time as well as of distance. The word is most likely derived from a Roman measurement, which means 1,000, and in fact the word mil in many modern languages also means 1,000. In French, for example, a mil is 1,000. I'm not exactly sure how that becomes millionaire in English, but definitely mil in many languages is 1,000. How long is a meal? So in terms of length, it was understood by the Romans as 1,000 steps, which would be roughly equivalent to about 1,500 yards. For reasons which are not clear to me, the Chachamim said that a meal is basically 2,000 amma, which was somewhat shorter than 1,500 yards. In contemporary math, to calculate a meal, you would have to be based on exactly what you determine to be an amma, which is roughly understood as the distance from one's elbow to the tip of this finger, which is also called an amma, incidentally. Modern poskim hold that a meal would therefore be somewhere just under or just over a kilometer, which is about 0.6 of a mile, or maybe at most 3/4 of a mile for a meal. Anyways, that's where this word meal comes from. It means 1,000. The Romans understood this as 1,000 steps. We measure it a little bit differently through the Chachamim, but it's basically in the range of just under or just over a kilometer. Okay? I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Welcome back, Jonathan. Not London, your story. You're Jonathan. The Bible.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rav Safra, who was a Babylonian Amora of the 4th century. He was a frequent traveler to Israel, a student of Abba and a colleague of Rabbi Hanina Bar Papa. His brother was Rav Dimi, who was also a very frequent traveler. Now, one of the interesting things about Rav Safra is that, even though he's very prominent in the Babylonian Talmud, he did not always get the attention you would expect in the Jerusalem Talmud. At one point, he even had his tax-exempt status, something that would be reserved for scholars, challenged at one point. So perhaps he was not as highly regarded, for reasons we don't know, in Israel as he was in Babylon. Besides his learning, his erudition, he was also regarded, however, as an exceptionally pious businessman. There's a beautiful story about Rav Safra in Gemara Makos, Daf Dalet, in which someone wanted to buy an animal from him, and he had mentioned a particular price, but Rav Safra, at the time he heard the price, was unable to respond because he was in the middle of davening, and so therefore, in the back of his mind, he said, "Okay, after I'm finished, I will accept that price." But the person kept thinking that Rav Safra's silence was, or lack of response rather, was an indication that he wasn't accepting the offer. He wasn't satisfied with the offer, and so he kept offering a higher and a higher price. Finally, when Rav Safra finished, he said, "Okay, I'll sell you the animal, and I'll accept the lowest price that you offered." The guy was amazed. He said, "Well, why would you do that? I was prepared to offer you a lot more money." He said, "Yes, but I already accepted my heart to give it to you at the lower price." And that was just an example of his tremendous piety and his phenomenal business acumen. It's also not at all ironic that the name Safra is associated with a very large and successful family of Syrian bankers who are also known for their phenomenal philanthropy for Jewish causes. And you see the name Safra on all kinds of buildings and institutions all over the world. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
But just reading it themselves, I don't think so. That makes it even more amazing because they're not trying to put it together, but it still goes together. Back to the call. John and Wisconsin. Hi, John. Go ahead. Hello, Rabbi Jonathan.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about something that is missing in the Talmud, specifically 3 missing words. So if you're learning with the traditional Vilna Shas, something like this one here with the traditional Surah Sadaf, you'll notice that on Yud Zayin Amud Beis 17b, about 2, 4, 6 lines down from the bottom, there's discussion of several characters in Jewish history, and then it just ends with Tavshilo Rabbi, and that's it. It ends with a colon like that. But if you look in a more modern printing, like the Steinsaltz edition, you'll see that it adds 3 words. It says, Shemakdiach Tavshilo Rabbi Kegon Yesho Hanotzri. What is going on here? So you can also, by the way, do this directly in the Aldaf app. You can see the differences here. In the Aldaf app, you can actually see this yourself. Here, let me just take my other hand and enlarge this. You can see that, in fact, it ends here in the word Rabbi. Is that big enough for you? Maybe. And then there's the 2 dots, the colon. But if you click on Safaria, you can see here that in the Daf base, here we go, it adds 3 words, Gon, Yesho, Hanotzri. And those are the words that are missing from the traditional Vilna Shas. So obviously those 3 words are highly sensitive, and they're most likely a sign of self-censorship. Because when the Talmud became known to the Christian world as a whole, in the 13th century in particular, when an apostate named Nicholas Donin complained to Pope Innocent III that, the reason why the Jews aren't converting to Christianity, the main reason is because they have this book called the Talmud. If you were to take control of the Talmud, then you would be able to, affect the spiritual trajectory of Jewish life, which is in fact true. Now, this ironically named Pope Innocent III ended up burning 24 wagon loads of Talmuds in Paris, which was a huge tragedy of incredible proportions. But after that time, the church became much more interested in what is actually in the content of the Talmud. We will return to the subject, I hope, as we go through Shas. And there were several Talmuds that were printed with tremendous excisions throughout as a result of very invasive church censorship. Also related, perhaps even more significant, however, is Jewish self-censorship. Once printers realized that with censorship they could not publish certain documents, this is after the 16th century in particular, the beginning of the 16th century, Jewish printers began to censor their own works in order to make sure it would pass the censor, and they would rely on the oral tradition of the rabbi and student relationship to give over whatever is missing information or whatever is somehow elided in the text. So that's what's going on here. There's a reference here, an uncomplimentary reference to the founder of Christianity, and most likely the publishers decided not to include it in order to get past these censors. Now you might wonder, so how do we know it existed? Well, because we have many manuscripts that escaped the censor's attention. Manuscripts, for example, that were put together in Muslim countries, which did not have such egregious interference in the Talmudic text, and a lot of other manuscript research like that can generate these missing passages. So in the Aldaf app, you have both the traditional text and you have some of the more modern readings that are a result of more critical scholarship. I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Thursday night, Trump is standing in front of the entire world with that patch on his ear. And that's when he received the nomination he's investigating.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to the sons of Rabbi Chia, and these refer to the twin sons of this late Tana, an early Amora who lived at the transition period of the late 20th century, Rabbi Chia and his wife Yehudis. They were Babylonians who moved to Israel. The 2 sons were, of course, Yehuda and Chizkiah. Now, Chizkiah Bar Chia is mentioned somewhat more frequently, but both of them were considered incredibly brilliant scholars. And the phrase Tana Devei Chizkiah, which means taught in the house of Chizkiah, refers to his activity in collecting braisos. So that's a very quick family note on who are the sons of Rabbi Chia. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
like the idea of getting nuked. It could be simply a person with a backpack with some sort of nuclear device, like what might have happened in Lebanon a couple of years ago. And also,
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom.
the neighborhood bar or individuals.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to Todos, that is Todos Ish Romi, Todos, the man of Rome. He probably went by the name Theodosius, and he was the leader of the Jewish community of Rome in the first century, towards the end of the first century. The Roman settlement of Jews goes back even before the Common Era, but especially after the destruction of the temple, when there was a huge influx of slaves that were brought into the city, many of whom were eventually manumitted and achieved citizenship. This was one of the strongest diaspora communities outside of, let's say, Babylonia in the entire Mediterranean basin. It's noteworthy to see that they had such a significant population there that someone as prominent as Todos Ish Romi was in charge. And there's some interesting disputes that are recorded in the Talmud between the Jewish community in Rome under Todos and the rabbis in Israel. For example, in Pesachim, Daf Nun Gimel, there's an interesting discussion over how the Passover sacrifice may be prepared. It's also noteworthy to indicate that the diaspora communities had some significant autonomy, and they did not absolutely rely on the authorities of the rabbis in Israel. Okay, that's it for a very quick note on Todos Ish Romi. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
When Israel put out their proclamation of their birth, their resurrection in 1948, it has on there, it says, prophesied to the quoting from Ezekiel 37. So this is about the resurrection of Israel. Now, does it have spiritual other meanings like the your gospel?
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to the great sage Ravina. This is an abbreviation of the name Rav Avina, and there are several Babylonian sages who go by this name. Sometimes they're used with patronymics, meaning their father's names, but usually not, and so they're often usually confused. Now, our particular Gemara here is most certainly referring to Ravina the First, who died in the year 422. He was a student of Rabbi, who lived in Masa Mechasya, and he was very close with Rav Ashi. The two of them are especially associated with the closing of the Talmud, although as we discussed in this Masechta in context of Rav Ashi, there's some dispute between Rashi and Rambam on one hand, and Shrira Gaon on the other hand, who argue whether or not it was this Ravina who was involved in the closing of the Talmud, the Chasimas Talmud. Another Ravina that appears in the Talmud is Ravina the Second. His full name would be Ravina ben Huna, and this was most likely the nephew of Ravina the First. He died in the year 499, and he was a student of Rav Amemar. He eventually became, he himself, Ravina II, became the head of the yeshiva in Sura, and this was during a period of incredibly intense persecution that I hope to discuss later on in this series. According to Shrira Gaon, this is the Ravina who closed the Talmud, which would be quite a bit later than Ravina I. He's considered the last of the Amoraim, meaning the next generation would be the Savoraim, another kind of like tectonic plate in the foundation of Talmudic wisdom. Oh my gosh, what a metaphor. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to witchcraft, which is a topic that comes up from time to time in the Talmud. And there are a wide variety of practices associated with witchcraft, but there are basically two categories. The first is real witchcraft, which which is maleficent and effective and is heavily punished. It's highly prescribed by the Talmud. The second is imitative practices, which may, bleed over from witchcraft into superstition, into popular culture. These include things like, in both categories, techniques to summon the dead, various types of fortune telling, incantations, spells, you name it. There's a wide gamut of things that are discussed in the Talmud. There's a significant evidence that indicates that Jews actually practice these things outside of the Talmud. For example, the Dead Sea Scrolls has a certain amount of references to witchcraft, and there's some fascinating archaeological evidence from Babylonia that indicates that there are, wide use of amulets, and my favorite, incantation bowls. These are such cool things. The amulets would typically be worn, and they would be kind of to ward off negative influences and things like that. Bowls were things that apparently were buried under the threshold of one's home. But you would write, by the way, these bowls that show you some pictures of them, they have circular scripts on the inside in Aramaic, and sometimes some fascinating pictures in there too. And you would bury these under the threshold of your door to try and ward off evil spirits, perhaps maybe to metaphorically catch them in the bowl before they go in home. It's kind of like a weirdly Jewish Talmudic feng shui kind of thing. And apparently these various folk practices were heavily associated with a well-developed angelology and even demonology. Now, the rabbis exercised tremendous energy in trying to control these popular impulses. People are always looking for, as it were, kind of a spiritual shortcut to Parnassa and Shidduchim and all kinds of things like that. And there's many passages in the Talmud in which they're trying to say, look, these kinds of things are not acceptable. These kinds of things, well, they're stated in a different way. It's not really so bad. We'll see those as we come along. At any rate, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
I shared it Friday night that it was a mystery. It was exactly 50 years or one jubilee from the other invasion, which was the 73 war. And actually, when you go by time, by the actual countdown of days.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to renting flax, which is part of the process of making linen. How does this work? So you take the flax plant, and the first thing you do after you harvest it is you shave off the seed pods. The seeds can then be reused as for a foodstuff. For example, my wife, she puts flax seeds in our challah, which is absolutely fantastic. I'm recording this shir on a Tuesday, and I'm really wishing it was Friday already. But at any rate, then once you've got the seed pods off, you dry out the long stalks in order to make them brittle, and then you have to soak them for a really long time. This soaking is what's called the retting process. Now, essentially, you're allowing it to decay in buckets of water, like as you can see in this picture here, where you just leave it outside for days at a time so that it becomes, all the cells break down, and then you can start to beat it and make it into cloth. In some cases, you would use lagoons or standing water and things like that. And needless to say, as we can see from our Gemara, it is very malodorous. I mean, this plant just sits there in the water and essentially breaks down, decomposes to a point where you take it out, sometimes even weeks later, and then you beat it and you make it into cloth at that point. Okay, that's a small look into linen making technology that was both ancient and is in the present day. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
You can't buy it at the Love Boutique. Nope, you have to go to Zellmans.com. Zellmans.com. Use code KFI, 15% off your first purchase. Zellmans.com, ZELMANS.com.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to an unusual figure in Shas, Rabbi Yasha. We don't know a lot about Rabbi Miyasha. His name is mentioned about 24 times in Shas, but we do know that he is the grandson of the famous Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi was a 3rd century rabbi. He was a transition point between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, and he was extremely active in Shas. There's a lot to say about him. But what about his grandson, Rabbi Miyasha? He must have been a very young man when he is cited, because he's frequently citing his grandfather's teaching, and we know that he passed away very young, within the lifetime of his grandfather. So this must be an indication of just how brilliant he was, that he could be mentioned as a sage in the same breath as his grandfather, while his grandfather was yet alive. Just an indication of what Rabbi Miyasha must have been like. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Major wildfire lawsuits. I'm Mark Romer in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Southern California Edison has been sued by the U.S. government over a pair of deadly wildfires. 2 lawsuits seek nearly $80 million for January's Edison fire and the Fairview fire in 2022. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Assembly says if the government is successful,
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. A couple days ago we talked about retting flax, which was very malodorous. Today we're going to continue with another kind of gross topic, that of lice. Now the Gemara refers to shaking clothing to remove lice. This will come up again in the Sexta Shabbos. It's a scourge, and particularly in warmer climates like in Israel or in Florida. I remember when I was a young man with little kids living in Israel, and you had to go get lice medicine for your kids, or lice removal for your kids. There was one particular product. This is not a product placement, but I thought the name was great. It was called Zehu Zeh. This is it. Right? You go to the drugstore and you say, "Can I have some? This is it." And she'll say, "Oh yeah, I know what you need." She would give you the Zehu Zeh. At any rate, lice is highly contagious, even though it has nothing to do with hygiene. Lice are extremely hardy. They attach onto the roots of the hair, and they easily jump from one child to another. The child can be lice-free one day, go to school, meet someone else, and lice jumps under their head, and then that's it. They got lice again. Has nothing to do with cleanliness. There are 3 types of lice: head lice, body lice, and a 3rd type commonly called crabs. They're about the size of a sesame seed, and here's a picture. Oh my gosh, they look terrible. Okay, with that, let us conclude our discussion today. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Pledged troops for a so-called reassurance force for Ukraine. Will be there to reassure Ukraine's security after the fighting ends. No talks for a ceasefire or a peace deal are planned between Russia and Ukraine's leaders. President Trump spoke with President Zelensky today. Southland weather from KFI clear skies tonight.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Okay, we're continuing with the series of really gross things that happen to come up in the Talmud. Today's daf has a reference to a process which I'm not sure how to pronounce this. It may be batting or it might be baiting, but what it specifically refers to is the use of dog excrement to break down collagen in skins as part of the tanning process, right? So you have to imagine this. You take this animal, you shecht it, and then you've got to flay the skin off. It's got all kinds of like hairs on it. It's got bits of flesh. It's got all kinds of like inconsistencies, little scabs, things like that. How do you treat it? How do you make it into leather for your shoes or belts or whatever? So first you have to soak it in water to try and get off most of the rough things. Then you soak it in urine. This makes the skin much more pliable. And then third, you go and you remove all the hair. You scrape off all the hair. And then the 4th stage, the ultimate stage, is you apply excrement to it. And that is what makes leather so wonderful. It's interesting to note that this process is pretty traditional. It's been used for millennia. But in England, they did not discover the value of specifically dog excrement until the 18th century, which shows that this is yet another fantastic Talmudic innovation and contribution to Western civilization. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So let's just take a second to look at what appears on most pages of Daf. It's often labeled as girsaos, meaning readings. And what is this referring to? It's referring to alternative readings of the text, alternative texts that do not necessarily appear in the Talmud text itself. Now, why do we have alternative readings? Why do we have different versions of what it exactly says in the Talmud? There are three basic reasons. The first is scribal error. You'll recall that the Talmud went through many centuries of hand copying while it was still in a manuscript culture. This dates all the way back from the ancient period right through until the advent of printing in the 16th century. Or late 15th, early 16th century. The second reason is because of church censorship, that with the 13th century onward, the church becomes much more interested in what's going on in the Talmud. Until then, it was largely a closed book written in Aramaic, a language with which the church was not especially familiar. But after the nefarious activities of a man named Nicholas Stone, the church became much more interested in getting involved, and so there was a certain amount of church interference in what passages were included. These passages remained unaffected in areas not controlled by the church, such as, for example, Muslim regions where the Talmud was produced. And then finally, related to this, we saw a few pages ago, self-censorship. As Jews were producing their own Talmuds and still under state censorship that was associated with the church, they often decided, you know what, the printers decided, we're going to remove these passages here and we're going to rely on the rabbis to say what is missing. And this would be handed down for literally centuries. So there are two basic ways to correct these texts and produce these alternative readings that we have. The first is through actually comparing manuscripts, because there are significant deviations between various manuscripts for the three reasons I mentioned above. And by comparing them, you can hopefully figure out where the errors or the editing crept in and go back to an earlier manuscript that might be more correct. Secondly, through logical analysis, like the amazing work of people like the Bach and the Gra, who were able to actually, with the force of their mind, figure out what might be missing in the text and suggest alternative readings. And these are truly amazing things, because sometimes we will be able to go back and look at manuscripts that are recently discovered and say, hey, look at this. The Bach or the Gra were correct, even though they didn't have a manuscript in front of them. Okay, that's about it for a quick discussion of what are girsaos. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Non-stop chain reaction. It's called the dreaded Kessler. All satellites are destroyed by the debris. All cell phones fail. GPS fails. Power fails. Life on Earth as we understand.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to someone named Geneva, a rather unfortunate sounding name because it seems to sound like Geneva. And there's a lot of potential here in this name. At any rate, he was a 3rd century student of Rav, little known figure in the Talmud. He's cited several times in Shas as some kind of sage, but it's also noted that he's a very contentious individual. He had a noted conflict with the exilarch, the Reish Galusa, Mar Ukva, the details of which are somewhat unclear, but it appears that Mar Ukva was rather unsettled by his communication with Geneva, and in fact, he even consulted with Rabbi Eliezer ben Padat as to what could be done with Geneva. Mar Ukva even considered perhaps throwing him in jail, having him thrown in secular jail by the Sasanian authorities. The Yerushalmi Gittin goes on to describe how Rabbi Eliezer ben Padat said that no, It's not really appropriate to hand over Geneva, no matter how difficult he may be, to the authorities. But the problem continued so much that Mar Ukba had to ask a second time. Rav Lazar ben Vedat ruled, said, look, it's better for you to do nothing. Don't go to the authorities. Just you go to Beis Medrash and keep learning, and Hashem will take care of everything. At that point, Geneva was ultimately arrested. So we don't know a lot of the details behind this unusual story, but it has a fascinating kind of glimpse into the interrelationship of individuals, their scope of authority. Even someone as important as the Reish Galusa had difficulty with an individual, and they would have to rely on the sustaining authorities. As we will go through Shas, God willing, we'll learn more about what the parameters of authority would have been in 3rd century Babylon. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Tomorrow, I will see you Saturday in Salt Lake City in Arizona. How do they pronounce it? Phenomenon. It's actually a bit away from Salt Lake City.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a very important note on the relationship between the Judaism, the mother religion, and the daughter religion, Christianity, that breaks off from Judaism towards the end of the 1st and into the 2nd century. We should recall that the early church was completely composed of Jews. All of the individuals surrounding the founder of Christianity were Jewish and were very much trying to figure out exactly what did Christianity represent. Was it a completely new and different religion, as would be the commonplace understanding today, or was it, and this would be understandable from 1st century perspective, was it kind of like Judaism plus? In other words, were Christians required to observe the mitzvot? Were they required to keep kosher? Were they required to observe Shabbat? And so on. And these were significant debates that were held within the early church. So from the rabbinic side, it got to a point around the turn of the 2nd century when it became determined that there had to be a line drawn in the sand, that certain ideas were antithetical to traditional Judaism, and therefore they had to make some kind of formal declaration of faith that would distinguish between the early church members and the synagogue, as it were. And this was, of course, the Birkat Aminim, which is the 19th blessing. Blessing is, of course, a euphemism. It's really kind of like a self-condemnation. If one were to be an early Christian and were to recite this, it would be problematic. And that's what the function of this particular blessing was. That's discussed, of course, in the Gemara. This process continued for several hundred years. The Birkat Aminim is perhaps the most prominent of the Jewish responses to the early church, but the early church had the same issue that went well into the 4th century. They had to convene councils, for example, to clearly define the Christian Sabbath as Sunday rather than Saturday, to separate the calendars so that Easter was not celebrated on Passover, and all kinds of things of this nature. So there's obviously quite a bit to say about how these two movements split in the end of the 1st century. It's interesting to note, however, for our purposes, that the Birkat Aminim is an illustration how in the 1st century it was still kind of like a family debate. It was still something within the boundaries of Big Tent Judaism, as you were. But as you move into the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th century, and Christianity appeals more and more to people who are not ethnically Jewish, that is Romans and Greeks and so on, then it becomes more of a gentilizing movement, an us versus them movement, and it has significant relationship to the development of anti-Judaic attitudes as well. Lots more to say about this, but this is a very short presentation. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
I'm sorry, Russ was in hell. It's that the eagle was gone. Missed it. He's a great guest. So what have you been practicing? You still practice football viewing?
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to a place called Cartignan. Where is Cartignan? So Scholars suggest two basic possibilities. One is that it refers to the very important ancient city of Carthage, which is so storied in Roman history. It's located here on the coast of North Africa in the region of what will be today Tunis. Another possibility, which is not at all impossible, is that it refers to Cartagena, Spain, which is not so far distant. It would make sense within the context of the Gemara discussed here. But we simply don't know which of these two places, either Carthage or Cartagena, is referred to in this particular Gemara. Oh well, mysteries continue to endure. Perhaps we will solve it as we continue to delve deeper into Shas. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
And some work better than others, obviously. That's where the difference comes from. Are some of us born with the skill? Well, nobody's born with the skill, but they are born with the ability.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to an invasion of the city of Nehardea in Babylonia. Shmuel refers to it as something that disrupted his regular prayer routine, that is when the king's army invaded the city. This event most likely occurred in 259 of the Common Era, when the city was invaded by a man named Septimus Odenatus. Here is a bust, which is a presumed likeness of the man involved in the attack on Nehardea. He was at the time the king of a vassal kingdom known as the Kingdom of Palmyra. And in the Talmud, he's referred to as Papa ben Nezer. That Septimus Odenatus becomes Papa ben Nezer. There's some euphonics in those two names, but I'm not sure exactly how we get from the Latin to the Aramaic. At any rate, Palmyra was a vassal kingdom of Rome at that time and participated in an attack on King Shapur I, which would be known in the Talmud as Shvur Malka, who was the king of the Sasanian dynasty at the time. Here's a map. You can see where the kingdom of Palmyra was located. Quite a significant kingdom, understanding that it was able to grow in the context of Roman domination. But the impact of this particular attack on Nehardea was very significant for Talmudic history, primarily because most of the students of Nehardea at that time decided to follow Rav Yehuda to Pumbedita. The Nehardea yeshiva itself never recovered, but Pumbedita inherited its traditions, even having a separate road that was really designed for those students who came from Nehardea, and the reputation of Nehardea really extended to Pumbedita and continued for centuries thereafter. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Sadly, the miracles that you see on TV, they're helpful, they're very valuable, but they aren't always right. For signals intelligence, listening and communication and stuff will give you a lot of information, but not always what you need. There are things.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to white glass. Specifically, if you look in Rashi, you'll see that the idea of an expensive cup is one that is made out of white glass. Now, what exactly is this white glass? Now, when Rashi is referring to white glass, it's unlikely that it's referring to the substance that is referred to white glass today. You see it sometimes used in, of course, dishware and glassware and things like that, but also like in architectural constructs and things like that. White or like milky glass was really only developed in Venice about 500 years after Rashi lived. What Rashi is probably referring to is actually transparent glass, or as what we might call it today, plain glass, meaning like when you get a glass out of the cupboard to drink a glass of water, you're drinking what Rashi would understand as very expensive glass. The reason for this is because originally glass was an extremely expensive substance in the ancient world. The technology of glass blowing really doesn't develop until the 1st century, so before that time, making glass out of molds was very expensive, and it was very hard to filter out impurities, which would give the glass typically some kind of color. To have a glass that was purer and purer, or more transparent, was considered exceptionally valuable, and really would not happen for some centuries later. Just to give you a sense of how important glass was in that time, there's a pasuk in Eov, that's Ches Yod Zayin, that refers to glass as having the same value as gold, meaning they're equated in the pasuk. So glass was an extremely expensive substance for quite a long time, and translucent glass, or I should say transparent glass, was especially valuable, which I think is really useful for us to contemplate how incredibly wealthy we are here living in the 21st century and just being able to reach into the cupboard and get something which Rashi would call very expensive glass. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Went to my office and he had this all this real close stuff. I don't know what to make of it. He said, told the kid there's 4 bases of one of them is Australia.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to a series of military units, and it's tempting to try and connect them to military units that were actually in use in the ancient world. However, this is a little bit difficult to do because, the time this particular passage in the Gemara was recorded, the Greek units were no longer functioning, and in fact, it's unlikely that the Roman units were functioning, and even if they were, it's less likely that the Babylonian compilers of the Talmud would have been intimately familiar with the specific names. Furthermore, we have a lot of different versions of this particular text, which lists them in different order, and so it's still kind of confusing what exactly are they referring to. But if we try to have a rough guess at what these things are referring to, it appears that the Aramaic term gastra is equivalent to the Latin castra. Okay, that one's pretty easy. Legion comes from legionis, so far so good. Corton, from something the Romans called a cohors. Okay, so we're pretty good with the first 3. The next one, the rahaton, is especially hard to identify. It does not appear to be a specifically Roman unit that we are aware of. It might come from an earlier Greek unit called an arithmos. Rahaton, arithmos, maybe. And hegemon, which would not have been used really in the Roman period, but what also goes back to the Greek period, is Greek hegemon. So it's the specifics are hard to tie down, but the idea of the hierarchy of ranks is really what the Gemara is getting at here, and that's what's relevant for us. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Yeah, but we don't know if they're flying in the sense that we think of flying. They may be in some other kind of propagation, and they just happen to be in the atmosphere, and we assume that's flying because of our earthly experience. And maybe they're not.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to a place called Sidon, or Sidon, which would be called in English Sidon. It's referring to a city that's on the Mediterranean coast in modern Lebanon. Here you can have a look at a map of where exactly it's located, just north of Israel. And in fact, it is a really ancient city that long had rivalry with many of the trading centers in Israel as well. The name Sidon probably comes from the word tzad, which means to capture, and probably alludes to the fishing industry that, of course, would occur on the coast like that. And in fact, the economy of Sidon was heavily reliant on the sea, not only fishing, but also the dye that would be derived from mollusks. Perhaps the famous techelet was made there. Also, glass made from the sandy beaches, which gave a lot of wealth to Sidon. Later, around the 1st century, as we discussed a couple days ago, when the glass-making technology would evolve significantly, that would drop the price of glass and would subsequently cause a dip in the Sidonese economy as well. But at any rate, this town was extremely important, very wealthy, appears frequently in biblical literature and also in the literature of the Mediterranean peoples, such as the Greeks as well. There was a significant Jewish population that lived there during the period of the Mishnah. As the economy declined, however, from the 2nd century onward, you begin to see a similar decline in the Jewish population as they lost monopolies on things like the dye production, the glass production, and so on. At any rate, that's a quick look at the town of Sidon, which would be in contemporary Lebanon. I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
So, involved with the short explanation. There's a special hearing coming up next week in Washington, D.C., which regards to whistleblowers. Yes, that's a whole interesting.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Hanina ben Dosa, who is one of the most important figures of the 1st century. He was a Tana who studied under Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. He had some incredibly powerful teachings throughout Shas, but perhaps the most common association that we find in the Talmud with Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa is to his piety and the many miracles that are associated with his personal characteristics. This also extends to his wife, about whom there are many miraculous events associated as well. The Gemara in Chagiga emphasizes some of the same themes that we see in our Masechta as well, and one of the common threads is that his piety was so phenomenal that the entire generation, or the entire world really, was dependent on his personal character. Fascinating stuff. Okay, that's Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa. Very quick minute. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
I hear only good things, so I'm playing fly on the wall and listening as Paul answers your questions. I have to tell you, when I walked in here, started bending my ear about this project he's working on that I can't even
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to bread and oil, specifically the idea of dipping bread in oil, which is a staple of fine restaurants even to the present period, but it has a very special attachment to Jewish cuisine. This is because both olives and bread made from grain products are 2 of the 7 species with which the land of Israel is especially praised. And we know that bread and olives form a very important part of the diet all the way back to the biblical period. In the Roman period, however, around the time when the Mishnah and the Gemara were developing, the Romans developed a special way of removing a significant amount of bitterness from olives by using lye and brine. And this made olive oil much sweeter to the taste and must have resulted in a significant expansion of the use of olive oil in the diet of the peoples of the Mediterranean basin. We know for sure that the Jews are producing tons of olive oil because there's so many archaeological remains of olive presses up and down the land of Israel. And so it seems pretty clear that at least from around the 1st century, Jews were happily dipping their pita bread into olive oil, a tradition that continues to this very day. Thank you very much for watching. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
So if they have some kind of the target they want you to work, they can give it to you and you won't know that it's off the wall until you get into it, right? You know, I'm saying off the wall joke because UAP targets.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Hyundai, or India. India is a source of a tremendous number of agricultural products, in particular spices. Later, especially in association with Chinese industry, it will be a source of silks as well. And these were products which were avidly consumed by the Mediterranean world. The Romans in particular had an appetite for silks, and Israel, of course, was central to all of this. Now, India figures prominently in some very ancient texts from Mesopotamia. We have references to India in, for example, texts from the city of Ur, the birthplace of Abraham, and we have a reference in Tanakh specifically to India. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. It's a pasuk in Esther, which refers to Achashverosh's kingdom extending Mehodu from India, Yad Kush, to Ethiopia, which represented a very large part of the Persian Empire. So here's a map just to give you a sense of Israel's relationship with India, which goes back well to the ancient period. The blue lines refer to the maritime trade routes, and the red lines refer to the overland trade routes. In both cases, Israel is an extremely prominent gateway between the East and the West, and so Israel has a long-standing tradition of interrelations with India as a result of the silk and the spice trade. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to a Babylonian food called kutach. And I'm very curious about this kutach. So I did a little bit of research trying to figure out if people are still eating kutach today. Well, first of all, what is it? It is a Babylonian dish with a highly distinctive, apparently very vinegar-like, sharp flavor. It is also referred to elsewhere in rabbinic literature as kamcha or as kudcha. And it's basically made with milk or with very watery milk mixed with dry breadcrumbs or flour and some salt. This milk may also be fermented, giving it that really sharp taste. And it's made into a basic kind of a sauce that you can dip with it, or you can dip your bread in it. It probably is not something you would eat with a spoon. It's more like a condiment type of food. You wouldn't eat mustard with a spoon, for example. You would put it on your hot dogs or something like that. And I think that's something like kutach. Now, the rabbis are very careful with kutach. They indicate that it has very deleterious health implications. Rabbi Masharshia, for example, suggested that it would be better to eat near rotten fish than to eat kutach, considering it a very, very negative health. But it may still be consumed even to the present day. It looks like it might be similar to what they call the Persian kashk. Here's an example of what the kashk mixture looks like. Primarily the fermented milk that gets kind of like pudding-like. I'm not sure whether bread has already been added to this mixture or not, but it appears that this type of product is also sold even in the United States under the name kashk and desi. Here's a screenshot from their website. I wonder if it has OU hashgacha. If it does, then there's a chance for you to go out and try just a taste of kutach. But again, remember, if this is the same thing as kutach, and I'm not at all sure of that, then it's better to eat some near-rotten sardines or some long past the best before date herring than to eat some of this. Anyways, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
From nowhere, Montel Jordan sharing a recent health diagnosis. Appearing on the Today Show, the singer revealing that his prostate cancer has returned after 9 months of follow-up screening. Despite the setback, the artist says he's optimistic about the future thanks to early detection.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Well, because of the nature of the Gemara that we're discussing, there's lots of food-related topics. Now, today's daf has a reference to beets. Now, silka that would be consumed in the ancient world is not the same beets that we generally eat today. We tend to eat like sugar beets and things like that. They're deep red. You mix them in with your grain for a delicious snack on Shabbos, that kind of thing. But the type that would have grown in ancient Mesopotamia is known as Beta vulgaris of the Sikla variety, which is also known in contemporary English as either Spanish beets or, get this, Swiss chard. That is, when the Gemara is saying you should definitely eat beets, it's really saying you should eat Swiss chard. The roots were eaten in the ancient world, but the leaves were especially praised for the taste and health benefits. The rabbis, in contrast to what we talked about yesterday, they loved silka. They thought this is really healthy. It's good for cardiovascular health, good for digestive health, even enhances the complexion. Beets are definitely the way to go. Here's a picture of the Spanish beets or the Swiss chard. You can see that it has white roots, not the big bulbous red roots that you associated with beets today. And the leaves are nice green leafy things. They were so highly praised that the Medrash says that Shlomo HaMelech's table not only had them in the wintertime when they were normally harvested, but he would actually import them from elsewhere in the world. So he had these beets on his table all along. So next time you're shopping at your local gourmet glatt or wherever you shop, skip the kutach and head for the produce aisle and pick up some Swiss chard. I hope this illuminated your job, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Day.com. You meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm getting someone who understands me.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories,
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Bar Kapara, who was a very important 3rd century scholar that represents a transition point between the Tanaim and the Amoraim. His full name is Rabbi Elazar HaKapar Rabbi, although that's a little bit confusing because apparently there is another Rabbi Elazar HaKapar Rabbi who may be his son. We have in the Tosefta a reference to someone named Rabbi Elazar ben Elazar HaKapar Rabbi, so that would indicate that somehow he had a son with the same name that he had. The term the Rabbi is normally understood to be an indication of respect, the title of that sort. But he's generally known as Bar Kapara, and most scholars hold that even if there are 2 people with the same name, the general Bar Kapara refers to the older of the 2 and not to the son. He was a student of Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi in Israel, and in fact he engaged in many similar activities. He wrote a Mishnah, which is called the Mishnah of Bar Kapara, or the Great Mishnah of Bar Kapara, which helps explain some of the ambiguous passages in the Mishnah. There is some tension between those 2 Mishnayos, and that's for another discussion. He apparently ran a yeshiva that's usually understood to be in the south of Israel, although a fascinating discovery in the Golan region, it revealed a lintel, that is a big stone, that would have been over the doorway of a large house that actually had the name. This is the base medrash of Elazar HaKapar. Have a look at it. This is an amazing find. Here's another example. Here's another look at it with the image is actually drawn in, so you can see the writing there. What an amazing thing it must have been to have walked under this lintel if you would actually go in and then meet the great Bar Kapara yourself. Fascinating. He was known as a very well-rounded scholar. He was a big proponent of the use of Greek, and he appreciated sciences such as astronomy. He was known as well for significant literary talents. All in all, a fascinating individual. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Make right now the first time to buy gold, take advantage of a rebate, $10,000 when you buy by September 30th. Next goes 98, 98, 98. Like that eligibility today. Yeah.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to the exilarch, and this is a political position, and it is just like it sounds, the head of the exile. The Aramaic translation with which you may be familiar is Reish Galusa, or the Hebrew Rosh HaGalut, the head of the exile. And we know that Jews were living in Babylonia since the 6th century before the Common Era, and there's some evidence in Tanakh of their organization, but we really don't get a sense of it until the 3rd century of the Common Era, when the term Reish Galusa is first associated with Rav Huna. Under the Sassanid Persians, there's even more extensive activity of the exilarchs, and we know a lot more about what they're doing. We know, for example, that there's significant, three-way conflicts going on between the institution of the exilarchate and the secular government, or it's not really secular, but the Persian government, and the rabbis. It's kind of a three-way triangular struggle every now and then. Occasionally, the exilarch comes out on the short end of the stick. Sometimes they're not allowed to exercise what would be considered appropriate communal authority. For example, we see that Rav Kahana at one point actually had to flee because he wanted to exercise his appropriate rule over the community, but this was not tolerated by the Sassanids. And we also have some conflict between the rabbis and the exilarchate over what exactly is the appropriate thing for the official Jewish community to do. Under King Shapur I, known as Shvur Malka in the Talmud, there's a much more tolerant approach, and the exilarchate ends up expanding and having much more authority. And there's some interesting discussions about Shmuel was involved in this process as well. But this ongoing tension between the exilarchate and the rabbis we see in the case of Geneva, we talked about a little while ago, and this will be if you think of it in modern terms, it's a little bit like the board of directors and the rabbi. They're both working towards the same goal, but occasionally they don't see eye to eye on how to achieve that. Ultimately, the exilarchate faded in power. In the 5th century, King Peroz actually had Huna V put to death, and Marzutra II actually engaged in a rebellion in the early 6th century. But with the advent of Islam to the region in the 7th century, the exilarchate is renewed once again, and we'll have to discuss that in later classes. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Push them around. There were people who would push them around and put them in different places and do things with them and all that. And I think this is really strange. What is this? And Skip said, and I think
this video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi Yitzchak Nafcha, a 3rd century Amora living in Israel, who is often referred to as simply Rabbi Yitzchak. So you often see simply Rabbi Yitzchak, and that's Rabbi Yitzchak Nafcha. The word Nafcha means smith, which is presumably some kind of association with his trade. Perhaps he was a silversmith or a goldsmith or a blacksmith, we don't really know. He was a student of Rabbi Yochanan, however, and he served as a dayan in both Caesarea and in Tiberia, in the northern part of Israel. We know also that he was one of the Nechute, that is the travelers, those who went from Israel to Babylonia and transferred a lot of the wisdom of the Holy Land to the Mesopotamian region. He's known as being exceptionally adept in both halachic matters and in Aggadic matters, which is not all that common. Usually the Amoraim are more principally known for one or the other. And there's a brilliant story which illustrates this. It's in Baba Kama, Daf Samach, in which Rav Ami and Rav Asi ask Rabbi Yitzchak to please tell them something. One of them wants halacha and the other one wants Aggada, and so he manages to sort of placate them both by telling them a parable of a man who married 2 wives, one who was his age and one who was much younger. And the one who was his age used to constantly pluck out his dark hairs so as to leave him more gray, leave him looking older and closer to her age. And the younger one would pluck out all of his white hairs, which would make him look younger and closer to her age. And in the end, of course, he ended up bald. So that is the kind of way that he responded to them both in terms of halacha and Aggada, and gives you a sense of his personality and even his sense of humor. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
I never really had much
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to incense, which was used for a variety of purposes in the ancient world. The Hebrew term is mugmar. It would be used to add aroma to a home or to freshen up your clothing. It was especially widely used after a meal to kind of clear the scent of cooking and things like that. Now, what exactly did they use as incense? Most of the incense was imported from the Far East, from China and India. Some incenses were actually imported from Africa, and Israel itself was also an indigenous producer of certain things like henna and saffron, and in particular balsam. That's actually an export product for ancient Israel. It was widely known in the Mediterranean basin for its excellent balsam and its wonderful smell. They even used floral scents, and from time to time animal scents. We'll talk about that shortly. So how was this used? So they would have these various types of incense burners. Here's a look at a couple of them. You would put like coals or even open flame in the open area underneath, and then you would place the incense inside this bowl here, and it would heat up and it would, release the smoke, which you could even put in your closet to kind of freshen up your clothes and to, just make them smell nicer. Here's another example with kind of a flat top, but the same kind of technology here, just basically heating up these spices to allow them to smoke and fill the room with scent. Okay? I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
And that's actually just kind of the tip of the iceberg, because this was a project that Ed Dames, you all know Ed Dames well, I know. He one of those
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to another type of incense that's made from an animal product. The English term is musk. Now, Rambam and Sadia Gaon both associate musk with a plant product, myrrh. But almost all the other authorities say, no, this is the thing that's called musk in English and other languages, and it's taken from a particular gland in certain animals, especially deer. There are 7 species that are known to have this gland to produce this scent, but the most popular in our times is one called Muscus musciferus, or the Siberian musk deer. This is an unusual kind of deer. You can see from this picture here, it's a rather small kind of animal. It is a herbivore, although it has these really scary-looking fangs sticking out, which is probably their way of kind of like, deterring predators or something like that. But at any rate, they are somewhat endangered now because they are at risk from poachers who want to try and extract a lot of this particular pungent smell called musk. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
So they never, ever operated the Stargate program. They were just the ones that killed it. And of course, they received all of the archival stuff, and they declassified them and then released them. And that's why it's called.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to King Yanai, also known as Yanai Alexander or Janaeus Alexander. He was a king of the Hashmonaim. He lived from the years 126 to the year 76 before the Common Era, and he ruled for an impressive over 25-year span from the years 103 to 76 of the Common Era. He was the son of Yochanan Hyrcanus, and he was both the Kohen Gadol and the king, which was one of those issues that the Hashmonaim tended to get in trouble for. Now, we know a lot about him from Josephus in particular. We'll have to speak more about who was Josephus, because he's one of the principal historians for this period of history. According to Josephus, King Yanai's father disliked him intensely and favored his older brother. In fact, he even had his son Yanai sent away to the Galil rather than have him live with him in Jerusalem. He really wanted to have him far away. You know, the expression in English, to have an heir and a spare. So King Yanai would definitely despair. So after the death of his father, his elder brother Aristobulus became Kohen Gadol, and he promptly had Yanai and his mother and his brothers all imprisoned because he didn't want to have them threatening him for the throne. When Aristobulus dies, his wife, who is childless at this point, Salome Alexandra, or Shlomzion Alexandra, we'll speak more about her in a couple of days, she makes her brother-in-law Kohen Gadol, and he marries her through Yibum. So now he is returned to the throne, he becomes king, and his wife is the very important figure, Shlomzion Alexandra. King Yanai was a very warlike king. He went to war with the Egyptians, the Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt. He lost quite a few of those battles. He attacked them also in Jordan. He tried to take control of the coastal region. He was quite bellicose, but not especially successful in war. He struggled as well to contain a civil war that lasted for 6 years within Israel, and ultimately he was defeated by a leader of the Seleucids in the year 88-89, and he had to give up his kingship at that point. He managed to come back into power shortly thereafter, and to take revenge, he crucified 800 of his opponents, which is an event that is alluded to in the Gemara and is mentioned explicitly in Josephus and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Ultimately, he was killed fighting in the east of the Jordan River, and we'll have more to say about the repercussions of that in future classes. But for the time being, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
He had sketched the UAP, and it was lost in shape. He had written to it, divided in half, and I never got to see his notes from those sessions until I was.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom.
And when I compared.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to a figure who is mentioned repeatedly throughout Shas. That is, of course, the famous Rav. He was a major Babylonian Amora of the 3rd century. I just like to focus a little bit on his earlier days when he was studying in Israel. His full name is Abba ben Aibu, also known as Abba Aricha, or Abba the Tall, because he apparently was of full stature. And he is especially known for founding the great yeshiva at Sura. He was a native of Kafri in Babylonia, came from a very important family. But what's significant is that early in his career, he moved to Israel and he studied under Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. He was ultimately made a rabbi. He was ordained, given smicha by Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi himself, and that was an extremely important part of his intellectual and spiritual development because he absorbed the intense Torah of Eretz Israel. After that point, he moved to Babylonia, but only after he had absorbed the wisdom of the last generation of Tanaim in Israel. And it was because of this tremendous amount of learning that he was able to accumulate while he was in Israel, that when he moved to Babylonia in the year 219, he was far and away the most qualified individual to establish a profound and important center of Torah learning at Sura. He ultimately became the head of the educational and the spiritual world of Babylonia, and in many ways the entire edifice of Babylonian Talmudic reasoning traces its way back to Rav in particular. I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
So, just assuming that because someone is more technically advanced doesn't necessarily mean they are more they could be just as bad as everybody else if they are correct, right? That's possible that they are.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to Persians, and they're really important for studying the Talmud because, of course, much of the Babylonian Talmud was composed in regions controlled by Persian political entities. So let's just have a very quick look at who are these Persians and what do we mean when we talk about different dynasties. So according to our oldest historical sources, Herodotus, for example, says that the Persians were based in what would be called today Iran. They were conquered by the Medes in the 7th century before the Common Era, and they were ultimately led by Koresh or Cyrus II in the 6th century. Koresh, the son of Yavesh, or Darius, was actually a very important figure in Jewish history because he allowed the Jews who were then captive in Babylonia to return to Israel and reestablish the temple there. They developed under Persian rule in Israel until Alexander the Great invaded in the late 4th century of the Common Era. But this was a time when Aramaic was really spreading throughout the region. That's why both Talmuds, for example, are written in Aramaic because the influence of the Persian Empire was so great. Aramaic was the lingua franca, the common language of the entire Aramaic enterprise in Persia and beyond. Now, there are two dynasties that are especially important for Talmudic history. The first is called the Parthian dynasty, and they lasted for about 500 years, from the years 249 before the Common Era to 226 of the Common Era. During this period, there was an expansion of the Jewish diaspora, referred to in both Philo and Josephus. The Book of Maccabees talk about it. And then the next dynasty that's especially important, because this is the period when most of the Talmud was actually codified, was the Sassanid dynasty, and they ruled from 226 until 642. That's when Islam comes to the region and a lot of things change. There's an even greater growth of the Jewish community in Babylonia under the Sassanids, primarily because of tumultuous change in the Roman Empire, and some population transfers that were actually engineered by the Sassanids, including a very large one in the year 364 by Shapur Malka II. And this is the environment in which the Talmud was written, at least the political environment. We'll have a lot more to say about it, but for now, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Yes. Yeah. As did others. I'll tell you what I know about it. It's a bizarre case where I heard the entire crew was missing, maybe abducted by aliens. Who knows? Paul Smith is with us. We're going to take
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom.
secret remote perception, skill.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to something called ardiloi, which apparently is a kind of very valuable mushroom. Now, if you know anything about cooking, which I do not, but I happen to be in a region where these are really famous a little while ago, they're referring to something called truffles. Here's what a truffle looks like. There's actually a few different varieties. There are black ones, there are other colors. It does not look especially appetizing, but it is apparently a great delicacy, as we see from the Gemara and as we see in contemporary life as well. Now, it happens that there are a lot of mushroom species that grow in Israel, and all kinds of fascinating halachot regarding them. There are different halachot regarding how they are tied in terms of agricultural products. The blessings said over eating truffles and other mushrooms are interesting as well, and they're found basically in the Judean desert and in the Negev desert underground. That's where they grow, which is rather remarkable. Now, if you find truffles today, definitely do something wise with them. Black truffles, I just looked up the prices today, go for $95 an ounce, and white truffles go for $168 per ounce. Not quite as valuable as gold, which is about $1,400 an ounce, but still pretty good. Okay? I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Producing around 27% of greenhouse gases in the United States. Save money and energy at home by turning off your computer completely before you go to bed. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Queen Shlomzion, a very important and much beloved queen in Jewish history. Her Greek name was Salome Alexandra, and she lived from 139 to 67 before the Common Era. She was actually married to two kings of the Hashmonaim. First, she was married to Aristobulus I, and after he died, leaving her childless, she ended up marrying his brother Alexander Yanai. Now, she had a very long reign with him. After Yanai's death, she actually reigned alone from the years 76 to 67 before the Common Era. Now, in great contrast to her husband Alexander Yanai, she was a much more gentle soul. She was not at all as warlike and as cruel as her husband, and she was a great supporter of the Perushim, of the rabbis, as we see in this Gemara. Shlomo ben Shetach is her brother, very important figure, and we'll have more opportunities to learn about their interaction later. She, as a queen, she did tremendous things for the rabbinic establishment. She restored the temple to their authority, the judicial system to their authority. She gave them control of the calendar, all kinds of things which the rabbis considered extremely important, and she was forthcoming with them. She herself was personally observant, and her piety was considered to be a determinant in the unusually productive agricultural years that pertained during her regime. She significantly increased the size of the army, but she did not engage in a lot of warfare. When she became ill, two of her sons attempted a coup. Hyrcanus and Aristobulus attempted a coup, and that was really very unfortunate. She unfortunately died before she could put an end to this rebellion, so the end of her life was in a tragic moment. But nevertheless, she is fondly remembered as one of the great queens of Israel. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones, it's about learning through them and their new perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy Podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Har HaTzofim, to Mount Scopus in English. This is an extremely important mountain in Jewish history and, of course, in the geography of Jerusalem as a whole. The term Scopus means watcher, I guess related to the word telescope and things like that, and that's exactly what it means in Hebrew. Tzofim means to have a lookout, and it has a rather commanding position, especially as you look towards the east. Today, it is the site of the main campus of the Hebrew University, and I actually spent quite a few daydreamy late afternoons in my residence room looking out over the beautiful Judean desert from Har HaTzofim. It has a long history. We see it referred to frequently, for example, in the works of Josephus in his treatment of the Roman-Jewish War. The 12th Roman Legion, for example, was based there in their ultimately successful attempt to besiege and destroy Jerusalem. Between the years 1948 and 1967, it actually was outside of Israel. It was inside Jordanian territory, and there's a lot of very sad and dramatic moments associated with that isolation from the rest of Israel proper. Here's a map. You can see it on a 3D level, on a satellite level. You can see where it's located. You get a little sense of the elevation. And relevant to our Gemara, you can see that it is a 47-minute walk that is on the streets to Jerusalem, to the temple itself. That's kind of a roundabout route. I'm not exactly sure how fast it would be if you walked straight, but there's an elevation change of about 90 meters from the Temple Mount to Mount Scopus. I can tell you, I used to, back in the day in the 1980s when things were rather different in Israel than the time when I'm recording it, I used to regularly walk from my dorm room at Har HaTzofim through the Arab neighborhoods, all the way into the old city where I had a job working in a pizza restaurant. I don't think you can do that so safely today, unfortunately. Anyways, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's move to freeze billions in federal grants to Harvard.
Trump administration pulled $2 billion in federal grants in retaliation for the university refusing to meet its demands. The grants were frozen in April, hours after
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to people called Nahar Balai, which it appears refers to people who lived in a town called Nahar Bil. Now, I really wanted to know where this place was. Nahar, of course, means river, and so maybe if you had a river near a town called Baal or maybe Bil, but I could not identify it, unfortunately. Now, according to Rav Steinsaltz in Gemara Sanhedrin, Daf Yud Zayin, this town is associated with Rami bar Rebbe, but it still doesn't give me much more sense of it. Now, just to place it within the context, we should know that Mesopotamia is a region of rivers and canals, and so there would have been, hundreds, maybe thousands of them throughout the region, primarily because you have these two big rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, that flow from the northwest, from the mountain regions up there and the snow melt and so on, and they flow down into the Persian Gulf. One of the reasons why you have such a large civilization in this region is because the flow is predictable. In terms of every season, with the snow melt, you will have an onrush of water, and although there's occasional flooding, that's always a danger, with appropriate man-made irrigation canals, which would radiate away from the main two rivers, you could control much of that flooding and irrigate fields over a large swath of territory. Hence the concentration of resources and the development of civilization in this region, much like we see in the great river civilizations of the world. The Nile, the Yangtze, the Ganges, and so on, all of these rivers support very early civilizations. Okay, unfortunately, I couldn't give us a more pinpoint sense of where the Nahar Bil is, but I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
A moment of crisis can happen to anyone. Store your guns. Locked, unloaded, ammo. Learn more safe stories at endfamilyfire.com. Brought to you by Brady and Fan Council.
Listen to the Stephen James podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week with attorney Robert Shapiro.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So today's daf has an interesting incident that revolves around the attitude of a woman named Yalta. I wish we knew a lot more about her, because there are these just scintillating stories here and there in Shas, but she was apparently a very exceptional woman of the late 3rd, early 4th century. She was a daughter of the exilarch that we spoke about a few days ago, the Rosh Hagalut, the head of the exile, and she was married to the great Rav Nachman. She apparently held scholars and religious observance in very high regard, but that was interesting because she was a rather demanding personality, and if she ever felt that in any way she was missing out on some kind of benefit through a religious ritual, she tended to get very angry indeed, as we see. In Gemara and Kedushin, there's a similar kind of story in which Rav Nachman asked Rav Yehuda to send greetings to Yalta, and Yalta felt that this was entirely inappropriate, and she spoke rather harshly as a result, as recorded in the Talmud there. In Gittin, however, we know a little bit more about how she was regarded by the larger population. Apparently, she had significant skills as a healer, and the population at large was quite dependent on her medical expertise. So hopefully, as we go through Shas together, you'll find more and more clues about this unusual woman, Yalta. But for now, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Story.
Our special guest, Paul Smith, is out taking calls from Coast to Coast. Virtual wants to make you wealthy.
That's absolutely correct. When inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom.
And they want to make it easy for you
Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to several units of coinage in the ancient world, specifically an isar and a pundion. So let's try and figure out what are these coins. An isar is a coin that is equivalent to 8 prutas. Pundion is equal to 2 isars, or that will be 16 prutos. Now, the Latin names for these terms according to the Talmud are Asarius and Dupundius, and they are used, all over Shas. Let's have a quick look at what these might have looked like. So here's, by the way, I should mention that the term would be used widely in different contexts in different times. Like the word dollar, for example, could refer to an American dollar or a Canadian dollar, or what other countries use dollars. And a dollar in, let's say, 1850 would be worth a lot more money than a dollar in, let's say, 2000. So it's hard to really calculate values for all of these because you have to know what specific period and place we're talking about. But let's have a quick look at them. Here's a Neronian Isar. Looks kind of interesting there. We can see Nero on the left. Here's a Dupundius that was minted by Vespasian. He's shown on the left there. Vespasian, of course, was the emperor at the time of the destruction of the temple. If you look at all of these coins mixed together, you can see that on the bottom right we have a Dupundius, and on the bottom left we have an as, which would be like an isar. The size of them is just a little bit off the size of a contemporary dime, those coins on the bottom. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your life.
$250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code radio.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to once the Sadducees ruined things. So who exactly were the Sadducees and what was their impact on Jewish history at the time? Rashi explains there that the Sadducees, claimed that there was no world other than ours. And in fact, that's something we see quite a bit in a lot of the sources. Now, who were the Sadducees? So in Hebrew, they were the Tzedukim, and they were formed sometime around the year 200 before the Common Era. They were associated with the wealthier classes in Israel. They had a lot of control over the temple rituals themselves, and they were heavily influenced by the assimilationist tendencies of Hellenism. You can see why there would be kind of a natural antagonism between the Tzedukim and the Perushim, between the Sadducees and the rabbis. According to Rabbi Meir, this group called the Tzedukim were originally followers of Sadok, a student of Antiklash Ish Socho, described in the afterlife. And Sadok, in this version from Rabbi Natan, says that he denied the afterlife, and we see that throughout the period. Other scholars say no, they may have derived their name from the Kohen Gadol named Sadok in the time of David HaMelech, quite a bit earlier, but that name was used to apply to people who were followers of this movement, regardless of whether or not they were Kohanim themselves. Now, the opposition to the Perushim was one of the most profound conflicts within the Jewish population of Israel at the time. The Sadducees not only denied the afterlife, they also denied the oral Torah, which is exactly, like what we're studying today. Talmud is the oral Torah. So they're saying, no, none of that is relevant. So this is a really a kultur kamp of existential proportions. This is like a serious binary yes or no kind of environment. They tended to have a very rigid interpretation of the written Torah, that is the Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, with things, for example, like the Lex Talionis, the law of the tooth, meaning a passage that describes an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, which the rabbis in the oral Torah mediated as understanding a monetary equivalent of an eye for an eye, monetary equivalent of a tooth for a tooth. The Sadducees tend to interpret it much more literally in a kind of Hammurabian sense. Now, we don't have a lot of evidence about the Tzedukim from the Tzedukim themselves. We have kind of like reflected evidence from the Talmud. We have reflected elements, incidentally, from the Christian Bible, where they also appear in a very unflattering light. The early Christians, philosophically, were much more closely related to the rabbis than they were to the Tzdukim, and so they tended to push them at arm's length as well. Josephus, who came from the sect of the Prussian as well, who described them very negatively, and he ascribed to them the notion that they felt that God was distant and uncaring of human affairs, a very kind of Hellenistic worldview that was foreign to the basic tenets of what we associate as Judaism. With the destruction of the temple, which was really the central aspect of all Sadducean thought, the raison d'etre disappeared, and so they themselves disappeared as an organized movement as well. Okay, I hope that's useful for you. I hope this illuminated your dots, and I wish you hatzlacha in your life.
In other cases that come out of the water, they could have been observed moving through the water. It's very interesting area. And so, with the viewers who didn't know anything about the target, what was this kind of
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So this happens to be one of my favorite parts of the entire Talmud. This particular chapter that goes through Jews and dreams is just amazing. And I think it's especially important to point out that dreams are extremely central to some of the most important figures in Jewish history. And in fact, Jews are associated with dreams and dream interpretation right up to the modern era. We see, of course, in the Bible, the stories of Joseph, of Daniel. We see in the rabbinic literature this amazing section of the Talmud here and many other passages. And one of the significant elements, I think, in Jewish thought, that had a major influence, I believe, on Western civilization, is the notion that the dream world is connected to the physical world, that there are various things going on in dreams that relate to physical reality, both retroactively and proactively. To jump ahead to the turn of the 20th century, certainly the most influential figure in really bringing this idea of the interpretation of dreams to modern science would be none other than Sigmund Freud. Freud was heavily influenced by Jewish thought. He actually wrote significantly in a critical vein about Judaism, which we won't go into here, but his landmark work is in fact called The Interpretation of Dreams, written in 1899. Now, there are many critics of Freud. One of my favorite passages is the idea that what is original in Freud is not good, and what is good in Freud is not original. And I think there's a certain amount of truth to that statement, because some of his most fascinating discussions of the role of dreams are in fact based on a lot of ancient Jewish thought. For example, we have the idea of, in this parak itself, we have the idea of the daytime residue, meaning the element of what happened in your day that inspired the dream for that night. We also have in this parak the idea of all dreams follow the interpreter's interpretation, a very important klal or principle that we see evidence of in Freud's work as well. And of course, the most significant element of Freud's work, his major contribution to psychoanalysis and psychology in general, is the concept of the id, which is quite closely related to what the Talmud would call the Yetzer Hara. Lots more to say about this, but I don't want to go too far afield. I hope you enjoy this parak, because it is amazing. But for now, let me just wish you an illuminated daf and hatzlacha in your learning.
And it's all based on observation. And there's not a testable theory that we have going on here. And so, like, Popper's definition is essentially pseudoscience. Now, the problem with pseudoscience is that you may have a theory that isn't.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to to Jewish history and Daf Yomi. Today's Daf has a reference to King Shapur I, very famous monarch who's known as Shmur Malka throughout the Talmud. He reigned from the years 241 to 272 of the Common Era. We're referring, of course, to King Shapur I. There are at least two Sasanian kings by the same name, but only one of them is mentioned elsewhere in Shas. So most of the stories that are in Shas are referring to Shmur Malka I. And he was closely associated with Shmuel, very important Babylonian Amora. They discussed a range of topics that often dealt with the political context of Sasanian Persia, their conflicts with Romans, as per this passage, and many other fascinating topics. Here's a coin minted in the era of Shmur Malka I, and you can see him there on the left, rather good-looking fellow. Now, some fascinating research from Moshe Be'er of Bar-Ilan University indicates that they've been discovering these inscriptions from the period that indicate that there was a certain amount of anti-Semitic agitation going on. The term anti-Semitic is a little bit anachronistic here, maybe we say anti-Jewish at any rate. There's apparently a Zoroastrian priest named Kartir who specifically targeted the Jews among all religious minorities in Persia, and there were quite a few religious minorities there, Christians and so on. The Jews were specifically singled out as worthy of persecution. Here's a look at that inscription that was found that is dating to the 3rd century in Iran during the period of King Shmur Malka I. Professor Bear points out that it's fascinating that we're discovering these inscriptions, and yet we have no other evidence that Shmur Malka actually acted upon them, which is kind of like a backwards validation of the idea that Shmur Malka I was philo-Semitic, or at least very tolerant of Jews, perhaps as a result of his close association with Shmuel. So it gives you a sense of the environment in which the Jews lived. Okay, that's it for a very quick word on Shmur Malka I. We will return to him and to his reign as we go through Shas together. But for now, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
But the research report that was supposed to tell them whether a vote should continue or not, they didn't even start the research for that until July.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Antoninus, a Roman leader that had a very close relationship with none other than Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. But it's difficult to actually determine which Roman leader was Antoninus, because this name is reused in different contexts for different people. There are several Roman emperors that overlapped with Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi's life, and most scholars identify this Antoninus as being the most likely candidate is Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Caracalla, who ruled between the years 211 and the year 217. So this would be towards the end of Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi's life. He was the son of Septimus Severus, who was also well known for his much more positive inclination towards the Jewish people, and positively disposed towards an idea of a rapprochement with the Jewish population after the destruction of the temple some 150 years earlier and the Bar Kokhba rebellion some 100-odd years earlier. The church fathers in their writings point to the close relationship between these two emperors, and in particular Caracalla, with the Jews. And in fact, some sources indicate that Caracalla revealed his positive feelings towards the Jews as early as age 7. Rather remarkable. Here's, by the way, just a quick couple of looks at a bust of Caracalla. So that's apparently what he looked like as a young man. And here's a coin minted during his reign as well. You can see the laurel leaves around his head and so on. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav hashalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to the fall of Rome. So when exactly did that occur, and how did it occur, and what was the larger impact? By the time we get to the late 4th century, Rome is entering into a period of steep decline. It's suffering from these kind of irritating attacks from the north, from the Goths, and in fact the Gemara in Megillah refers to them as Germania Shel Adom, this period when these barbarian hordes from the north are coming down and attacking this great civilization. And the Huns elsewhere, these two nomadic groups begin to cause the empire to fray at the edges. By the time we get to the first decade of the 5th century, Rome is really in trouble. The city itself was put under siege twice, and disaster was averted only when huge bribes were given to the besieging forces. It was finally sacked, however, in the year 410 after 3 days of horrible pillaging, and this was a very important thing because it was the first time in 800 years that the city had fallen and was pillaged by enemy forces. Had a real major impact on everyone who considered the Roman Empire to be, basically indestructible. It recovered and then was sacked again in the year 455. Then finally, the emperor was removed from the throne in the year 476 and replaced by a conquering German figure named Odovacer. So this was really the fall of Rome is something that took place over something like 80 years, with a major sack in the year 410, and then the complete obliteration of the empire as we know it in the year 476. Here's a quick look. Take a look at this map. This is the Roman Empire at its height, so you get a sense of how expansive the empire was, really going all the way from, England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, all of Western Europe, North Africa, the Middle East, and then here's an interesting 19th century artistic representation of Genseric sacking Rome in the 5th century, and you can see in the top right there some of those nomadic hordes taking away the menorah. Now, obviously, there's a lot to say about the history of the menorah, and Stephen Fine wrote a great book on this topic, but nevertheless, you get a sense of the destruction of Rome and what it meant for geopolitics in the 5th century. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Thinking about the ones who were assigned before me, and I think Joe, they were fast, although Tom and Dan, who people consider to be his best ever student. Tom would definitely get Joe on, but I still can't get one.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav hashalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to earthquakes, and I'd like to jump ahead about 1,000 odd years to look at another earthquake that was extremely consequential in the history of Jewish thought. Specifically, let's look at the earthquake that hit Ferrara, Italy in the year 1570. The reason why it's especially important is because it was witnessed by a rabbi named Azaria de Rossi, who lived between the years 1511 and 1578. He was living on the Po River in northern Italy, not far, by the way, from Padua, which was the home of the great Ramchal. And he was, not an especially distinguished figure. He had written nothing up until that point, but he loved manuscripts, and he eked out a living kind of wandering around northern Italy and doing, occasional jobs in information science as it existed in the 16th century. Now, in 1570, there was this amazing, horrible earthquake that devastated the city of Ferrara. Here's contemporary images of what that looked like to people. Fire and brimstone kind of incredible destruction. And the entire population of the city had to kind of flee from the city and live in fields and waiting till the aftershocks finally died down after about a week. While they were sort of refugees living in fields and places far away from buildings, things like that, he actually had some really fascinating encounters with some Christian scholars who asked him some questions that he actually couldn't answer on the spot about Jewish tradition, and that kind of like piqued his curiosity. Furthermore, the specific experience of the earthquake said, you know what? I should write about, among other things, earthquakes, and because it is something that has a long history in rabbinic thought, and I'd like to talk about what they mean. He eventually composed a book called Meor Einayim, which is a massive, thick book that goes through a whole bunch of things, including answering some of the key questions that he was asked by his Christian interlocutors, but it also includes, most famously, in my humble opinion, a small chapter called Kol Elokim, the Voice of God, which is a treatise on earthquakes in Jewish thought in the end of the 16th century. It's an especially fascinating book because it shows this Renaissance-era interrelationship between rabbinic thought and emerging science and an attempt to understand what causes earthquakes, and it's really had a major impact on the next several hundred years of Jewish thought. Sometimes quite controversial as well. But for the time being, I just wanted to speak about the Rossi and his amazing work, Meor Einayim. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. The next few daf are just packed with fascinating historical and agadic material. But today's daf has one of those passages that is kind of like personality forming. And this, of course, is the story of Rabbi Akiva, who is stranded overnight in a field, and the next morning, of course, he goes into town. He realizes the tremendous kindnesses he received, and he utters that famous statement about God's providence that I will leave to your Mami Shir to discuss in greater depth. But looking at it historically, what was the army that Rabbi Akiva would have encountered and narrowly escaped that night? Why was it so dangerous for him to be wandering through the woods alone at that time? So the passage itself is difficult to date, but from the context, it appears that this is referring to the closing years of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which he supported. We don't know a lot about the specifics of how this rebellion started, how it progressed, and so on. Our major source is a Roman historian named Dio Cassius, but there have been some fascinating new discoveries of archaeological nature in the Dead Sea region that shows us a little bit about the internal workings of Bar Kokhba's army itself. But let's try and understand what specifically was the context of Rabbi Akiva's story. So according to this Roman historian Dio Cassius, the war broke out when Hadrian built a temple dedicated to Jupiter in Jerusalem, now renamed Aila Capitolina. Church historian Eusebius says no, the revolt happened first, the temple happened later, but there's no question that there was a draconian rule of a Roman governor named Tineius Rufus. We'll see him elsewhere in Talmud as well. Hadrian himself, the emperor, leaves Israel in the year 132, and then that's when this revolt breaks out. The revolt is characterized by very, very successful use of guerrilla warfare techniques, the same kind of techniques that the Hashmonaim used many hundreds of years earlier, taking advantage of the local terrain, tunnels in particular, and attacking Roman troops as they're moving from place to place. Hadrian ultimately sent General Julius Severus all the way from Britain to Israel to take care of this rebel activity because he knew how dangerous the Jews could be in this kind of warfare, and he ultimately imported several other legions to Israel as well in an attempt to quell the violence. According to Dio Cassius, the Jews ultimately could not withstand the overwhelming might and numbers of the Roman legions. The kind of devastation he catalogs is phenomenal. 50 fortresses, 985 villages, and more than 500,000 Jews killed over battles that extended nearly years. Heavy casualties were also inflicted on the Romans. Hadrian's report to the Roman Senate was missing some key words that are formulaic. Specifically, all reports to the Senate of this nature will begin with the phrase, "I and my army are well," but he elected to omit that in the midst of the Bar Kokhba rebellion because I, and especially his army, were not so well at that time. The last major battle was, of course, the Battle of Beitar, which we remember in Birkat HaMazon every time we wash for bread, and that's where Bar Kokhba himself was killed. There were smaller ongoing battles that lasted afterward, but this is probably the context of our Gemara today. It's most likely that Rabbi Akiva was a supporter of Bar Kokhba, a known supporter of Bar Kokhba, and he was evading these Roman patrols that were looking for rebels associated with Bar Kokhba, possibly before Beitar, possibly after Beitar. Not exactly sure, but at any rate, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So, following on from yesterday's discussion of the Bar Kokhba rebellion and Rabbi Akiva's very tragic end, we have the figure of Pappus ben Yehuda, also a Tana of the 2nd century. The events described in yesterday's Gemara and today's Gemara occurred in the 130s, and obviously he was a contemporary of Rabbi Akiva, as we see in this Gemara. Now, it's interesting to note that Pappus ben Yehuda elsewhere in the Talmud is characterized as an extremely cautious individual, someone who tends to take a very conservative approach lest he expose himself to some risk, as we see in this particular Gemara as well. But for example, the Gemara in Gittin, he apparently was concerned that his wife should she be wandering around the shuk and places like that, she would engage in inappropriate conversation. So he would actually lock his wife up rather than expose her to that kind of risk. Now, I know we don't like Lashon Hara, but that's kind of an extreme example of trying to avoid it. He's in fact criticized for this kind of behavior by Rabbi Meir, who says he's like a man who finds a fly in his drink, and rather than simply scooping out the fly, he throws away the whole thing because he doesn't want to have anything to do with it. That's an interesting kind of Gemara to think about in our own times, because we might be in the category of istanis, perhaps because we live in such a period of great plenty that we might say, okay, let's just have another one because we live in a throwaway society in many ways. Not necessarily saying that's good, but I've gotten off the topic here. So you know what? Let's just say at this point, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
What it needs to be, if there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a fascinating, very brief reference that opens up a huge world in terms of intellectual history. Specifically, when the rabbis are talking about what is the meaning of the word kapandaria, translation shortcut, Rabbi says simply the word kapandaria kishma. It is just like it sounds. Well, what does that mean? It is just like it sounds? Well, obviously, Rabbi is aware of the Latin origin of this word kapandaria, which is compendaria in Latin, right? It sounds exactly the same. And he says, hey, listen, the word kapandaria we're using in Aramaic, it's the Latin word. It's just like it sounds in Latin. So what does that mean? Fascinating. Let us recall that Rava, as far as I'm aware, he never left the region of Babylonia. He lived in Mechoza, died in the year 352. this is not a Roman area. This is a Persian region in which the vernacular would be Aramaic, Middle Persian, and the Jews would use Hebrew as their scholarly and liturgical language, and Aramaic for their vernacular. Where does Rabbi get off knowing Latin? It must be that he lived in an intellectual milieu which encouraged, or at least tolerated, or accepted the knowledge of languages outside of the region of Babylonia itself. And note, it's not just Rabbi, because all of his interlocutors understood what he said. When he said Kapadaria Kishma, they understood, yeah, okay, I guess it comes from the Latin root that we all understand. So this is a fascinating kind of insight into what's going on in the educational environment of the Amoraim of the 4th century, and really very impressive achievement, in my humble opinion. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Real people, real stories.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So in today's daf, Rabbi recommends that Jews consider becoming cutters of precious gems, that is, stone cutters of jewelry, as a really useful Jewish occupation. Now, historically, it seems that many Jews took Rabbi up on his recommendation because we have a long association of Jews with the market in precious stones, especially in diamonds. There are a lot of reasons for this, besides the ones that are obvious from Rabbi discussion. It's a very portable trade. It is an urban trade which allows Jews to live in cities. They're very gregarious Jews. They want to stay close to each other, walking distance of a synagogue, a mikvah, a Chinese restaurant, things like that. It's a profession that was rarely blocked by guild restrictions, so Jews could pursue this trade without worrying about running afoul of other associations, trade associations, things like that, and especially makes good use of international connections. And given the nature of the Jewish diaspora, this was something extremely useful. When the modern era opened up new markets, in particular, Jews were well positioned to take advantage of the increase in the trade in diamonds, especially. By the time we get to the early modern period, Amsterdam is an extremely important center of the diamond industry. It later moves to London and Belgium, but there are Jews involved in the trade very heavily from that period on, especially Portuguese Jews, because they had an unusual advantage because of the horrible persecution in Spain and later in Portugal. There are a large number of Jews who were forcibly converted before the expulsion from Spain in 1492, and then the forced expulsion or the forced conversion of 1497 in Portugal, which also left many Jews in this kind of limbo status. So as they were able to leave the Iberian Peninsula, many of these Portuguese Jews were freed from the restrictions of being Jews, allowed to settle in different places, and depending on the nature of their zone of settlement, they could actually go back to practicing Judaism. Amsterdam was a key example of one of these cities that welcomed Portuguese Jews who were freed from all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions and could travel and engage in the diamond trade in particular. Now, actual stone cutting, which we can associate with people like Spinoza, who was a lens grinder, for example, that begins to drop off as it becomes more and more closely associated with a terrible disease known as tuberculosis. But the trade expands. We see lots of important figures like Glucko of Hamel involved in the diamond trade, and even in today's world, Israel has emerged as one of the world's greatest wholesalers of diamonds. So Rav Chista's recommendation, the Gemara, definitely had a major impact. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
He used to take her to work also when she was younger. And I was wondering if you knew her father is not a right gone for a long time, not alive anymore. He was commander of Paris. His name was William Dyer. And were there any children?
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. What a tremendous day this is. We're completing Masechta Brachos together. What a tremendous zchus, a tremendous privilege for me. I'm so grateful to the Rabbi Shalom for giving me the opportunity of learning with you. And I anticipate that many of you watching this video, this may be the very first tractate that you have completed in its entirety. Wow, I'm so grateful to be with you on this journey. So what I like to do with the last page of each Gemara, as we mark the Siyam, is to think a little bit about a moment in history associated with others who made great Siyams. And although I've been recording these for a while, so we've gone through many different years of the Siyam Hashas, in this particular Masechta, we're up to the 6th Siyam Hashas, which occurred in the year 1968. Specifically on the 29th of January 1968, the 28th of Teves in the year 5727. There were celebrations all over the world, most notably in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, London, in New York City here, and in many ways, this was a very important Siyam, beyond the obvious fact that people are completing a cycle of the entire Talmud, but also because it was a watershed moment in Jewish history. It was like one of the most important moments of the century. This is because it was a turning point, really, for the revitalization of the Jewish people after the Holocaust. Up until this point, the dominant feeling among sociologists and observers of American society in particular were that, Talmud studying Orthodox Judaism was basically going to disappear. It was hopelessly retrograde. It didn't fit with modern society. You looked at all the demographics, and people like Marshall Sklar, a very prominent sociologist, says that, look, Orthodoxy in America is doomed. But a major turning point happened in 1967, and we begin to see it perking up with things like the Siyam Hashas in 1968. Specifically, two major things happened in 1967 and the 60s generally. The first is, of course, the incredible, mind-boggling victory of the Israeli Defense Forces in the Six-Day War of June 1967. Israel was faced with a tremendous array of enemies surrounding it. There were calls that the Arab armies were going to drive the Jews into the sea and reclaim the land that was allocated to them in the UN partition plan of 1947, and that the experiment of Israel, however noble, was ultimately about to end. And within 6 days, just an incredible reversal, mind-boggling. Not only did the Jews survive the attacks, but they actually increased their territory. It's amazing. And so all of a sudden, Jews all around the world were kind of like, wow, this is, and I don't use this word lightly, miraculous. A huge event in Jewish history that began to get Jews thinking a little bit differently about their ancestral religion and thinking less about the kind of victim mentality of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, and all of a sudden the possibility of a resurgence, David-like, after being threatened by Goliath. The second thing, a little more prosaic but also quite significant, is that here in America there was a burgeoning Black Power movement where a lot of African Americans, former slaves, of course, our experience of slavery goes back much further, but it's been much more sustained anti-Semitic experience. But the descendants of former slaves began to say, you know what? We're not second class. There's a lot that we can be proud of as African Americans. And they looked into African American culture and African American writers and the idea of a resurgence and a reassertion of African American identity. And so a lot of Jews began to say, wait a second, why not us? Why can't we be proudly Jews? Why can't we talk about Jewish power? Why can't we talk about Jewish culture? And so these two events, the Six-Day War and the rise of Black Power, managed to get a lot of Jews to think differently about their relationship to Judaism. And the Siyam Hashas in 1968 punctuated the tremendous possibility of a resurgence of Talmudic study in the modern era. And we have just gone further and further since that point, as we today complete this Siyam on the Masechta Brachos. It has been a tremendous privilege for me. I hope you will continue learning with me tomorrow as we look at Masechta Shabbos. But for now, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you Hatzlacha in your learning.
I was like, whoa, it happened. And I chalked it up for that. And then I'm laying back again, saw another one, red light, and I'm like, you're kidding me. And it happened the second time. Is that a hit or a
This
miss?
video is dedicated by Dr. Shalom Huberfeld and family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. So welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's Daf has a fascinating passage regarding the use of the facilities. And so I wondered, what exactly what did it mean to use the facilities back in ancient Israel? So there's no question, even from learning the Gemara, that there are different types of latrines used in the ancient world. There are different types used in Babylonia as there were in Israel, but certain things remain the same no matter where you go. So let's have a look at some of those examples of ancient plumbing. Here are some fascinating pictures. You see that the most basic form of plumbing, at least indoor plumbing, as opposed to going out to the field and things like that, there's references in the Torah clearly saying that people have to take care of their business far away from the machane and things like that. But if you have some kind of indoor toilet, it would look something like this. You can see that it has a fairly small hole top, probably to reduce the amount of smell that would waft up from underneath. And underneath this particular toilet would be found a cistern that was filled with various caustic chemicals that would, break down the human refuse and so on. What's fascinating is that archaeologists today are able to dig into that muck and then derive DNA and try to figure out some of the, maybe not DNA, I guess they can find other things, but they're able to determine a little bit about the actual composition of the diet of ancient Israelites. Fascinating. In other places, it appears that symbolic toilets were sometimes placed, like at Lachish, in the former sanctuaries of Avodah Zarah. Like they'll put a toilet there. It's not clear whether it was used or not because there's no residue to be found, but nevertheless, it's kind of like a symbol of what we really do in these places. Now, fascinating. In today's Mishnah in particular, it doesn't quite make sense because these seem to be all rather private places that fit with what's going on in the Mishnah. It might fit with an outdoor kind of thing, but it appears that the Romans were really big into communal use of the facilities. And so we see, for example, in page Shad, the Romans loved constructing multiple use toilets, perhaps in connection with their sporting events and things like that. I mean, you had that lots of places. So this is actually a multiple use ancient toilet. You can see that there are seats for everyone, and apparently these seats are rather comfortable. And I imagine that you would have to use the space between the seats. That's probably what was going on there. Maybe it was good for the triceps. I don't know. But nevertheless, fascinating kind of look at the Gemara, and it would have made more sense to think of this kind of example, perhaps in the context of today's Daf. Here's a little funny story. It's a true story. When I was about 18, I worked at Richie's Cardo Cafe in Jerusalem. Didn't know very much modern Hebrew or whatever. And a woman comes up to me. I was like a waiter, and she said to me, "Slicha, Adoni, excuse me, sir. Evo habet hashimush. Where is the restroom?" Now, I didn't know the word Beit HaShimush. That was a new term for me. On the kibbutz where I had been before I came to Richie's Cardo Cafe, they called it Sherutim, the facilities. And I thought she meant Beit Shemesh, which of course is a city. And so I said, I'm not sure exactly how to get there, but if you go out this gate, you take this particular bus and keep going, I'm sure someone can help you on the way. She's looking like I'm crazy. And finally she asked me in English, where's the washrooms? Anyways, I hope that illuminated your Daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. I'm so grateful that you've joined me again for another Masechta, or at least for this one video. And my convention is that when we begin a new Masechta, we talk a little bit about the actual Daf itself. We're going to be spending so much time about the contents of the Daf. Let's look at the actual page itself and what's happening there. So obviously after the Mishnah and Gemara, the most important commentator on the page is the incredible Rashi. Rashi has been portrayed on the Talmudic page since the 15th century when printing began in the Jewish world, and there's a few interesting conventions that have been accepted, especially since the Bomberg edition that turned 500 years old just this year in 2019. Specifically, Rashi is always printed on the inside, that is closest to the spine. This is the place of honor of all commentators, right on the inside. And furthermore, the layout always has 4 lines at the top. Now, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard this legend, and it's very beautiful. This is alluding to the idea that Rashi says you must review your studies 4 times to have any serious kinyan, any serious grasp on your material. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds kind of nice. Tosfos is also printed with 4 lines at the top, but anyways, from time to time, Rashi will spill over from the inside column to the outside column. That occurs especially when they're very long Rashis, which is not especially common, but for the most part, he's always on the inside. Now, he is the grandfather of all Talmudic commentators in so many different ways. He was born in France, in the Champagne region, a city called Troyes, in the year 1105. His full name is Shlomo ben Yitzchak. Rashi is an acronym for Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, or some people say Rabban Shel Israel, the teacher of all Israel. His father was also a scholar. Rashi quotes his father from time to time, and his uncle, his mother's brother Shimon, was also a paitan, that is a liturgical poet. And these two intellectual strengths really are expressed in his commentary, because he is at once very comprehensive and clearly demonstrating a massive grasp of the entire corpus of rabbinic literature, especially evident in the commentary on the Chumash, but also he's really quite brief and very pithy, and he's able to boil down massive arguments to very small, short number of words, which are unusually clear in their presentation. He studied at Mainz and Worms, and then later he established his own yeshiva, which would ultimately rival that of the Tri-Cities, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, known as Shum. Like many young schools, many of his early students were actually his relatives. He had no sons, but he had at least 3 daughters that we know of, and their husbands became great scholars. They include great figures like the Rashbam and Rabbeinu Tam, members of the Bali Tosfos and so on. One of the great strengths of Rashi, perhaps the reason why he has been so cherished as a commentator, is because as he himself, as a commentator, tends to fade into the background. He rarely inserts himself. He primarily is concerned with the student's ability to grasp the text itself. And he just leads the student through, line by line, word by word, what needs to be understood in order to make it to the next logical aspect of the Gemara. He's such an incredibly helpful resource that he has always been cherished in that role. His commentary on some tractates, unfortunately, have been lost. This is an unfortunate reality of the medieval world, particularly in the period after the 13th century when the church began burning Talmudic manuscripts. Many of these very valuable books were simply lost. And some commentators were composed later in Rashi's style and even had them attributed to Rashi. The Rashi on Tainus, Nadarim, Nazir, Horus, and Moed Katan are generally understood not to be actually Rashi himself, but later pseudo-Rashis. Some tractates we have incomplete manuscripts like that on Baba Basra, which was completed by his grandson Rashbam, and on Makos it was completed by his student Yehuda ben Natan. So in all, Rashi, however, is such an incredible resource for us to the text, and I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you had luck in your life. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to an exceptionally important Amora, Shmuel, one of the 2 most important Amoraim of his generation. He's also known sometimes as simply Mar, not to be confused as Mar when it's referring to just one of the rabbis previously discussed. We talked about that in a different class. He's also known as Shmuel Yarchina'a, which means the moon gazer or the astronomer, because he had really a phenomenal understanding of astronomy, the stars, the skies, and so on. He lived in the late 2nd and early 3rd century, and he's associated most closely with Rav. In fact, all of these arguments from that particular time usually indicate a difference of opinion between Rav on the one hand and Shmuel on the other. He was born in Nahar Da'ah. He lived there most of his life. His teachers included his father, Abba ben Abba HaKohen. It appears, however, that he also studied in Israel, like Rav did, probably under Yehuda HaNasi, just like Rav. But we don't have very clear definitive proof of that. The suggestion is because he had some expertise in medicine, and he cured an illness, an eye illness, that was afflicting Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. It's possible, however, that it was just a cure that he discovered or invented or perpetrated that was administered to Rav and not necessarily by Shmuel himself. But at any rate, it's very clear that he mastered much of the learning that was going on in Israel at the time. He was personally wealthy. He inherited a lot of money from his father, but he led a very tragic life. His sons died when they were very young. Some of his other children were taken into captivity, some daughters taken into captivity. There's a whole story about what happened to them as well. And his overall, but he maintained a phenomenal output of Torah scholarship. Some of the most important concepts of the Talmud are associated with Shmuel, including Dina de Malchusa Dina, the law of the land is the law, or Hamotzi Mechavero Alav Lahevi Araya, one who wishes to take from his fellow, it is upon him to provide proof that he owns whatever it is he wishes to take away, and so on. So Shmuel, all in all, extremely important, Amora intellectual. He was also known for unassailable integrity. On some occasions, he refused, for example, to serve as a judge if anyone involved in the case had ever done him even the slightest favor. And he even sought to get around price gougers by allowing the sale of substandard hadassim in order to try and punish those who were taking advantage of the high prices around the holiday of Sukkot. He became the highest authority in Jewish law when Rav passed away in the year 247. He was known also as a natural scientist. He knew quite a bit, as I mentioned earlier, about astronomy. He was also he knew what we would call today astrology, and he engaged in debates with the Babylonians, certain Adlan, for example, regarding many of the implications of the movement of the stars. And he was also quite politically active, interacting with King Shmur Malka, King Shapur, and others. Okay, I hope that's useful for you. I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
With the AI podcasts. And Instagram is finally launching a much requested iPad app.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to Rav Yosef, a very important Amora who died in the year 333 of the Common Era. His full name was Rabbi Yosef ben Chia, and he was briefly head of the great Pumbedita Yeshiva after the death of Rabbah. He was a student of Rabbi Yehuda bar Yechezkel, and he was known as a very prodigious student. He was called Sinai, meaning Mount Sinai, or his incredible grasp of a wide variety of sources. He translated actually much of Tanakh, for certain Divrei Hayamim, the Book of Chronicles, into Aramaic. Now, while Rabbah was the head of the Yeshiva Pumbedita, Yosef, however, refused to receive any honor. He was very self-effacing in that matter. He was also deeply engaged in mysticism. He was understood to be a master of Merkava mysticism, and is alleged to have even had discourse with the king of demons, Ashmedai. He was personally independently wealthy, and he was known for an incredible philanthropy. He charitably supported literally hundreds of his students. We know that towards the end of his life, he became ill, possibly with Alzheimer's, and apparently also maybe cataracts or something that affected his vision. And unfortunately, he lost much of his learning. There's some very beautiful passages in Talmud. We will see them often as we go through Shas, where Rav Yosef will be somewhat quizzical about a particular dispute until his student Abaye will humbly suggest to him, Rav Yosef, you already taught us this before, and will remind the teacher of what he had studied from him. Okay, that's it for today. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a fleeting passage, which if you didn't know the larger context, you would think, well, this is just, the way people talk. But in fact, it is a highly coded phrase that alludes to a historical incident described in Tractate Horius, Daf Yud Gimel Yud Dalet. So what does this phrase mean? Acherim Omrim? It means simply others say, but it's actually code for Rebbe Meir. In other words, after this particular incident I'll tell you about right now, whenever it says Acherim Omrim, it's referring to Rebbe Meir rather than referring to him by name. What was the story over there? Well, it was apparently a three-way machlokas, or at least a two-way machlokas that involved two different groups. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, who was made the Nasi, made the prince, as it were, the head of the Jewish polity, and on the other hand, Rabbi Natan was made the Av Beit Din, the head of the court, and Rabbi Meir was made Chacham. These are three very important positions in the Jewish administration at that time. Now, Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel had suggested that because he was the Nasi, he was the highest of the three ranks, there should be some small distinctions in public demonstrations of honor that would be different for him because he was higher than the other two. Rabbi Natan and Rabbi Meir said, that's really not appropriate. The three should be treated equally. I won't go into the details, but it appears that Rabbi Natan and Rabbi Meir had actually proposed to set in motion a particular plot that would demonstrate that they should all be at the same level. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel learned about this plot, was able to prepare for it in advance and demonstrate that in fact he was at a higher level. And once that happened, he actually decreed that as a result of their plans, they should be, as it were, demoted in the Talmud, and that Rabbi Meir should always have his teachings recorded as Acherim Omrim, and Rabbi Natan should have his teachings recorded as Yesh Omrim. In other words, after this incident, whenever Rabbi Meir taught something, it would be taught as others say, that's Rabbi Meir, and when Rabbi Natan taught something, it will be taught as there are those who say. Fascinating passage. God willing, when we get the Horus, we'll be able to speak about it in great detail, but that's at any rate the origin of the phrase Acherim Omrim, others say. Thank you for watching. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Never let them get into a car without you there. No, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop. Look. Wow. Brought to you by
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to an interesting thing, the so-called Megillah Cesarim, a hidden scroll. So what exactly is a hidden scroll? We should remember that at the end of the 2nd century in particular, Jews were at an inflection point as they were making the transition from an oral culture, that is all of this Torah Shabbal Peh that is specifically taught orally, handed down from Rabbi to student, and it had been so for hundreds of years. And there was a massive amount of information, especially information that was not necessarily going to be codified in the Mishnah, those texts called Baraithot, which literally means outside text. And how do you remember all this? So much data. So certain rabbis, in this case Rabbi Chia, and also his student Rabbi Oshia, would collect these texts. There were many other rabbis as well who were doing this, and they would keep private notebooks. These were not intended to be disseminated widely. They were still very much relying on the oral culture, but they wanted to just remember. They didn't want to lose it. We should also remember that at this time, the Jews had lost a major war with the Romans. The temple was destroyed. The population was dispersed significantly. Quite a few tens of thousands sent off to slavery in Rome, but there's still Jews living in Israel throughout this period. And then a little bit later, you have the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Even worse devastation. The region of Judea basically emptied of Jews at that point. Jews living primarily in the north, and they're being attracted to Babylonia, to Syria, to Egypt, to Italy, and so on. And with all this kind of falling apart, this kind of disintegration of the Jewish polity, they're saying, hey, we've got to write this down. We've got to keep it together. That's the reason why the Mishnah was ultimately written, was because under those circumstances, it really had to be preserved. And so that's really what a Megillah Sestarim is. It's one of these documents that was privately held. In fact, that's a better translation than hidden scroll. It's a private scroll that was designed to preserve the information at a time when it was in danger of being lost. Not for the purposes of reading it out loud, but for the purposes of the individual to remember, oh yes, that's what they said, and so on. By the way, just for a quick footnote, just like at the end of the 2nd century and towards the 3rd century, there was a turning point in the history of the transmission of the Torah, of the oral Torah in particular, making that jump, that leap from an oral condition to having a text-based culture. We are in that period again today, and in fact, you and I are participating in it right now in a digital format, because you are listening to me, right, orally, AU, and you are watching me as well as I'm talking about these things. Not that I'm saying Torah, I'm just saying history, but still, lots of other people on this app are definitely saying Torah Shabbat. So what does it mean when we transition from a printed text to an oral text that is transmitted digitally? Lots of challenges and lots of opportunities associated with that. Anyways, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you had tzlacha in your learning.
It showed that the equivalent of just one artificially sweetened soda every day is associated with a trip down memory loss lane. At that level, there was this 62% faster decline that you mentioned in the ability to remember words.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom.
On the flip side, the industry association representing...
Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi, an exceptionally important Babylonian Amora who had a very long life. It appears that he lived from the years 207 all the way through the years 309, 102 years. Tremendously long life, especially for that time and age. He was primarily active in Babylonia, very closely associated with Surah, as we shall see, although he is also cited in the Jerusalem Talmud with significant frequency, indicating that he may have spent quite a bit of time in Israel as well. He studied under Abimi and under Rav in Surah, and then under Rav's successor, Rav Huna, with whom he had a little bit of friction. As a result of their disagreements of certain things, Rav Chisda would not rule on any halachas in Surah, and in fact, he ended up moving back to his hometown in Kafri. And only later would he be associated with Surah again, which is especially ironic because when he was an extremely wealthy individual, he gave tremendous amounts of money for the upkeep of Surah as yeshiva. Speaking of his personal wealth, he has kind of a rags to riches story, very poor in his youth, but ultimately he would become very wealthy as a brewer, an occupation that Rav also followed. Major philanthropist, as I mentioned, but he traced a lot of his success to his early marriage. He was married at age 16, very, very happy, successful marriage, and he used to say that it's because I got married at 16, and if I had gotten married at 14, I would have been that much greater. Now, as I mentioned, he had some disagreements with Rav Huna, and as a result, he moved to Kafri, where he was not within the jurisdiction of Rav Huna's halakhic sort of like boundaries. But after Rav Huna died, many of those students moved with Rav Yehuda to Kumedisa, and Rav Chisda went back and took over the yeshiva in Surah, and many students returned to study with him personally as well until the end of his life. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Claim they have firsthand knowledge. You are both practical people, and others who talk to see alien bodies, and you refuse to name names, which made that information somewhat dubious. point out that Dr. Tom Terry and I are all as women who had first-hand knowledge.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav hashalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has an unusual passage talking about throwing a beehive into the street. And you have to wonder, why would anyone throw a beehive into the street? I will tell you, when I was a little kid, I once found an abandoned beehive and wanted to knock it down with a baseball bat to see what it looked like inside. It turned out it was not abandoned. But let's go back to the Gemara. So what relevance does it have with the Gemara? The truth is, it's not talking about a beehive like full of bees. It's talking about a particular shape. And it's the shape that's significant for the discussion of the Gemara here. Let's have a quick look at beehives and why you would get to this. So here's what a natural beehive would look like. There are lots of different designs depending on the specific type of bee that builds this, but that's kind of like a classic natural beehive, and that's like the one that I thought was abandoned when I knocked it down. Ouch. Here's an idealized beehive that we imagine, on Rosh Hashanah when you get the little honey and the containers and things like that. But what the Gemara is really referring to is artificial homes, that is man-made homes for the production of honey. Now, modern beehives can be square like this, and that tends to be the most sophisticated use because you can actually remove sections of it in like drawers out of a filing cabinet. That's very efficient for taking the honey, which you really want to harvest, but it's not necessarily the kind that was used in the ancient world. However, here's a look at what ancient apiaries, that is, beehives, look like. Here's a place called Tel Rehov in Israel, where the archaeologist Amichai Mazar found a whole bunch of these intact. You can see they're actually cylindrical, and they would be stacked one upon the other, and the bees would move into these clay cylinders. Now, these were obviously not the kind of things you'd want to throw in the street, but I'll show you what they would look like if you wanted to throw them in the street. Specifically, it's something that's still used today, a very ancient design made of like wicker and things like that. It's called a skep beehive, and these are conical shaped beehives that were really quite portable and light, and they could be disposable if you destroyed them when you were extracting the honey and so on. This is undoubtedly the shape that's referred to in the Gemara, this conical shape, and that makes much more sense. You're not actually throwing a beehive full of bees in the street. Trust me, that's dangerous. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
There were no signs of propulsion visible. The object hovered overhead for about a minute. It was in sight for over 3 minutes and disappeared heading west. That's what we have this night, George. All right, my friend. Up next, Rabbi Jonathan Kahn joins us with his latest one, Vienna Talk.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav hashalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to the haircut of Ben Elasa. What is that referring to? Apparently, it's a very specific kind of haircut that required a lot of time to execute. That's the relevance to the Gemara that we're discussing here. But who was Ben Elasa or Ben Elasha, and what did this haircut look like? So we don't know a lot about either of those two. Ben Elasha apparently was the son-in-law of Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. He was apparently a very wealthy individual, and for reasons which are not clear, he specifically wanted to get this kind of haircut, which was extremely expensive and had to be, redone quite frequently and took a lot of time, possibly because he wanted to show other people how the Kohen Gadol would have his hair cut. And he would go through this very difficult and time-consuming process in order to demonstrate to others how this was done. Gemara in Sanhedrin, Chafez, talks about how the Kohen Gadol would have to have his haircut trimmed at least once a week to be, suitably coiffed for the avoda, for the worship. What exactly did it look like? There's a controversy among commentators as to what it is, and I could not find any pictures on the web that really illustrated this well. According to the Rabbi, it's just an extremely precise, short haircut where all of the hairs are like exactly the same length. Okay. Okay. According to the Rabbi, however, it refers to how each one of the tips of the hair would curl over and reach the root of the next hair. That has to be incredibly time consuming. I can't even imagine what it would take to get a haircut like that. But nevertheless, that's apparently the haircut of Ben Alassa, and I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your life.
And welcome back to Coast, George Story with your job and contact location.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to Ludim, who I think we can translate as Luddites for now. But it's not referring to the English movement of Luddites in the early 19th century who were objecting to the advance of technology which threatened their traditional jobs, particularly in textiles, and they went around breaking up looms and things like that. No, we're referring probably to two possibilities. The Gemara, of course, says that the Ludim eat in the first hour of the day. Why is that? So, according to one opinion, it's referring to the people of the ancient region of Lydia. You can see here in this map, it's in Asia Minor, which would be today Turkey. Apparently, it is just part of the national diet and the rhythm of the day in Lydia that people eat very early. Perhaps they're very hungry. Perhaps they eat a very light dinner and they're really hungry for breakfast. Vervice, who knows? But that's one possibility, that the Ludim come from this region, and for whatever reason, they eat very early in the morning. The other opinion is actually quite fascinating. It might come from the Latin word ludare, which means to play, and is an allusion to those who play in the gladiatorial games. In fact, the word gladiatorial seems to have the word ludare in it, although it's probably more related to the word gladius, which means sword. The gladiatorial games, which were called kirkaos, or circuses in their time, were not like, Dumbo and Barnum and Bailey's three-ring circus. They were fights to the death for the entertainment of the bloodthirsty masses. And so when you went into one of these gladiatorial contests, it's quite likely that you would not survive, God forbid. And so therefore, it was really important that you had a good breakfast for two reasons. One, because you wanted to have enough energy. You got a carbo load before you go in there and duke it out with another gladiator or with a wild animal or whatever they would have arrayed against you. And secondly, it might be one's last meal, so you better make it a good one. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your life. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to a chabar, which is the name of a Zoroastrian priest. Zoroastrianism was actually the official religion of the Persian Empire for about 1,000 years. It was conceived by a man known as Zarathustra, who lived several centuries before the Amoraic era, and its principal feature is one of dualism. That is, unlike polytheism, which are religions that worship a multiplicity of gods, or unlike monotheism, of course, Judaism is a monotheistic religion worshiping one God. Zoroastrianism worships two gods, a very strong good God and a very strong bad God, who are locked in this cosmic struggle. We'll be talking more about Zoroastrianism as it comes up in the Gemara, but for the time being, let's just leave it at that. 5 fire, however, is associated with Zoroastrian worship in a very important way. One of the great scholars of the academic study of the Talmud was a man named Rabbi Yaakov Elman, who was a teacher at Yeshiva University. And he wrote that despite the obvious theological differences, there are actually many doctrines of Zoroastrianism which are fairly congruent with Judaism, and for at least a brief period of time allowed for a somewhat golden age of cooperation between the Jewish minority and the Zoroastrian majority in the Babylonian region of Mesopotamia. For example, dualism, while it is anathema to Jews because, of course, we only worship one God, it is in itself very much averse to polytheism. So the idea of worshiping a very small number of gods, in our case one, was actually something that inclined the Zoroastrians somewhat more positively towards us. Also, Zoroastrians also believe in an ethical commandment system in which a god demands certain things of human beings, which is not so typical of polytheistic religions. And there are also many other socio-cultural practices, Nida in particular, which is the area of research of one of Professor Elman's students, Professor Shai Sakunda, who is an expert on the Iranian aspects of Talmudic culture, is writing quite a bit on the uncanny similarities between many of the practices of Nida that are observed by Zoroastrians and those observed by Jews. But that's for another topic altogether. For the time being, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your life. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So Rashi on today's daf refers to the people of Mechoza as being very pampered and as being people who do not work, and they wear, because they're not involved in like agricultural activities, perhaps they wear very wide clothes and so on. So we'll return to the people of Mechoza from time to time throughout Shas. We should mention at this point, though, that Mechoza has a very mixed reputation in the Talmud, largely due to their very robust economy. The location of the city of Mechoza is about 30 kilometers south of today's Baghdad, across the Tigris River from the ancient city of Ctesiphon, which was a capital city. You can see in this map here where Mechoza was actually located in contemporary Iraq. Mechoza was actually a suburb of the capital city. The capital city was very wealthy and it was located on the Tigris River near a canal called the Nahar Malka, which connected the Tigris to the Euphrates River. And although this suburb was principally Jewish in population, eventually the city of Ctesiphon grew so much that it incorporated Mechoza and made it a very wealthy place to live indeed. You can think of, suburbs just outside of New York City and places like that that become very wealthy because of association with the central activities in Mechoza. Now, Rabbi is the most important rabbi who was associated with the city of Mechoza, and he often rebuked the population for their sometimes ostentatious display of wealth, their somewhat casual attitude to business ethics, if I can put it like that, and sometimes their lack of attention to Torah study and observance of the commandments. So there's always this kind of tension between the great wealth of Mechoza and the rabbinic authority of people like Rabbi. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a brief sort of like poke at historians like me, in which they say, we also love difficulties, but what we can do, if we were to start writing them, we would never be able to finish, right? There's just so many bad things that happen in Jewish history. How are you possibly going to keep up? But that's not really the full context of that message. However, it does does discuss something called the Scroll of Fast. Now, what exactly is this Scroll of Fast, this Megillus Tainus? It's ascribed to Hanina ben Chizkiah, and it is one of the hidden scrolls that we spoke about a week or so ago. These are, personal documents that were originally written down in order to try and tabulate and keep for one's personal use all of these data points that are impossible to hold on to in an entirely oral environment. Specifically, in this case, a list of dates upon which it is forbidden to fast because good things happen to the Jewish people. Even though we call it the Megillus Tainus, really is mainly about times that good things happen, and therefore fast days could not be decreed on those days, and also eulogies as well. The reason why these were private, as we discussed in the brief shir on the hidden scrolls, is because there was a ban on writing down oral Torah, and so individual rabbis would privately, for themselves, keep a list of major teachings they did not want to forget. Eventually, these, of course, became circulated and ultimately published. The Megillus Tainus happens to be a very early document of the Pharisees, though, and it is exceptionally worthwhile on a historical level because it gives us a sense of what it was like for the rabbis around the end of the Second Temple period. So basically, as I said, it's kind of a calendar, and it keeps tracks of certain dates, and it says why we can't fast on that particular day. The dates are recorded in Aramaic, and the commentary, which is called by scholars the Scholion, was probably added later, and it's written in Hebrew. Properly told, this is not a history book, it's more of a chronology. The intention is not to really convey a massive amount of historical information. The intention is primarily religious in nature, so that Jews will be aware of these days when they cannot decree a fast and so on. Most of the events that are described here are primarily Second Temple events, and many of them, unfortunately, are obscure. We do not know exactly what they refer to. Okay, that's about it for Megillus Tainus for today. I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Is biblical prophecy obvious? Or do you have to dig for it?
I think it's a great question. I think some things are obvious, like folks about.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a fascinating little discussion of the decree of washing hands and exactly who made that decree. What this is referring to, of course, is the mitzvah of Netilas Yadayim, the rabbinic commandment to wash one's hands in a ritual fashion before eating. And it's based on the performance of the Kohanim in the temple, but the rabbis, as will be discussed later, expanded this to include all Jews under certain circumstances, like, for example, before they eat a meal made of bread. Now, what's interesting about this particular passage from a historical point of view is that it really is a statement about the authority of the rabbis and how the Jews were quick to adopt these kinds of measures as they were enacted by the rabbis of their day. For example, there's Gemara in Eruvin, Daf Chaf Aleph Amud Beis, where Rabbi Akiva is in jail and he has only a very limited amount of water. He's concerned, how is he going to be able to observe the mitzvah of Netilas Yadayim when he needs this water for drinking? Of course, he decides to wash instead of drinking, but that's a discussion over there for Eruvin. But on the other side, there's a fascinating reflection of this actually in early Christian documents, because at least twice in the Gospels, there are actually passages where the rabbis come up to the founder of the faith of Christianity and his followers, and they say to them, is it true that you don't wash your hands before eating? And I always laugh thinking about how will modern Christians read this passage, because they're saying, what, the rabbis wash their hands before eating, and these early Christians do not wash their hands before eating? And of course, there's a debate that goes on in there, and essentially they defend the practice of not washing hands before eating. Now, obviously, the only way those passages can be read is if they're not talking about how sanitary one is and what kind of hygiene one practices before eating. Really what they're talking about is how much attention do we pay to the decrees of the rabbis. In the case of Rabbi Akiva, for example, it was quite extreme, and that's kind of like a role model for Jews. And on the other hand, in the early Christian movement, washing one's hands in a ritual fashion 4 meals meant adherence to the rabbis, and therefore not doing so meant establish an independent path, which would have ultimately create a different religion altogether. Okay, fascinating little thought about the first century. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. So today's daf has a reference to Queen Shlomtzion, and this is referring to someone that is known in historical literature as Salome Alexandra. She lived between the years 139 and the year 67 before the Common Era, and we spoke about her not too long ago in Brachos. Her name varies in different places in Shas. She's referred to as Sheltzion, Shlomtzion, even Shlomit. And I don't want to go over her whole history here because we talked about it in Brachos, but let's just pick out one specific theme because it's going to lead into a much larger discussion a little bit later on the holiday of Hanukkah. As you may recall, she was married to 2 kings of the Maccabean dynasty. First, Aristobulus I, and from whom she apparently had no children. And after he died, she married her much more famous husband, Alexander Yanai. After Yanai died, King Yanai, then she ruled alone from the years 76 to 67, and that's, by the way, regarded as a golden age in many ways because the tradition holds that produce increased as a result of her personal piety, and there was peace in the region, and so on. As we see in the Gemara, she was a big supporter of the Pharisees and her brother Shimon ben Shetach in particular against the Sadducees, which were associated with her husband Alexander Yanai. And as queen, she restored a lot of authority to the Pharisees, to the Perushim. They took greater authority in the operation of the temple. They controlled the calendar again, a lot of positive things from their perspective. Now, I'd like to just focus for a second on how this was sort of like a punctuation in a long period of decline of the Maccabean kings called the Hasmoneans. And I think we can really tie that into 3 basic factors that brought them down. The first is, as is widely adduced in the religious literature, a selective level of observance to the commandments. In particular, a failure to adhere to traditional norms of who is fit to rule by rabbinic law. Secondly, military overreach, something that we saw just a couple of days ago with Yochanan Hyrcanus, an ambition that outgrew their abilities that sometimes would redound on them negatively, as we see in the case of the conquest of Idumea. Third, a rise of internal factionalism, a very, very strong factor that would ultimately, lead to the destruction of the temple in the first century, the growth of the Sadducees in particular. Many of these 3 reasons were accompanied by an incredible amount of brutality. Alexander Yanai, for example, is known to have executed 800 of his political enemies among the Perushim. So that just gives you a sense of how Shlomtzion was such an unusual figure in the Maccabean dynasties. Okay, we'll return to this topic with the Hanukkah roll in just a couple of days. For the time being, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Just download the iHeartRadio app on your phone. If you listen to your podcast on PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com. You can search on either of those, just put Coast to Coast AM in there, and all the shows will pop right up. It's a lot of free listening. You'll have a lot of fun. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to Rabbi Tarfon, who is an extremely important Tana who lived in the first century and lived after the destruction of the temple as well. His home was in Lida, or in Lod, and he was associated in particular with the surviving remnant after the destruction of the temple in the town of Yavne. He had many colleagues with whom he regularly discussed halacha, but perhaps the most important among them was Rabbi Akiva. And the Gemara in Ksubas, argues whether or not Rabbi Akiva was his colleague or really was his student. Perhaps the most well-known of their debates is in the Haggadah, when Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon spent the entire night debating in Bnei Brak. He was someone who refused to accept any honor for himself. In fact, in one case, he was able to save himself from physical assault by revealing that he was a learned person, and then he regretted for the rest of his life that he used Torah for his own purposes. He was a tremendously kind individual and very innovative as well. At a time of famine, and we can understand in the late first century, in the period of upheaval with the Roman-Jewish War and so on, there's all kinds of difficulties, there were 300 women that were starving. He, in a very bold gesture, he actually engaged them all, betrothed them all, so that they could be part of his household legally. He was a Kohen, and then they could partake of the truma food, which would otherwise be forbidden to members of a non-Kohen household. Fascinating kind of way of feeding these 300 women. He is known for his many pithy sayings. My favorite is a passage in Pirkei Avos that I find tremendously inspirational. He writes in the second paragraph there that the day is short, the work is great, and the workers are lazy. And the reward is huge, and the master is insistent. You are not obligated to finish the job, but neither are you free to desist from it. Very powerful, powerful passage. According to ViralRabbi, his end was among the 10 martyrs of the state, 10 very famous rabbis, including Rabbi Akiva, who were killed in the context of the Adrianic persecutions of the 130s. The tremendously amazing life. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in the night.
Plus Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k to an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate, free metals up to $10,000. Think right now your first time to buy gold, take advantage.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today I'd like to take you on a little detective story, which will not end in a conclusion, but hopefully will give you a sense of like what I go through sometimes to be able to put these videos together. I asked a very simple question: where is Difti? Right? We have in this daf Rabbi Yirmiyah of Difti. There are other people from Difti. Where is Difti? It must be an important place. So people are always saying that this person comes from Difti. Now, I started having a look around and I could not find any location for Difti. It is evidently not in Israel because there's a very important guide to places in Israel at the time by Benzion Roosevelt called Torah Centers and Rabbinic Activity in Palestine from 70 to 400 CE, and it's not listed there at all. So it stands to reason it's probably in Babylonia. So there's a very important source. It's a rather old source, Aldo Neubauer, La Géographie du Talmud, which is published in Paris in 1868. Lucky thing I'm a Canadian, so I can read French. And when I found the citation in Neubauer, he writes that it might be identified with a place called Nibitach on the lower Tigris or Deba on the upper Tigris. So I said, great, now I'm going to look for these two places, Nibitach or Deba. Now, I was assuming that he was translating from some source into French, and so Dibitach would be pronounced Dibitash, but I couldn't find anything under either place. However, when I looked up Pliny's natural history, this is a 1st century Roman source, he lists a place called Dibitach with a CH. I said, great, that's fantastic, let's find it. And he also lists, but unfortunately there are several manuscripts of Pliny that give us different pronunciations of this name too. According to Pliny's natural history, this Dibitach is located near a place called Parapotamia. So Potamos means river in Greek, and para, I think, means like on the other side or halfway or something like that. So I thought maybe it means close to a river or next to a river, like Mesopotamia means between the rivers, Tigris and Euphrates. And there's a city called Messene. So I thought, great, okay, I'll find those places. But then I can't find those places anywhere either. But when you look at his actual description of where it is, it seems to be located on the Tigris River, somewhere near Ctesiphon, which we spoke about just a little while ago, very important major Babylonian city. So I can more or less place it somewhere south of what would be in the Gemara Machosa. Okay, that made me happy. Here's a map of where Dipti possibly is, if it is the same place as Dibichach. Okay, very nice. However, he gave another location too, someplace called Deba, which is apparently on the upper Tigris. So I looked around at that from the same kind of struggle to find out place names that sound like it, and I found a place something called Debas, which is just upstream from the Shach al-Arab, which is where the Tigris and the Euphrates meet, and they form a single river. Okay, very good. And here's a map of where that would be, a place called Al-Qurna today on the Shach al-Arab. Now, the problem is, Milbauer relates that Diftitach is on the lower Tigris, and Difti is on the upper Tigris. But when I locate those two place names, they're reversed. That Difti is actually, if it's Dibitach, it's on the upper Tigris, and Deba is on the lower Tigris, which is the opposite of Milbauer, which is where I started with all this. Okay, so bottom line, sorry to make you go through all this, but you should share some of my pain here. I don't know where Difti is. It's probably on the Tigris River. I don't know if it is south of Ctesiphon or north of Ctesiphon, but it's somewhere around there. And maybe by the time we finish shots together, I'll find a better location for it. I hope that illuminated your dot, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to when Rav Hoshea came from Nahar Dor. So what is that possibly referring to? It sounds like something important, right? If the Gemara felt that we should mention that this is where he came from and when he came from and so on. So it probably refers to the event in 259 when a king known as Papa ben Nezer conquers the city of Nahar Dor and drives the yeshiva out. And much of the yeshiva later is incorporated into yeshiva in Pumbedisa. Papa ben Nezer has been identified by the great 19th century historian Henrik Gretz as Septimus Odenatus. Papa ben Nezer sort of sounds like Septimus Odenatus, and he was the king of Palmyra at the time. And he was a client king of the Roman Empire, and as part of his desire perhaps to ingratiate himself with his Roman overlords, he attacked Persia and specifically attacked King Shapur I, Shapur Malka. This was part of his way to ingratiate himself to the Romans, who had at the time named him Corrector Toitus Orientus, meaning Viceroy of the East. He had a very high position in terms of the Roman administration of the region. The attack didn't go all that much further, but it did have a massive impact on the yeshiva of Nahar Dor, which interrupted, as we saw just a few weeks ago, it interrupted the activities of Shmuel and it interrupted the entire yeshiva of Nahar Dor that was later forced to relocate. I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Look at Russia. When they took out God, what happened there? It always resulted there. So this is a warning to where we are right now. If we go in this direction, it doesn't end well. Russia was once a very religious country.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Nachum Hamadi. It's a person that Ashkenazi Jews read about every single Friday night when they go through Bameh Madlikin, because he is referred to right there as one who actually we're in Bameh Madlikin, so you know yourself. At any rate, who was he? He was a first century Tana from Yerushalayim. We know from a Gemara Kesubas that he was one of the Dayane Gezeros, meaning he was some kind of important judge of civil law. The name implies Hamadi. The name implies that he came from Medea. Where is Medea? Medea is quite far away, actually. You can see in this map here. It's on the other side of the Tigris River, and it's quite a large area. We don't know exactly which part of Medea he came from. It was really an empire. It's referred to in the Book of Esther, for example. And what is he doing in Yerushalayim? This is really an unusual problem. We only have a handful of teachings that are cited in his name, and many scholars doubt at least 3 of them. So we're not exactly sure whether those are appropriately attributed to Nachum Hamadi. This, however, is one of his accepted teachings that is widely quoted. So the question is, why does he have that name, Nachum Hamadi? Apparently, either he or his ancestors came from India. Is it possible that he was a convert to Judaism? We see many of them at this time of the Mishnah as well. Is it possible that he was a descendant of the exiles, perhaps in the first exile of the 6th century even? We simply don't know. But all of these things together, I hope, will illuminate your daf and give you some hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav hashalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's Gemara begins with a famous question, Mai Hanukkah? And this gives us a great excuse to spend a few daf and a few of these little videos speaking about the history of Hanukkah, because it is actually rather different from what we read in the Gemara here. The sources for our understanding of the events of 167 before the Common Era and onward for a few years are basically the Talmud, something called the Book of Maccabees, and Josephus. The Talmud, however, as we're seeing right now, is not a fantastic source when it comes to historical data. The Talmud is obviously very concerned with the mitzvah of Hadlakas Neiros, which is what we're going to be speaking about for quite a while now. But it does not seem to go into the social and political and economic and religious roots of the conflict that led to the amazing Hanukkah rebellion. For that, we have to look at the Book of Maccabees and the Book of Josephus in particular, a few other scattered sources as well. The Book of Maccabees is fascinating. It's actually a book that did not make the cut into the Hebrew Bible. It's one of those outside books that are sometimes referred to in Tanakh. It's made up of 10 individual books on their own, really there are chapters. The first one in particular is an especially valuable historical source, probably written by someone who actually experienced the wars themselves, or perhaps heard them from a veteran of the Hanukkah rebellion. And it gives us a very detailed, lush account of why the rebellion happened from a sympathetic observer, sympathetic to the Jewish cause, of course. Josephus, who we've spoken about on many occasions, a very complex source. He was someone who was originally associated with the rebels against Rome in the 1st century, and then he joined their side and became essentially a kind of royal court historian, and he was the go-to expert in the Roman Empire for everything Jewish. And he wrote a very important account of the Roman-Jewish War, and that is called by that name. He also wrote a 20-volume book called Jewish Antiquities, which is basically the idiot's guide to Judaism from the very beginning of creation until the time of Josephus. And he writes quite a bit about Hanukkah as well. When we look at these sources, the emphasis is certainly not on the miracle of the oil. The emphasis is definitely on the social, political, economic, and religious background to the conflict. And I will just say one basic thing, because we're going to pick it up with the next video. We should understand the Hanukkah rebellion was more like a civil war than a war against foreign invasion. And that's a really important point, just to give you one example of this. And you understand, as we've spoken about before, Hellenism had so deeply penetrated Jewish culture at the time that the Jews had difficulty figuring out what exactly is the line where no more cultural inference can be tolerated. And just to give you one example of that, many young men were actually willingly undergoing the painful and primitive process known as epispasm, which was actually a surgical attempt to reverse the circumcision. And the reason for this is because they wanted to compete in the athletic games, like the Olympics, for example, which were traditionally done totally in the nude. And they were embarrassed because the Greeks viewed circumcision as a form of mutilation, and it offended their sensibilities. So this just gives you a sense of how far gone the Jewish community was at the time of the Hanukkah rebellion and how they wanted to really divest themselves of that external influence. We'll speak about it tomorrow, but for now, I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you Hatzlacha in your learning.
No man will buy or sell except with his mark. Now, we believe that can be a code, that can be a chip. But the thing is that you could not ever do that without the technology that we are only kind of stumbling on right now. It also talks about morality. So the thing is, it talks about, as I mentioned before, it talks about China. I believe it talks about Russia and even Europe. Interesting because it doesn't specifically say America, which would tell us that in the end times, America will not remain the power it is. So every single biblical marker is either moving it's either fulfilled or moving in the direction of what the biblical prophecy ordains. Or avoidance of inner plan. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, okay. This goes with something else. One of the things you see in church prophecy is that, and the Bible's very clear about it. It says in the end times, some of the world, it talks about destruction coming through fire. And with fire, and actually there's a scripture that says we know right now we have the power to destroy the earth through nuclear weapons. And the thing is, it says in scripture, it says that Jesus said, in the end times, the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. Now, the word for heaven there in the Greek is urania, which we get the word uranium. So literally the word uranium, the powers of this shall be shaken. It also says in the book of Peter, it says that the elements will melt, or the elements will be loosened, which is again something that goes along with nuclear destruction. But now it says in Revelation that this star, not only can mean a light, John is watching this vision and he's describing it. You can see the light coming down to earth, and then it's called wormwood, and it poisons the earth, poisons the water. Well, we did see one famous event of nuclear poisoning more than anything, and it happened in Russia. And of course, it's called Chernobyl, as we all know, with this meltdown out there. And it poisons everything. It was the closest we came to a large-scale nuclear poison. Well, it's Chernobyl, but Chernobyl means wormwood. The very name given in Revelation of that which poisons. So, therefore, again, a sign that even Chernobyl in Russia is wormwood, which speaks of this. And actually, George, if you go to Chernobyl, you'll see a statue there, which is of the seventh angel from Revelation sounding the trumpet and ushering in wormwood. What is the mystery of the age of end times? What is the hour that you talk about, the prophetic hour? Well, a few things. First of all, one of the things it says, I don't know, George, if you've been aware of it, but recently on the internet, there's a big buzz going on that they believe the rapture is going to come, in September. I don't believe that to be the case. But the mystery to this that actually links up with that they give us some ideas from time. One of the things is that in the Hebrew, the holy days of the Hebrew year actually foreshadow the way the end comes. If you look at the autumn of the holy years of Israel, of the Jewish holidays, it starts with trumpets. And when you read all these things that are going on in end time prophecy, the sign is trumpets. The rapture is going on trumpets. So could the return, could the end times, could the final event come all on these Hebrew holy days like the Feast of Trumpets? It could. You have enough to form with the day of the Lord. It makes the God that aligns with what the Bible calls the day of the Lord, or the coming, or the second coming. Then you have the last thing called tabernacle, which is foreshadowing the kingdom of God. So all these things, the amazing thing is that in the first coming of Jesus, every major thing happened on the Hebrew holy day in the springtime, from the spring. Well, now the ones that are not fulfilled are all for the autumn, so it is actually possible that these things may actually take place on the appointed holy days of God. Jonathan, does any of this scare you? No, sort of. If I was the way I was before, if I was an atheist, I'd be scared. If I didn't know God, if I didn't come to God, if I didn't study, if I was on the born again, and Lord, Yeah, then I'd be scared. But I'm not because, listen, the owner of the play, you don't fear the end of the play. And the other thing is, when you watch a movie, what's the most exciting part? The last 15 minutes. So I don't fear the last 15 minutes. I mean, because I have a part. We all have a part. You're probably not going to part to play. So listen, it doesn't matter whether it's light or dark out. We're supposed to be right for the world.
We're going to come back in just a moment with Jonathan Kahn, author of The Avatar. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. And take phone calls as we talk about end time prophecy. Jump aboard. What do you think? Give us your thoughts. Ask him a question. He's also got a number of other books, including The Harbinger, which he wrote back in 2021.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. All arena streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. Can your gear keep up with the beat? Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
ConocoPhillips is laying off nearly 1/4 of its global workforce. The Houston-headquartered oil giant confirmed Wednesday it was restructuring and informed its employees that it was reducing its workforce by 20 to 25%. The company has about 13,000 employees worldwide, so over 3,000 workers could be affected. Newsmax is filing an antitrust lawsuit against Fox News. The lawsuit accuses Fox News Network and Fox Corp of illegally blocking competition in the right-wing paid TV market. House lawmakers have introduced bipartisan legislation that would ban members of Congress from trading stock. One of those working to see legislation enacted on the issue is Republican Representative Chip Roy of Texas.
It is time for the leadership of Congress on both sides of the aisle to do what the American people have been demanding, which is to end day trading by members of Congress.
He says if you want to day trade, need Congress. It's that simple. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's move to freeze billions in federal grants to Harvard University.
Harvard claims the Trump administration pulled $2 billion in federal grants in retaliation for the university refusing to meet its demands. The grants were frozen in April, hours after the university refused to end DEI programs, address anti-Semitism, or screen international students for their ideology. I'm Rory O'Neill.
And American workers are growing increasingly stressed about debt and finances. Michael Kastner with
According to a June 47% of jobs felt financially secure. It's now 50% in January. Reports workers are worried about the overall state of the economy.
And with that, the number of Americans filing first-time requests for unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 237,000 potential claims in the week ending August 30th. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
School interest rates now though. This is a bit different.
What do you get when a true crime producer walks into a comedy club? Listen to the new podcast called Wisecrack, where Steven finds himself at the center of a true crime story.
Does anyone know what show you're coming to see? It's a story. It's about the scariest night of my life.
This is Wisecrack, available now. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Wisecrack, and listen now.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. A staggering 8 million tons of plastic ends up in the world's oceans every year. If current trends continue, our oceans could contain more plastic than fish by 2050. Do your part. Purchase items made from renewable or recycled content and recycled whenever possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/free. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A New York Times headline caught my eye. It read as follows: "The psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same.
Psychedelics are everywhere.
But psychedelics, soon even in Prozac.
Investors want it.
The most important IPO of the year because people believe in psychedelics.
Depression, anxiety,
Taking it just for expressions. Claims wants to happen as medicine. It can make us all But there's a dark side. So, what is this?
right. I just want people to see what I see.
What do you see?
I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people get hurt, get really deeply hurt.
I'm Io to the Right, and this is Cover Story. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is seductive. We are humans, and humans like being seduced. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio: Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction, while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash, and if Android Auto is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Records, milestones, firsts, glass, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? What's happening, fellow sports fans and Jamie West? Let's look back on this day in sports history, September 5th. We'll start up today in 1960. Cassius Clay, who would later become known as Muhammad Ali, won a gold medal in the light heavyweight division at the Olympics in Rome. Soon after, Clay went pro and changed his name and went on to have one of the greatest boxing careers of all time. Today in 1969, Tom Seaver of the New York Mets became the first pitcher in franchise history to win 20 games in a season. And today in 1994, Jerry Rice of the 49ers recorded his 127th career touchdown in a 44-14 victory over the Raiders at Kingston Park to break Jim Brown's NFL record. Jerry Rice still leads the all-time list with 208. Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio. This is Jacob M. Ryan. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640, for stimulating talk.
I tell myself that I'm so lucky to be lucky. So lucky to be the one you want to see. When the day is through,
501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send Georgia a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Story.
And our special guest, Jonathan Kahn, as we talk about biblical prophecy and times. His latest book is called The Avatar, Return of the Ancient, the Future of America. We'll be back close in a little bit. If you happen to have been looking at credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, bills, you know those interest rates can be brutal. Why keep paying 20% or more to the banks when you can call our friends at American Finance? They have mortgage rates of 5, and they're showing people every day how to keep more of your hard-earned money in your pocket and out of the hands of credit card companies. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $100 a month by using their home equity to wipe out high-interest debt. No upfront fees, no obligation, just a brief 10-minute call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. Here's the kicker. If you start today, you can delay 2 mortgage payments with more cash in your hands right away. Call American Financing now at 866-336-5030. That's 866-336-5030. AmericanFinancing.net/coast-to-coast.
NMLS 182334. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates of the 5 start at 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 866-336-5030 or visit AmericanFinancing.net/coast-to-coast for details of credit costs and terms.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I was gasped. So I saw 3 different colonoscopists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped. Everyone that would come into our store would say, I have this, why are you not coughing? I told them what I'm doing. They said, well, what's it doing that stopped that coughing? I said, I can't answer that. It just stopped it.
For 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Welcome back, George Story, along with Jonathan Kahn. Jonathan, why does it seem America is so predominant in biblical prophecy?
Well, America's predominating in the world as the head of nations. And that puts it already in a class by itself. Also, America was dedicated to God. I mean, more than most nations. I mean, it existed for that purpose. So everything with America, as you know, George, when we started, when I first came on, a lot of the folks that have been speaking about the mystery of the world, but particularly with America, because, America was actually founded after the founder of ancient Israel. And it said actually a kind of prophetic word was given by one of his founders, John, who said that if we follow the ways of God, we will be blessed as Israel was blessed. But he said, they missed the mark. But if we turn away from God, then the judgment that came on Israel will come upon us. And so that's when things like the harmony comes in, all these biblical things, we're kind of reliving and replaying what happened when Israel turned away from God. And it's a warning, there's also a hope to it. And you asked, in the last part, what's the prophetic album? One of the things that all this leads to, and one of the reasons that I was lecturing the Avatar leads to this, that we are in a window of time now, America particularly, where we can head to either judgment or redemption. And there's a big if. It depends on what we do now.
King
1800 BC era, the king of Israel, right? Yeah. So yeah, there's a mystery in here. What is it? Okay, well, Jehu is not. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, Jehu is this foreshadow of of what we are watching with Donald Trump. And he's wild, not a politician. Not a likely person on one hand, but he was used, and he was used to, when the nation was about, was in a position where it was about to fall. Where actually just go totally away from God. And God raised up this unlikely person and just kind of ruled it back. And he was extreme. The amazing thing is that, let me tell you, this is, how Trump began the whole thing coming on the top of the stairs. He began his, he goes up the stairs, he descends the stairs, and then he brings, actually, Jehu, the years, is right on top of the stairs, comes down, begins to trace, and Jehu contends, it's an interesting thing. He always contends against a woman, in coming to power. So it's interesting, the pattern of Trump is that it's not that Trump is reading this script, he's reading this, studying the Hebrew. No. But he actually, the pattern is when he contends against a woman candidate, he wins. And that's the template of Jehu. And so he's using a very interesting person. Whenever you think about it, by the way, when you look at the ancient commentaries on Jehu, the biblical commentaries, they're divided. They're in a controversy, but he was used. So, I mean, and by the way, there's even a mystery with Donald Trump on the day of his birth, that where there was a scripture appointed for that day, which has to do with it. So, I don't think he planned it. I really don't. But, tell us about the ancient mystery of 9/11. Well, 9/11, there is so much to this, and that 9/11, I mean, first of all, when Israel, we talked about what happened with America, what happened with now, it's possible thing. Well, when Israel turned away from God, okay, we've been watching this turn to America. What happened was there was a warning that came upon the land. The warning came upon the land in the form of a strike, of an enemy that was limited, it was temporary, but it was a shake-up. There's a warning thing, come back before, the judgment doesn't come. It was a shake-up. It's part of the biblical pattern. And the thing is that from that is, the power, one of the patterns of when a nation is being shaken or called back is that it touches the foundation of the nation's power. Now, let me give you an example. The foundation of America's global military power happened with the Pentagon. 1941, we enter the war and we start building the Pentagon, which is going to be the beginning of American superpower. Well, when was the Pentagon? When did it begin? When did that all begin? It's a specific day that they broke ground. It was 9/11. The power of America, the military began on 9/11. And so the Pentagon was struck on 9/11. Now, as far as the economic rise of America, it began much earlier. New York was always the center of it. New York was America's economic hub. Well, when was New York discovered? When did it begin? Was when Henry Hudson came up. When was it? It was 9/11. So, I mean, there's so many mysteries to this, but there are signs here, George, that it's like a wake-up call. And I don't know if we've woken up. Let's go to the phone. Let's go to Thomas in La Jolla, California, to get us started. Hi, Tom.
My call, and I want to compliment you and your team. You bring such interesting guests. And Jonathan, I want to thank you for bringing some very interesting information to the table, to the audience, the listeners. And my question is this. Scripture was originally in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. What we now know as Scripture is we know through the English translation. And like King James Version or the Catholic Bible or the American Standard, that type of thing. And this is a friendly question. If we are to get an accurate view of Scripture, of what's written there, scripture specifically is accurate and true. And I know this may be your opinion, but I'm curious about that. And I have a quick second question if we have time.
Yes, you're right about the Bible being the original language of Hebrew and Greek. Now, so one hand, I mean, listen, when I study it, I seek, when I get into, like, I always seek to go with the original language, so I study it. But not everybody, everybody's not never found there are, first of all, there aren't computer programs where you can see the original language and you can see anything, you can see what's behind it. So that's really the best way to do it. But there are a lot of good translations, and now one Hebrew word can mean 12 different things, so not every translation can get all that, but it doesn't mean it's not accurate. And some translations are all dynamic, where they're more getting to the spirit of it, and others are more literal, getting to word by word. Versus the American Standard is more literal. NIV, the New International is more dynamic. But it's not that one. I mean, most of these versions are good versions. Not all, but most of them are good versions. But if you want to get, so there are a lot of good. But if you want to get deeper, then you want to do word studies and get into the original language.
All right, great. Let's go back to the second question. Go ahead, Tom.
My second question is, you were mentioning the shofar, are there audio recordings of the shofar that are available that we can play over our sound systems?
I've seen wild things happen when the shofar is sound. I'm not saying and it's God is the power, not the thing, but there are certainly recordings of the shofar. You might want to go online and see that. It's interesting that we talk about the shofar and when he's trumpet, and we've got a president right now whose name is Trump. And by the way, what I alluded to, when Trump was born, he was born on a Friday, which ushers in the Sabbath. There's an appointed word for every Sabbath. From ages past, so there's actually a scripture appointed for the time of birth. What was it? It says in that scripture, God says, bring forth a trumpet. So there is something to it. But anyway, you can find recordings of it. It's online.
Next up, first time caller David in Idaho. Welcome to the show. Hi, David.
I just have one question. Sure.
You think Trump is the Antichrist?
Okay. Well, no, I don't. Listen, there are those who say because he was powerful and because he says the Antichrist talks about having a head wound in Revelation, that one gets a head wound and then comes back alive, and so they say, okay, the assassination attempt. And there is, by the way, a mystery behind that assassination attempt that goes back to an ancient Greek. There's one of the things I bring out of the Avatar. So the thing is that he wasn't like he died or he got near death. So, there are people who see it as shadows, but no, I don't believe that the Antichrist is going to be someone who's been on a reality TV show. I don't believe that. Trump is Trump.
Leviticus code, what is that?
Oh, okay. Leviticus, it's a early book of the Bible, of course. It gives what's called the Jubilee, the ordinance of the Jubilee. The Jubilee is that where it says that every year of Jubilee, which is the 50th year, you will return home. Whatever you lost your land, year of Jubilee, you return home. Now, there's no people who have so lost their land for thousands of years as the Jewish people that they were wandering here. But could there be a mystery in this? Well, the amazing thing is that in the ordinance for the Jubilee, which is about returning to your land, the way God says, he says, you shall return. First time he says it to the whole nation, you shall return. Well, in Hebrew, that's just one word. It's tashavu. Well, now in Hebrew, every letter is a number. I mean, that's how they number. It actually is a number. Now, there are people who go crazy with this, but there is something real here. And that is when you add up the numbers of Tishavu, which means you shall return, it actually comes out to the year 1948, which is the year that Israel returned to the land.
Next up, let's go to Jeremy in North Dakota.
Hi, Jeremy. Justin, I have very on December 8th, 21 years ago, I was in the near future all the way. Immediately, I was in the coma. Where I woke up, just before I woke up from my coma, I was under the impression that I was walking up a mountain with my wife and talking out and like, there's a word there talking about shaking about the multistream bone. And then when the came comes together, it's protected. It just starts like that. Impact my not me. And then I really slowed down. Not okay, no. My dad, I heard a voice. Like Jeremy, Jack, not yet. Just like I heard that, I thought I was impacted on the ground. I woke up and I noticed my husband like transpired. Is that the voice of God, Jonathan?
Well, it could be, I mean, it sounds like it. It was hard to judge the things except he experienced it himself. There are similar, a lot of parallels that people say when they go into comas or they go into literally death. I mean, and I know people who, the heart stopped and everything stopped, and they said they were watching it, they were above their body watching it, or they went, to a glimpse of heaven, and God said, this voice said, you're not, it's not finished, you've got work to do. So this is consistent with many other testimonies along those lines.
Go to Cleveland, Ohio. AC's with us now. Hello there, AC. Hello, George, and hello, Jonathan. And I'm Jason. First of all, the Bible version, the King James version, is the only Bible version out there that has no copyright on the text. And nobody profits from it. So that should tell people about the accuracy. The other question I have for you, Jonathan, I have one of your books, and you mentioned the rapture, and Jesus plainly, clearly taught in the Elementary course about a pre-tribulation rapture. Do you believe that the rapture, and what is your view on the timing of the rapture? Because there's a number of different views out there, but Jesus clearly taught pre-tribulation rapture.
Yeah, well, the rapture is biblical. You can't argue it away. It says that we'll be caught up. I mean, and there's a few scriptures along those lines. For those who don't know, there are three general views on it. One is pre-tribulation, as you're saying. The other is post-tribulation, at the end of the tribulation period. Well, those who don't know what that is, it's the 7-year period it's spoken about. In the last 7 years before the return. And then there's mid-trib, which is the middle of tribulation. Those are the three main ones. I choose, I appreciate what you're saying. I choose to, I'm pan-trib, which means I'm talking about pan out the end. That's my public stand. So I don't get in publicly into that. I respect people on that, but I respect that you're saying. The Bible doesn't outright say, okay, it says this, but it does give evidence. So there are different views on this, and I have to respect that.
It's truly incredible how close it matches what's happening in real life.
Well, that is what has struck me, because, George, I told you, I going from atheist to reading the Late Flat Earth, like a lefty, and seeing about biblical prophecy. Since then, it's only gone in that direction. There are very, and again, I had to be convinced. I was an atheist. I had to be convinced.